Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Yeah, my air conditioning's on in the background. It's not making too much noise, is it?
Nah.
That's good.
We'll work. We'll have to work around it because I mean it is summer. Are, how strict is the mask bullshit where you are? Because I've never been told I have to wear a mask to be in public as of yet. I'm not even at work in a restaurant have I been told that I need to wear a mask. This is retarded.
I haven't been. I haven't been told either. I like when I went to Hy-Vee earlier this week.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody was wearing masks, but when I went to the liquor store last night to pick up some booze, nobody was wearing masks.
Mm-hmm. So I've heard that it could be 2 years of this like semi police state shit, and I've heard that this is going to die out by the fall. Um, but there are people who are talking like this is going to change our lives forever, and I just don't know if people are dumb enough to allow that to happen. I have to give credit to the people in Michigan, New York, and California who are openly protesting this. I usually think that protesting is generally shrill by its very nature. But right now, all those people are doing exactly what I think they should be doing, and that's sending a message to that whore governor in Michigan, and also that cunt over in California, whatever his name is. You want to get back to normal. You want to go to work and wear a mask in public and social distance. Fuck you, man. Suck my fucking dick. Here's the thing.
I think that both of those things are probably good ideas, but I don't think they should be required by law.
No, well, here's the thing. I don't think they are good ideas because it's going to compromise our immune systems more, not being exposed to all these things. See what I'm saying? And then they can trudge this out the next time there's a big epidemic or whatever and say, well, this one's going to be even worse. And they're even saying now some nurses and doctors are saying that there have been false identifications of corona on death certificates where they're pressured to say it's corona, even if it wasn't a contributing factor. Okay, these are professionals saying this.
It seems to be kind of weird both ways because there has been an uptick in pneumonia deaths, in cases that could probably easily be COVID, but they couldn't actually test for it.
Mm-hmm.
But my girlfriend actually works in a nursing home, and she said that the CDC actually did send out a memo to tell people that if someone tests positive for coronavirus and they die, that the cause of death is to be corona, regardless of what the actual cause of death is.
Do you think that's right? I don't. I don't think that we should
be
convincing Americans.
Like I thought about.
Go ahead.
Like I thought about it, and like maybe it's a way to compensate for people they couldn't actually test for it, but that seems like a really sloppy way to do it. So I don't know either way, because on one hand, there's, like I said, an uptick in pneumonia deaths and people dying from symptoms associated with the COVID-19 virus, but they couldn't actually test for it, so they couldn't say they died from COVID-19. But there are also cases of the CDC telling people if someone who tests positive for corona dies, they're supposed to be labeled as dying from COVID-19, even if they didn't actually die from COVID-19.
Yeah. They got the numbers they wanted, basically. And I'm beginning to see, cracks in the armor here. I'm not outright denying that it exists, but I definitely think it was overblown. And the whole nation and world should not suffer for, a relatively small population of people who are. I don't know. I don't understand why people don't have more faith in their immune systems. I mean, we build antibodies naturally over time. We don't even need vaccines. We build antibodies naturally over time. Yes, we may have to get sick in order to do so. But I'm not buying the hype with this bug that it's some, super thing that sticks around in your system and you can, it wakes up in your system again after being dormant. So you can't build so you can't build an immunity to it. I don't believe that shit. I just don't. I do believe.
Actually, I mean, that was the initial speculation that people could be reinfected by it, which if that was the case, then there's definitely a huge problem with it because that means herd immunity can't come about. It means they can't develop a vaccine for it. but they did recently find that a lot of the people who had tested positive for reinfection of COVID-19 were false positives. So at this point, I think they're relatively certain that you can't get reinfected with it.
Hmm.
So that's a positive development.
Have you heard of who's this guy that resigned over? Maybe it was California, who resigned after saying that something about the herd mentality and our elderly people, and in relation to coronavirus. He resigned over something today. You know if it was California or what?
I don't know. The last thing I did hear was that apparently Dr. Fauci he had been apparently investing in labs which had been running tests on coronavirus before the whole thing even started.
Yeah.
So that's suspicious to say the least.
Hang on, I'm going to play this back because I want to make sure that you're coming through all right on the playback.
The last thing I did hear was that apparently Dr. Fauci.
Okay, it's not too bad. You're just kind of roboting every now and then, but I guess that's kind of to be expected, isn't it? But I hope the other two wise men get over here soon. Gregor said he'd be about 30 minutes behind, but maybe Zach has to predetermine if there's a cult symbolism here first. I don't know.
I mean, there's a crescent moon on my avatar. Suspicious. That's
pagan. That's pagan. And believe me, there's no love lost with pagans. These trendy Wiccans and shit. I've never known a Wiccan who wasn't trendy and doing it just for kicks, like it was a phase, just going through a phase. I've never known a lifelong practicing Wiccan myself personally. They always grew out of it.
The only pagans I'm aware of are the sort of like a hippie dippy types that you're kind of talking about, and just out and out fascists who adopt paganism because they view Christianity as a Jewish corruption.
Okay, so here we go. California city official removed over herd immunity remarks. Let's see what he said that was so bad. There is the second wise man. What do you come bringing me, young wise man? Frankincense or myrrh? Everything.
Well, I guess I'm bringing the gold then, because everything that comes out of my mouth is solid gold.
All right.
Speaking of which, what is myrrh?
I don't know. It's something they gave baby Jesus to stop his crying or something. I don't know.
I think it was a type of perfume.
So
obviously, like back then, like perfumes like that were very rare and expensive.
A Northern California city official has been ousted after he suggested on social media that sick, old, and homeless people should be left to meet their natural course in nature during the coronavirus pandemic.
That's pretty fucked up.
Let's see if he was Democrat or Republican. That's what I want to know.
That's definitely the case. What the fuck are the homeless people in LA, which, the place is fucking overrun with them? What are they supposed to do?
Why don't people take steps to bolster their immune system during things like this? Why do they have so little faith in their natural immunity? I don't understand. Can people really be that vulnerable if they take steps to, constantly sanitize, take vitamin supplements, maybe take a brief stroll or something? I mean, what's the deal?
I mean that is what they kind of what they recommended to an extent.
Why are they so insecure about it, though? I don't understand it.
Why they what?
Why are they so insecure about this shit? Like, it's absolutely a certainty that they're going to get it.
I don't know. I guess like the more rational people I know who are worried about it are worried about. They're like around my age. They they probably won't die from it if they get it, but they're worried about spreading it to, older relatives and immunocompromised relatives.
Yeah, well, I do all the shopping in my household right now, because of that. But, I don't fear either of us getting it. Let's see. I'm trying to figure out if he was Democrat or Republican.
A city official. So maybe was he actually elected or was he like someone hired?
Well, here they're saying planning commissioner.
Okay, yeah, I'm pretty sure you have to be elected to that position.
Ken Turney the third.
maybe he didn't actually have a party. It's not exactly unusual for people in local elections to be independent, especially if it's for something like a planning commissioner.
So the guy was actually talking about survival of the fittest.
Yeah, but with like old people and homeless people, I mean, it's basically like a nice way of saying, yeah, old people and then the homeless people, they should just die.
Well,
Fuck them.
check this out. What he's saying here: we would have significant loss of life. We would lose many elderly. That would reduce burdens in our defunct social security system, healthcare costs, make jobs available for others, and it would also free up housing in which we are in dire need of. We would lose a large portion of the people with immune and other health complications. I know it would be loved ones as well, but that would once again reduce our impact on medical, jobs, and housing. Man, this guy
that's kind of sociopathic.
Don't isn't it great to know that someone like this
face of a sociopath?
Isn't it great to know that someone like that was in office in where California?
I mean, I'm not surprised. Like, I mean, the people who get like the smallest amount of power like tend to blow it out of proportion the most. So I'm not surprised that he's oh, I'm a city planning commissioner, so I want to be fucking Hitler now.
Mm-hmm. Wow. But no, there was another one. There was another one that resigned or was fired. Oh, it was over. Hang on, it was over the Joe Biden stuff, or forced to resign. So we've got.
What was he forced to resign for? Or are you trying to look that up?
He said that something about how the Tara Reid, not the actress, but the alleged victim of Biden, they couldn't find one person to corroborate her statement or something.
I mean, I don't know if he should be forced to resign for that, but that's just flat out not true.
What? What isn't?
That they couldn't find anyone to corroborate it. Like, she's been saying this to like her family and to people she knew as far back as when it first happened.
DNC chair dismisses investigation of Biden over Tara Reid allegations. Look at her. Would you?
What a surprise!
Look at her. Would you do anything with her? I wouldn't. No offense to the girl, but I mean, I wouldn't.
I mean, I'm looking at the Quiet Place screenshot. I'm not seeing Tara Reid.
Oh, never mind. Sorry. I guess I hit the wrong tab.
And either way, it's that's not really a measure for it. One, how she looks now doesn't reflect how she looked then, and even then, it's the whole like, oh, ugly women don't get raped. That's just flat not true. Anyone can get raped.
Hey, I'm fine with Biden's character being assassinated. I'm just saying, I would, to quote Sargon, I would not even rape her. Oh no, but in all seriousness,
it's not that bad looking.
Really?
She's not any worse looking than Monica Lewinsky.
Monica Lewinsky was a dog.
And like I said, that's how she looks now. It isn't how she looked like when this happened in the early 90s.
Was it the early 90s? Okay.
I think so.
No, don't get me wrong.
Like I said, it doesn't really matter. Anybody can get fucking raped.
Well, I mean, I'm noting it, because I'm trying to emulate shock jocks, but they.
Well, I guess I'll play the whole then.
No, you're fine.
The guy says, "Come on, that's not funny."
But I don't find it a stretch to say that Biden, has been up to some bad stuff by any stretch, because I mean, just to see him around children is frightening, genuinely frightening.
I know. It's just like, for a while I could probably just write that off as like, oh, he's probably just a old fucking man whose brain is leaking out of his goddamn ears, so he doesn't really realize what he's doing is creepy. But then this coming out, yeah, I'm not surprised.
Hang on, because
it is pretty hilarious just how how many people have just outed themselves as lying opportunists when this came out, and it's just like oh, we need to believe all rape victims, like Brett Kavanaugh is definitely a rapist, Trump is definitely a rapist, and blah 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 blah. They even kind of threw Al Franken under the bus when his accusations came out.
No,
and as soon as it was
wait, Frank who?
Al Franken, that really
Oh.
shitty, unfunny comedian.
All he did was like pretend to grope her while she was sleeping in the Middle East, right?
Yeah, well, that's what they have photo evidence of. The person who it happened to claimed that he also like tried to forcibly kiss her, and made really gross comments to her. Obviously, that can't really be proved, but they seem to like have let him go without any problems. But with fucking Biden, it's just but Trump's worse, innocent till proven guilty.
Yeah. Mersh from Revenge of the Sis, he said recently that the way to save Biden's campaign is just for him to embrace the old codger Mr. Magoo type antics, and just come out with a T-shirt that says, "I'm the pee poo poo president." That's what Mark actually started. Got a T-shirt that says that. Trying, like ironically, endorsing Biden, not legit, but ironically. Anyway, the guy was from New Hampshire. Let's see what he tweeted about Tara Reid's allegation. And of course, he's already apologized. He's already been, shamed and witch hunted into apologizing. Which once you apologize, they own you. And it's only due to my Christian, faith that I've apologized to some of my detractors. That is the only reason that I did, because morally I can recognize where I went wrong and also where I was right. But once you apologize, you lose a lot of your, credibility. And don't think that they're going to, just let it go when you do. They're going to use that against you till the end of time when you do apologize. So it's better not to apologize when you say something over the top, but to embrace it.
Public apologies mean absolutely nothing. They are a PR move. They don't mean anything.
Right.
Like, yeah, if I ran someone's fucking children over in the street, I would apologize to the parents, but I'm not going to fucking publicly apologize. It makes no goddamn sense.
It's their way of humbling someone, and it always works. It always works, when they turn people's families and coworkers against them. It's disgusting. It's truly a communist tactic. I really believe that. But to split up the family, to get people to snitch on each other, it's disgusting. A good thing that over in maybe it was Wyoming or something, one of those corn poke states, they actually made public. Someone actually made public the people who were snitching on coronavirus people, or people who were in contact with coronavirus. I don't believe in. I believe in snitching on criminals if you're in danger, but I don't believe in snitching on people like it's the fucking beginning of World War II. You need to mind your own business on that shit.
Yeah, I've noticed in public that people they have this persona, like you can just tell that they think they're freaking awesome with their masks and following the orders, and they give glances to people who don't like me, not wearing masks in public.
What were you going to say? Well, hang on. What were you going to say before that, Ben? Though I'm sorry, just briefly.
I was just going to say, well, I don't really feel bad for them either. It's just like normally I'm against like doxing people and such, but if you do something especially egregious and you get doxed, I'm not going to feel bad for you.
Mm-hmm. So here's what he said. Judging by the position of the female vagina, it will not be easy for anyone to just put their finger into the vagina unless there is some cooperation from the female herself, Comey wrote in his since deleted tweet. I mean, this guy must have known as he was writing this that his career was going up in smoke. How could you not? That is why I believe Tara Reid's allegations is false. She is looking for attention.
That doesn't make any freaking sense.
Yeah, even if a girl claps her legs together, if you've already got your hands in between her legs, you're still going to be able to slide up in her pussy. Dude,
women can't get raped because they're vertical. Come on now. I mean,
so what? So what? Only Chinese women can get raped?
There we go. Sexual violence experts bashed Comey's comments as misguided and dangerous. The Safe Center. We have like thousands, maybe millions of organizations for every little micromanaging of every state. It's ridiculous and absurd. That's what people talk about when they talk about big government, more government. We don't need all these little extra agencies. We need to merge and disband some of the 17 intelligence agencies we have. We need to get rid of some of these for-profit charities. Go ahead.
I say get rid of them all, but the thing is, like, a lot of these things that we think are government centers really aren't. Like the WHO, that's not really a government organization. It's a think tank run by a technocratic dipshit.
Why are we listening to him then? That's the question.
Because they have this veneer of being credible.
Masturbate.
Yeah. What?
So especially when they tell 4-year-olds to masturbate.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Didn't that come from Bolsonar's Facebook page? That's kind of a reason to doubt it. Bolsonaro's kind of
Who is that?
The president of Brazil. He's basically a soft fascist.
Oh, Bolsonaro? Okay.
Yeah.
This
is a guy.
Report linked and took direct quotes from it, but I'm
He's
not
the
sure.
guy who says that drug addicts should all be executed, right?
No, that's Duarte from the Philippines, who's another fascist. He's just, yeah. Bolsonaro's whole thing is that he really hates the gays, like Zach.
What?
But he like on his own Twitter, he fucking tweeted out a video of a guy pissing on another guy, and then followed that up with a tweet that says, "What's a golden shower?"
Wait, is this a joke or did this really happen?
That really happened.
Wait, what now? Tell me that again.
Yeah, that's what Bolsonaro, the president of Brazil, on his own Twitter, tweeted out a video of a guy pissing on another guy, and then followed that up with a tweet that said, "What's a golden shower?"
Wow. Did somebody show him?
So that's basically the kind of guy he is. He's one of those types of people that like finds like deviant homosexual porn and says, see, this is what the gays do. They're gross, blah, 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 that kind of thing.
Sounds like wishful thinking on Ben's part.
What?
Never mind.
I've come to a point.
I'm into way weirder shit than that. So don't come at me with that. I will not have my degeneracy questioned.
By the way, have you been able to get in contact with like in person with your significant other in the last few weeks? I mean, I know you were really like kind of shut in there for a while.
No, I've talked to her like online over the phone and so forth, but we're not really going to be able to see each other until at least the end of the month.
I mean, does that bother you guys? I mean, are you missing each other?
Yeah.
I'm sorry if that's inappropriate to bring.
No, it's not inappropriate. To me, it's yeah, of course. No.
Yeah. I can't imagine being if I had a loved one being told I couldn't see her for a month because she lives in it. But long distance relationships, I just don't know, man. They never work out, do they? I mean,
it's worked well enough for me so far.
Okay. I'm sorry. I've had a lot of pharmaceuticals and booze. I did drink today, so So yeah, I'm really inappropriate today. But
you're always inappropriate. I'm drinking a 40 of malt liquor, so I'll probably get inappropriate later.
Yeah, I don't know, but
I had a lot.
Maybe I'll give the link to Nathan Thompson.
I don't. I guess I have a wooden leg because I drank like the last time I had to drink to get as fucked up as I did. I pretty much had to drink a whole bottle of rum.
Yeah. So this guy was a refugee from Nigeria. Was elected to the New Hampshire legislature in 2008. Wonder what Christoph thinks of this guy, because he either did or he did live in New Hampshire or still does. I think he moved out, but.
I think he lives in New York State now. I can't remember, like upstate New York.
So yeah, they said he was right to resign, but we do not accept his apology. That's what they do, man. They humble people and then they break them, so they're no longer credible. And I think it's a disgusting tactic, because people, nobody owns, the narrative, the public narrative anyway, on major news stories like this. I mean, it is there for us to disseminate for ourselves. There's what really happened, whichever way it went, and that I can go there with Biden. I can believe it, but there's also people on both sides checking and balancing each other on whether they believe the story or how much they believe of it is true and how much is false. There's that to consider with everything, and that's the way it should be with America. Everything balancing everything else. But
Right.
Hmm?
I was gonna say it kind of reminds me of that one episode of South Park where Stan's dad goes on TV and says the N word, and then he tries to apologize by literally kissing Jesse Jackson's ass, and obviously they don't accept that because Jesse Jackson does not represent all black people. So yeah, the idea that you can apologize to like all women or whatever is just stupid.
Seriously, I seriously feel good right now, man. Oh my God. Today was refill day too. I feel good. I feel tingly almost without the ASMR. I mean, so it's going to be hard to get me worked up tonight, I think. We have a Blimey sighting.
What's it?
You guys ever see these things?
I recall you like posting them all the time. I don't know what they're called.
They're magical, man. They're great. They're Blimies or Blimiers. So you see, they have no head. Their face is on their chest. It's amazing. I mean, I could do something with this like what Donnie did with walruses. They're just fascinating to me. And check this out. There's like historical like relevance to them. They probably didn't look like that. Maybe they just had faces painted on their chests, and people didn't mention that they had real human heads. I don't know. Like those belly dancers that wear the hats over their heads and arms, and then they like walk down the street with the face painted on their tits and belly. You know what I'm talking about? Maybe
I think I know what you mean.
Maybe they were like a tribe that practiced that. I don't know. I don't have a Facebook anymore, but apparently the Quiet Place page is still up, and someone actually commented on this. Since Theodosius the Great, one emperor and one prefectus Augustulus after another had sent foot soldiers and cavalry above the falls to put an end to idolatry in the beautiful isle. But they had always been routed or destroyed by the brave Blimiers who haunted the desert between the Nile and the Red Sea. These restless nomad tribes acknowledged the Isis of Philae as their tutelary goddess, and by a very ancient agreement, the image of their patroness was carried every year by her priests in a solemn procession to the Blimiers, and then remained for a few weeks in their keeping. George Ebers, The Bride of the Nile, Volume 1.
What a freaking nerd.
The Blimiers are awesome, man. They can take over as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, Leo come strange will come in here and get on your case about occult imagery, pagan imagery.
It's gonna, like I said, it's gonna be hard to make me feel angry to make me angry today. So, but so I guess our guest hopefully will be here by 7:30. If he doesn't, whatever, he'll either show up later or doesn't show up at all. We can just improv it, whatever.
I wonder when ye old Gregor will show up.
7:30. That's what he told me. So you read Death of a Salesman, Ben, and I want to hear your thoughts on it.
I really liked it. I enjoy reading plays, and I kind of heard a lot about Death of a Salesman, from cultural osmosis, but it was definitely a pretty intense read, especially the end where Willie Loman fights with Biff. That part made me tear up a bit.
Yeah. Are we allowed to discuss the ending? Zach, do you have any plans to read Death of a Salesman?
Actually, I do, because
spoiler: the salesman dies.
Suck.
Well, I mean, it's right there in the title. Oh, that's the point. Okay. I don't know.
It was one of those books that I was supposed to read when I was in high school, but I didn't because I was too busy reading like horror novels and stuff, and I just sparked it. But I don't remember the spark notes.
I don't know about you guys, but this is like, I'm starting to look forward to this every week, like in a big way. I don't know about you guys.
I am too. Today, like I went to freaking Carrabba's because like it was time to finally get out and go to a restaurant. And I guess they're at the bar, they're making like super alcoholic drinks compared to usual. And I had 2 old fashions, which is normally nothing for me, but it just freaking destroyed me, and I'm still feeling it like 5 hours later.
I guess they have to make sure they have plenty of booze to kill the COVID.
So we're all pretty. Our minds are all pretty lubricated, right?
Pretty much. I just finished watching the Cowboy Bebop Knocking on Heaven's Door movie a little bit
That's
ago.
so weird. I was listening to Real Folk Blues earlier.
I've been like binge rewatched all of Cowboy Bebop over the past couple days, and then watched the movie for the first time today.
Yeah.
The music in Cowboy Bebop is just so good.
Yeah, Real Folk Blues, and
Yeah,
and the one that
opening
sounds
theme,
like the Detective Noir, whatever that song is, it sounds like Detective Noir.
the opening theme, Tank. If that doesn't get you hyped, then you probably need to check your pulse.
Yeah. So, but on Death of a Salesman, though, do you think that the younger brother is destined to repeat his mistakes? It's pretty obvious, right?
I think so. Yeah, Happy. I think he's definitely probably going to make the same mistake. Biff kind of realizes that, he needs to follow his own dreams. That's why he had that original falling out with, with Willie.
I mean, it's constantly hammered home that Biff is kind of like the only one that really we identify with Biff because he wants to escape, this racket that his father is in, and the pressures of family life. For the most part, it's like we identify with him because he was fleeing from this and forced to come back. And he has to struggle with his father on everything. And the mother's just trying to keep peace. Like, what's wrong with just being alive or being a family? Isn't that what she says?
Yeah, it's this. I think, what was it? I'm a dime a dozen, and so are you, and that's okay. That at one point Biff says to Willie, just kind of realizing that he's not going to be, rich, famous, or anything like that, but that's okay. Whereas Willie is still holding on to that idea.
I mean, you can really feel the urgency in him when he goes to Bernard's office and says, there were promises made across this table with your father. I mean, and it's like you see physically that things have passed him by. It's like a regime change, and he wasn't ready for it. He thought he could go on forever. It's really sympathetic. But it makes you think about the racket that those guys are caught up in, and how most Americans are busy trying to make something of themselves instead of just being. And I kind of like stories that say it's okay to just be, instead of saying that you need this grandiose realization of yourself.
Yeah,
exactly. With it.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it's about. It's basically, I mean, the whole thing was like Willie practically killing himself to be somebody, and of course, like the conflict between him being this respected salesman and family man, and the fact that he's cheating on his wife and is actually a pretty awful salesman.
Whoa, Sharks in the Time of Saviors. Anybody heard of that story? That sounds awesome.
Haven't heard that, no.
What are you talking about?
There's a book on Goodreads called Sharks in the Time of Saviors that I just found out about, so I might get that eventually. So what else have you read this week, Ben? Anything?
I'm still reading Mike Klein's Lonely Men Club. It's a 700-page book, but I'm already at 300 pages, so making a good pace on that. I started reading Anarchism and Other Essays by Emma Goldman. I'm enjoying that so far.
Mm-hmm. Do you feel that the current times we're living in are like almost anarchy? Almost?
No, it's the opposite. Mm-hmm. And if anything, like the points she makes about prisons, about the state continuing to grab more and more authority and all of that, it's more relevant than ever, even though she wrote this like back in the 1910s.
Well, yeah, the thing about prisons is that people don't realize, even if you commit a misdemeanor, you're going to endure some humiliation from your picture going unsolicited into a busted paper, at least around here, and I think that's despicable that somebody's making money off those people's mugshots. Doesn't that make you squirm and cringe? It does me.
I kind of think it's funny.
It kind of is, yeah. There's a lot of
your friends.
There's actually a lot of countries that are that make it illegal to publicly show convicts. Like, you have to censor their faces. Like, in some countries, it's actually ridiculous. There was a case of a bird in like Norway or something that was held because it belonged to a criminal, and they actually censored the bird's face in the picture.
Oh, come on! The bird has rights now. Yeah, I've never been to jail or prison, thankfully, but I have put myself there through an ex-girlfriend when I was with her, because she was a convict out on parole, and I could kind of glean from her descriptions, and empathize with what all goes on. It's like it's uncomfortable to develop relationships with people like the warden and therapists and correctional officers inside, because that they have the ultimate power over you. It's like you're a subject to them. You are a number, and it's really disturbing that it's such standard procedure to have to submit to a strip search, move your tongue around, lift your balls, spread your ass cheeks, and all this shit. It's dehumanizing. But I heard that they do it for everybody. I don't know. Not just dangerous people, but for everybody. Okay, that's just how is that not a violation of someone's body?
I mean, I would argue that that's the point. That the prisons were developed to dehumanize people. They were developed to institutionalize people. They weren't created to reform people. They were created to basically turn people into human droids.
And you're telling me that probation officers aren't running like the biggest racket in existence? Because every time you get clear of it, once you're in the system, you've got to pay them. But if you miss an appointment, you risk going back and violating your probation or parole or whatever, and you're trapped. You're stuck with them, having to visit them, pee in a cup, whatever they tell you. It's frightening to me, quite frankly. Someone who values his freedom and is extra careful, about not breaking, laws in an obvious manner.
The only thing I've got to say is, like, growing up where I did, like, I knew so many people who were having trouble with like the law and stuff. Mm-hmm. And it's like they would purposely just fuck up. And they keep, like, honestly, they made the probation officers' lives hell. So I kind of sympathize with the probation officers, because a lot of these people are just freaking, they're morons, at least the ones I knew. And it's like, come on, these people are trying to help you a little bit.
No, but that's the point, is that they get paid to help you. That's the problem, man. They're not doing it out of the good kindness of their heart. They don't care about you when you get into their system. That's the thing.
Yeah, but that's just how the justice system works. I mean, no one's going to do it voluntarily.
Well, I mean, and I understand that, and I'm not exactly singing along to Cop Killer, and I do think that it was mass hysteria with the police stuff a few years ago. But when you enter jail or prison, even if you committed a very minor thing, you're going to be you're probably going to be shackled to someone in a van, transport van, and you have to walk in a hobble, almost like hop in them. They're so constricting, and I can't be in favor of that kind of humiliation for almost anybody. Even though some of my female enemies, if they had a mugshot that was out there, I probably would save it to my hard drive. But
to masturbate too.
Well, I don't do
masturbate too.
Okay, yeah, to masturbate too, but only like once every few months. That's legit. I only do it once every few months now.
But I kind of agree with Foucault that pretty much all state institutions are designed to be prison-like. Welfare, schools, just any kind of like state institution you can think of, they were basically designed to be prison-like.
I can agree to that. I'm like in a weird in between on all this stuff. It's like I see positives and I see negatives. Like I freaking hated school and always thought of it as like a jail cell. But at the same time, I like that like pretty much everyone has the ability to be literate nowadays.
What's worse, the worst thing is when you have a girlfriend or some kind of female in your life who gets arrested and has to go through this shit, you know, because it's like it really
criminals.
But you can't control that though. You don't know that they're always going to be criminals, but it sparks like your territorial urges. You know, it makes you go on the defensive, you know, if you know that someone else has been that intimate with your girlfriend and had that much exerted that much control over her and you were powerless to do anything. You know, I mean,
that's kind of a stretch because it's
no, it's really not. I lived through it. It's not a stretch.
It's different than like would the same rules apply to her going to the gynecologist and the gynecologist being a guy?
Yeah, you mean in the feet in the stirrups, that kind of thing?
Yeah.
I definitely think there are rules against a male, you know, administering those kinds of searches to females, unless there has to be some female officer present.
No, men could. I mean, if she's talking about a gynecologist, and yeah, men can be gynecologists and you know, and do those kind of things. Obviously, there have been cases of gynecologists sexually assaulting their patients, and you know, they obviously were arrested for that.
All right, I'm just gonna stop beating around the bush. Ben, did you have to endure any of that when you went one time? If you don't mind.
I mean, I was pretty.
Are you a criminal, Ben?
I spent one night in jail due to public intox.
So I mean, that's like a bucket list thing. That's something you cross off the bucket list is all.
But yeah, the thing is, like, you think like a drunk tank is just like, oh, they just take you and put you in like the cell until you're sobered up and let you go. But no, they make you fucking. They take your fucking picture. They, you know, make you change into the uniform. You know, they put you in a cell with like 5 or 6 other guys, and they were not made for 5 or 6 other guys, and just put you in like an assembly line kind of court, and. Yeah, just stay there until someone comes and throws your bail. Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous, honestly.
The only thing I have to say about like objections to that is like some of the people I used to talk to when I would drink off campus at the bar. It's like they were constantly going to jail for public intoxication, and I couldn't escape the feeling that there were burdens on like these freaking police officers' necks because they just kept going there and being unruly and crap. And it's almost like the system has to be like that just to accommodate the freaking dumbasses.
I mean, I have a solution to that. Don't put people in jail just for being fucking drunk in public.
When you wait outside a bar for someone to come out, that seems pretty shady. I mean, that's what the bar is there for. Yeah, they probably should call a cab, but I mean, that just seems weird to wait outside a bar to arrest somebody for public intoxication. You can get intoxicated in public at a bar. I don't understand.
I mean, those kinds of things. The even like drunk driving, road traps. Those don't exist for public safety. Those exist to boost revenue.
Hey, real quick, how much is 12 inches?
My dick.
$5.
I mean, can you think of a measurement for that? Because I'm not very good at that stuff.
My dick. A single ruler. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey,
I'm just trying to figure.
Won't be here till about after 8.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out how long this candle's got to burn. I got a Yankee candle. I'm really digging, but
flavor, what scent?
It said poolside oasis. It's pretty neat, but yeah, I'm trying to figure out how long I got before it busts. I had one bust on me the other day. It was pretty cool. It's like the glass just cracked and flew off. Like
I've never had that happen. I've never had that happen with a candle. I thought when you leave it burn long enough, the melted wax just suffocates it.
They had the wick close to the edge of the glass for some reason.
Oh, well, that's just a design flaw. It's supposed to be right in the middle.
Yeah, I know. Well, anyway, that's real interesting talking.
Wait, did you get the candle from that place in the Kingsport Mall?
No.
Okay, do you agree that the Kingsport Mall is freaking weird because it's like carpeted and barren? Like it's the weirdest mall I've ever been
It didn't
in.
used to be barren. I mean, it's really. Hey, Eli's back. Welcome back, Eli. Thank you, man. We were actually wondering about you. We were asking about you. Anybody know where Eli is? You know. Thanks for coming, man. But I guess my co-host forgot. I mean, not my co-host, but my guest forgot. But it's all good. We can just chill with this.
Who was it again?
I don't know if I can say, because I asked him if he wanted to be known by something other than what he was going by when I met him, and I never got a response back. But he said he was going to come at 7:30, so he didn't. So and whatever, maybe something came up. Again, if I don't hear from him before the end of the show, though, I'm not doing it. I'm not leaving next week open for it.
It might be better. I mean, not better, but it's like it seems like with him on, we'd automatically get this page deleted again, have to start over again.
Nah, no. You get a warning first, but I wouldn't have to start over because I've got backup channels within backup channels. Remember?
Yeah.
And I've already uploaded some videos to those channels too. So they're not going to catch.
If this channel, if this channel goes down, the kill switch activates that sends every single video that you've ever made to the president, to all the governors, to the United Nations. It will hack into every computer and force them to play them nonstop.
Yeah. Boy, you really roboted there for a second. That's probably my fault, but yeah, Gregor, man, come on, you got to get here soon, man.
Yeah, he said he won't get here till late.
Yeah, I know, but maybe I'll send the link to. Let's see, maybe Chris.
Who's Chris?
Lesko, the Niglatron guy.
Yeah.
I did finish reading That's My Goal, by the way. Probably the best part of it, and I'll actually point it out here, is when he gets put into a music video and they think he's all G, So this guy adopts a ghoul named what is his name? Bill, I think. Billy or Bill. And he adopts this ghoul, literally a dead kid, and it's a very sitcom-ish, and it's like you can see the stitching all over it, but it's still like funny enough with Resco's trademark humor that it saves it a little bit. But I don't know, I can't go much higher than 3 stars for it. And let's see the best part with the music video. Let me find it here. This is actually classic. Okay. I pushed through the door, excited to see where it was coming from. My jaw dropped and nerds spilled out. I saw Bill's head bouncing between massive heaps of black girls' jiggling booties, his body shaking and twitching like he was doing the Humpty Dumpty dance. He was dressed like a mashup of Bootsy Collins and metal god Rob Halford. Pimped out in a shiny black leather trench coat, layered with diamond studs, gold chains around his neck, swaying back and forth while he held on to his cheetah fur trim top hat. Good stuff, man.
Yeah, I like the Bootsy Collins reference.
That's my ghoul. But even better is another one that I'm reading right now called Roxy. Lesko's book Roxy, about a guy who orders a bride that he can assemble himself, and he gets a 30-day free trial with her, and it's like he's actually got to put her together, when she arrives in a box, and it's like got to warm up the heart in the microwave to get it beating, and inject this into this, connect this to this. It's like it almost feels like when you were a kid and you would get those sea monkey kits to hatch sea monkeys, or there's even like a box of like teeth where and it shows like a chart of where to put each tooth. It's like a toy assembly of his wife. It's amazing. It's an amazing story. I don't know why that appeals to me so much, but that is awesome. You even got to put the teeth in, man. It's like Operation crossed with sea monkeys.
That sounds pretty cool.
I wonder if Bootsy Collins would ever actually come on this show.
No. Why would we even entertain the idea? I don't even know who Bootsy Collins is.
You don't know who Bootsy Collins is?
Some kind of country singer, right?
No. He's like a black funk singer.
Yeah, he was funk.
Yeah, Funkadelic.
Yeah, he was in Funkadelic in Parliament.
Yeah, and he's played a ton with Buckethead. He was actually instrumental in getting Buckethead kind of started. Like he put out the freaking Giant Robot album. I think he put out the album.
You said Brain? You're talking about Brain, right?
Yeah, or Bootsy Collins. Brain and Buckethead have all kind of played together a lot.
I know Brain from Primus. You know, Les Claypool has a novel, don't you?
What?
Les Claypool has a novel.
Yeah, I've been wanting to read it, The South of the Pump House.
Yeah, it doesn't. I was expecting like a Primus video on paper, and it's not quite that. But there's a lot of meth references in it. I don't know, man. Let's see. I'm almost halfway through it, but I haven't read it in like years. I just remember, I guess it was an okay first attempt, but I've read better for rock stars that write novels.
Yeah, he doesn't strike me as the writing type, just because overall he doesn't seem like that intelligent of a person. Like, he's fun and cool and can do awesome music, but like in interviews and stuff, he kind of just comes off as a dumbass.
It's a pretty cool cover. It looks like one of those like blank VHS cassette covers.
Yeah. Lesko designs these covers himself, he said. So, let's see. Zach, what have you read? Anything recently?
Well, I've just been freaking finishing up finals, so I've basically just been studying. But when I did get back to reading, I made some pretty good strides with House of Leaves, which I'll have it done soon. I mean, it's like a giant novel, so I've been on it for a while. But then I also got 2 books from my pastor on one of them's like a Lutheran view of the occult titled Wizards That Peep. And another one is called The Foolishness of God by the same author, which is about like where reason plays in theology and all about like what the Bible says about human reason versus like divine reason. Like the quote, I think, is like the foolishness of God is like greater than all.
I'm sorry, Zach. I'll be right back. I'm going to burst if I don't go. All right. I'll be right back. Go ahead. Keep talking.
That's basically it. There's 2 freaking cool theology books, but I'm going to finish those after I read finish House of Leaves up, which I'm really digging House of Leaves this time around, because back when I was in that weird transhumanist class, like, I don't get how House of Leaves actually fit into the curriculum other than the professor just thought it was cool and wanted us to read it. But I always hate it in English classes where they pile so many books on. And it's like, if they have something that's really big, it's hard to get it finished before you have to move on to the other things. And so I just kind of gave up on it then, but I'm loving it this time, reading it just on my own without freaking bunch of dang undergrads like trying to see all the mysteries of the universe playing out in the novel. It's really annoying in classes.
Yeah, and it's kind of ironic to use that book as a academic book, because I don't know if you've gotten to that chapter where the dude's wife like shows the videotape to a bunch of academics and to a bunch of authors, and it just kind of makes fun of all the academics.
I've not gotten to that part yet, but a lot of Zampagno's, or however you pronounce his name, a lot of his notes seem to poke fun at academia, and definitely it'll be kind of funny. He's going off on some kind of long spiel that really doesn't make that much sense. And then Johnny Truant in his footnotes will be just like, yeah, he must have been smoking crack or something these days. None of this is coherent, but that's kind of one of the cool things. Like, so far, what I'm getting out of House of Leaves is that Zampagno had he's definitely like a literary type soul. And I guess where he went blind, it kind of like turned his world upside down, as it would anyone. Because I don't see how anyone could, go forward after something like that happening. That seems to be the whole metaphor is like the house is constantly shifting. That's kind of parallel to like Zampano living this life and then everything getting turned on its head to where nothing makes sense. And it's just kind of that whole instability of life type thing.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've read the book, but if I remember correctly, there's like 3 layers to it. There's like the narrative about the house, which is the family. I can't remember the name of the family. There's
The Davidsons.
Yeah, the Davidsons. There's the Zampano, the academic who's like writing about this, and then there's a Johnny Truant who found all this and is like making notes of it, and he's kind of going insane as he's writing about it.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. I'm just now getting to the part where like all the pages are all screwed up, and you have random blocks of like blue ink with all these really weird words and weird languages with them. I've heard some of them you have to like hold a mirror up to it and you can read what's going on. Some of them are like just all kinds of weird stuff like that, which I think is really cool.
Yeah, the Lonely Men Club sort of has parts like that. I haven't had any like backwards parts yet, but there are parts of Lonely Men Club which are intentionally like unreadable because the font is too small to read even with a magnifying glass. There's parts where the paragraphs intentionally run across the center of the page, so you can't really read it because it runs into the center of the book.
Yeah. Do you remember the layer of I don't know if I'd say layer or not, but like you get the one part in House of Leaves and one footnote directs you to like an appendix, which is basically like letters that Johnny Truant's mother had written to him from an insane asylum. And I remember the first time going through, I went back and read them, so I decided to do it this time too. And it's like if you don't do that, like right when the footnote says, there's so much stuff in like the rest of just the regular manuscript that won't make sense. Like little things like she talks about putting check marks at the end of like the right bottom right corners of pages. You have that. You have like various other allusions. So I just love how all of this weird stuff is like tied together, and it's like there is a coherent way to read it forward, but you could like go at it like different ways and still get there.
Yeah, exactly. Lonely Men Club, I guess, is kind of the opposite because it's kind of intentionally made that you can read it in pretty much any order.
That's cool.
You could like open it to any page and then see, and there is a lot of repetition in it. Like it is a story about the Zodiac Killer, but the Zodiac Killer spends most of the time talking about like things like movies he's watched, vacations he went on. It's sort of like American Psycho, and he just sort of casually mentions things like brutalized an old woman in Indiana today, and he makes mentions of wrote a cipher, send it to the San Vallejo Times, and like one thing that keeps reoccurring is like where he says Zodiac and then a random number, SFPD 0, kind of indicating this is how many people I've killed, and the police department still haven't found me. And there's pages where there's no words. It's just like weird random shapes.
I'm sorry, man. I kind of got caught in a daze. Did you bring up the whale's toe letters at any point during that?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, now what is that again? I'm so sorry.
Sorry. Someone sent me a snap and I opened it and didn't realize there'd be sound.
What is the whale toes letters connection to House of Leaves again? I kind of dozed off for a second almost.
Those are his mom's letters to him from the insane asylum. I think I believe it was called the Wellstow or something. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
It's not a reflection on you guys. It's not a reflection on you guys. I just feel really good right now. Oh my God. I feel like I'm on a cloud. This is
You need to have a dang intervention with you.
no. I won't go. They told me go to rehab. I said no. They told me go to rehab. I said no.
Yeah.
But
the drugs don't love you, but you love the drugs.
Don't like the drugs, but the drugs like me.
Except with you, it's the opposite.
Geez, man. I threw out the link to a bunch of past guests who I kind of wanted to make, regular, recurring. That's what we need. We need our own whack pack, man. And I'm thinking, our whack.
We are our own whack pack.
Oh yeah, but our whack pack begins with Nathan Thompson, and if we can just bring a few more into it, I mean, think about it. We could just invent.
We need to get William Ramsey on here to set you straight.
I do not. Did I mention I don't like William Ramsey? It's nothing
personal,
personal, really. It's just he's monotone. I distrust him. I think he's disingenuous. And
he is not disingenuous.
He is disingenuous.
I mean, I listened to the interview you did with him. He sounded a lot more polite and personable on there than he did when he came on here. By the way,
I'm not trying to diminish Zach's appearance in any way because it's his moment. So tell us about how it went, Zach, and what you got out of it and everything. Tell everybody who listens after this is over for some reason why they should listen to that interview.
It was really fun because it's kind of this dichotomy where William Ramsey is like super analytical, whereas I'm coming at things like I'm completely just like a fictional literary guy, but we both have the same opinions on everything. And it's like we wanted to do a show where we talk about Thomas Ligotti because his particular form of evil has really influenced my life, of course, and wanting to get away from that evil and be Christian and whatnot. But he's done a lot of research into that type of thing. And of course, I know you don't like it, but the research into like satanic / Illuminati type symbolism and media. So we just kind of blabbered on about that a little bit. We actually blabbered on more about that off air because the main video is actually more just like an interview with me. Whereas like off air, he actually researched more and found out that Thomas Ligotti had been in a band with like the global head of the OTO at some point. And it's just all these freaking weird Crowley connections never stop. It's like,
and who was it? It was Ligotti, right? You said Ligotti was?
I know that Ligotti has done music, but he did music with Current 93.
Yeah.
And Current 93 is a Christian, but he's really into like esoteric kind of Christianity.
Mm-hmm. But then there were definitely a lot of, from what he said, I've not researched it, but he said there are a lot of like rotating members of that band that were pretty heavy occultists.
Yeah, so. Current 93. Yeah, that there's a lot of there are definitely a lot of into that. But Current 93 was associated with Boyd Rice from Non, and who actually was friends with Anton LaVey from the Church of Satan, and he was also friends with Douglas Pierce from Death in June, and Death in June is pretty heavily influenced by European paganism.
Yeah. Overall, I had a blast with that interview, even though it was super short. It's pretty cool talking with him because he's like a dang wealth of information about all this stuff. But he's a lot more, I guess I'd say, less monotone, sort of off air. Like, I don't really think he's that bad. I think it's just where he's like knows so much stuff about all this that it's like he's just getting right to the point. Because whereas we're more like long form talking, he's kind of got like a list going on, I guess.
Yeah, I kind of wonder if that's why he, really couldn't connect with us, because he probably felt like a podcast should be like we ask questions, he answers, and so forth, while we were trying to have like a
Yeah,
actual
William
conversation.
Ramsey. William Ramsey doesn't run me. It's yeah.
We're not. You just like straight go into attack mode.
I really don't trust him, man. I really don't.
I don't get why you
It's
don't trust him because everything he seems pretty much genuine in everything, especially off air too. He's not like
he doesn't seem disingenuous. So it just seems like he just doesn't like either me or Jeremy or both of us for some reason.
We should get along fine, but for whatever reason, I find him insincere in his delivery. I find him just very barren. Like
I don't really get the insincere part though.
I don't get any kind of good feeling from him. Like he's a beacon of light or someone to look up to. I just feel like I don't know, man. I think.
Yeah, I don't think he's that. I think Zach's right that he's just like extremely analytical.
Not my kind of person, you know. Maybe he has an engineer's type personality, but
yeah, I mean he is a liar, so to get through something like that, you probably have to be like that.
Well, I mean, it's just the hysteria over. I don't want to get into it again, but. Yeah. He's just not my kind of people. Now, if he wants to come on and argue with Nathan Thompson, fine, you know.
I don't know if he's going to come back on. Remember when you asked him if he wanted to come on to talk about occultism, and he just flat said no?
Yeah, he doesn't like.
I don't think he did that in like a mean way. He just
that's the thing. He doesn't like being questioned. He doesn't like being questioned. He's the type that he feels he's imparting information, and if you can't keep up with him, then you just get left behind.
I actually got the opposite vibe because after we did the original show,
he likes you though. He doesn't like me.
I guess it's it's kind of a difference. Is like I think I got along with Jennifer Johnson just fine, and you thought you didn't vibe with her at all, but she said that she had a good time on the podcast.
Really? She can come back too if she wants. I can't imagine why she would, because we're very different people, but. Yeah, I like it when people come back, and not just as guests to promote something, but to be a part of this, oh shit. So what all are you reading again, Zach? Did we ever finish?
Yeah, I said I'm reading after finals week, or technically finals week is next week, but this past week was like freaking pre-finals week, which is always 10 times worse. I got, after all that was done, I got pretty good chunks of House of Leaves done, and it's freaking giant. But then also I got from my pastor a book called Wizards That Peep, which is like a Lutheran take on occultism and whatnot. And then by that same author, I got Foolishness of God, which is about human reason versus divine type. I don't even know if you would say reason. But like we're basically about how human reason fails, but it's pretty cool stuff.
Mm-hmm. By the way, has anyone ever read this? You guys ever heard of this book?
No, I think I recall you mentioning it before.
I want this thing so bad, but at its cheapest, I think it goes for like $70 or something. It's ridiculous how I guess it's out of print, but I mean, it sounds fascinating. It sounds like what they call paper or proto bizarro. Let's see, it's $33.71. Now, even though I got a stimulus,
I've got a copy for. Do you want to borrow it?
Oh, you do?
No, I'm just fucking with you.
You fucking.
You are not going to heaven.
What a cunt, man! Get my hopes. I want this book so bad. Oh my god, man.
Yeah, it's like I went on. I kind of went since I got my stimulus. I kind of went on like a rare book spree on eBay about like like an entire run of the magazine of Bizarro Fiction.
Mm.
Man,
yeah,
I'm still waiting for that to come.
Over the my thing book. I can't freaking talk. Bookshop spree. I spent like $27, which isn't a lot, but I got a ton of stuff.
Yeah, I also bought. I have this because I really enjoy collecting like weird vintage erotica books, even though they can be pretty hard to find and pretty expensive. But I did manage to grab a couple of those off of eBay as well.
And I got a book that looks freaking awesome called, I know this is my big shtick lately, but this one I just got for entertainment value because I know it's going to be awesome, called Halloween and Satanism by Phil Phillips and I think that's Joan Hake Roby.
Howie and Satanism, Howie?
No, Halloween.
Oh.
Now look at the cover. The cover is amazing.
Yeah, have you ever heard of the book Saturday Morning Mind Control?
I read it. Yeah,
that also has an amazing cover.
It was really shrill. Yes,
it has an amazing cover and amazing title, but it's this really stupid preachy book about how Saturday morning cartoons promoting Satan. I kind of want to like do a whole line of books that just takes titles from books like that and retells them as fictional stories, like a version of Saturday Morning Mind Control that actually is about a cartoon that controls kids and turns them into killers.
Sad thing is they probably do that to them.
No.
I don't know.
But don't watch the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. They'll get you. The Turtles will get you. I mean,
I'm not
going there, man. Never going there. The 90s, if we'd have stuck to living like we did in the 90s, I think that would have been the perfect balance of right and left.
I also got this book called The Frontier Mind by Arthur K. Moore, and it sounds amazing. It's like a dang academic like appraisal of this kind of like rugged frontier like aesthetic that a lot of people seem to hold on to. And I guess it might be kind of postmodern in that it's trying to like kind of tear that down, but it just looks awesome.
So this the most demented novel of all time, Time Snake and Super Clown. It's fun to even say, you know.
Yeah, even the title sounds proto-bizarro, but the cover just makes it look like a regular sci-fi book.
But it sounds fascinating, doesn't it? I mean, it starts out following the nameless hero who's a watcher from beyond our world, watching over the humans. That reminds me of my Vanities thing, you know. He's come to despise the human race because we're not really alive. We're just wraiths, especially women who the hero calls horror wraiths. The good guy wakes up in bed next to a strange woman whose false eyelashes are coming off, and he's disgusted by how human she is. The girl horror wraith sat on the bed edge like naked pork, he writes at one point. But then he's following another girl who turns out to be the same girl he just slept with, but he doesn't recognize her at first because she's disguised as an old woman. She gets the drop on him the moment she shoots him with a paralyzing ray, starts being violent to him. He falls in love with her and decides she's not a horror wraith after all.
Well, I mean, that's kind of how it is with you. All the girl has to do is beat you, and all of a sudden you're in love.
Long story short, the girl who smells like lemons uses the hero's synthetic skin to transform his face into a grotesque clown face with a giant red nose, pale skin, and weird hair. Then he tries to get back to the zone outside reality where his spaceship and gadgets are, but when he travels into the zone, the girl who smells like lemons cuts out his strobe, zapping him back to our reality. This sounds fascinating. I've got to read this. I've got to get my hands on this, but I'm not paying $30, you know?
I mean, like the books I bought off eBay were about $30, so that's not too much, especially for a book that's that rare.
Wouldn't that just be like 3 hours of work for you?
Yeah, so it's not too much, especially if it's like a super rare book, and you could, if you scour on eBay, you might be able to find a cheaper rate.
Yeah, you could probably find it at a used bookstore.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that it's like I never find anything at used bookstores. Like, anytime there's something actually interesting, it's like behind the glass, and it costs $50.
Yeah, I don't know how I get so lucky so frequently.
Yeah, I mean, the closest thing I've come to finding like anything interesting is like galley copies, which, you know, I mean, that just means it's not the finished version.
Yeah. And the coolest thing I ever found was, if y'all remember Carl Edward Wagner's like infamous like
Ring Cycle or something. What was it
no,
called?
he had like a list of like the best horror novels, and one of the authors on there was Alexander Lang, and his novel "The Cadaver of Gideon Wick" was what was mentioned. Well, I found Alexander Lang's first novel that wasn't it wasn't a horror novel. It was just a literary novel, and inside the novel, inside the book, was like a freaking telegram that he had written to like a girlfriend or something, and it just freaking blew my mind that was just kind of shoved in there.
I got pretty crazy with the book buying too, because I think I got an extra stimulus check that I wasn't supposed to. I don't know.
Oh, that's pretty cool. But they'll probably get you on that when tax season rolls around next year.
That's what I'm worried about, but it won't extend beyond that, will it? I mean, you would think the U.S. Treasury, you expect them to know what they're sending out. I mean,
I think
no.
It's nice to know that that I have multiple thousands in the bank now, but it worries me in the back of my mind. It's like their clerical error. So
yeah, my understanding with the Trump bucks is that they aren't alone, like some people are saying, but they will be taxed as income.
But does that mean we get less back next year?
Pretty much, yeah.
So we're just getting what we would normally get next year now, basically.
Not quite. It's like I said, they're just taxing it as like, oh, you got like an extra $1,200 income.
Oh. Well, I got to say, though, I went on a big book buying spree, too, including Awake in the Nightland by John C. Wright, because some asshole named Yorgos on Goodreads was going around telling some of my friends who wanted to read Awake in the Nightland, oh, no, don't read it. John C. Wright's a racist. You could read his blog, and he's racist.
Oh, heck, that's what you were talking about.
Suck my dick. If you start going in that direction and trying to impugn someone's character like that, all it does is make me rush out to buy their book. You're doing the exact opposite. And if you just don't talk about him, then I won't support him. But if you put me in that position where I either have to bow down to political correctness or, defy it by buying the guy's book and supporting him to spite you, I will do that. I will go there. And I did.
Hey, don't read Zachary McGaha's Soothing the Savage Swamp Beast. He's a horrible person.
I already read
it. He hates the gays.
I did
not. I don't hate the gays. But I mean, it's perfectly normal to not want, to not be attracted to men. And it's perfectly normal to be repulsed by the idea of being attracted to men. Doesn't mean, that they can't, do what they want with each other. But I mean, I am comfortable in my hetero non-activity. I'm comfortable being an inactive hetero.
Yeah. Speaking of the gays, I did watch Marion Dora's Cannibal earlier this week.
Oh, wow. Okay. Now that's the one I haven't seen. But Marion Dora, man, is sick. He's a sick fella, man. What did you think of Cannibal?
It's something I wanted to watch for a while. I couldn't find it for the longest time. Because I've actually been pretty fascinated by the Armin Mavis case since like high school. Mm-hmm. But I did manage to find a dubbed version on BitChute, the full version. So just look on BitChute if you want to watch it.
Did you say it's subtitled?
It's dubbed. It might have been filmed in English. I don't know, but it looked like it was dubbed. But yeah, and it was really good. In some ways, it was more disturbing than the Angel's Melancholy because it's more realistic. It's more like singular in its vision of horror. It actually does a much better job of juxtaposing horror and beauty, like with the lovers kind of frolicking before they before the one guy butchers the other guy. And yeah, the butcher scene, it's pretty realistic, pretty hard to watch. And the fact that it is based on true events. And it's only 90 minutes long instead of like 3 hours.
And the guy wanted to be eaten in real life. So
yeah, that really happened. The Armin Mavis was the name of the guy who ate the other guy.
Yeah, Marion Dora films are hard to get through in the general.
Yeah, most her. Yeah, that part was pretty fucking horrible.
So you've seen Angel's Melancholy too, right?
Yeah, weirdly enough, that's on YouTube.
I know, yeah, and I've got the documentary with where somebody tracks down Marion Dore, the director, as I've got it on my channel in the archive or whatever. So
yeah, he's actually a pretty mysterious guy. Like Marion Dore is apparently not his real name, and
he has like 6 alter egos that people have to go get through to even communicate with him.
Yeah, did they actually show his face in the documentary?
No, it's blurred. But
Oh.
I think that he. I also, let's see. Angel's Melancholy is probably, if such a thing as a Marion Dore masterpiece exists, it's probably Angel's Melancholy, because I feel like that's the only one of his that you can look through all the filth, degradation, and degeneracy to find some kind of meaning, even though it's like inherently nihilist and everything, and it's very, very like brutish. You can almost get a sense of some meaning from that film. And did you know the old man in that movie, Heinrich, right?
Is he the bald guy?
No.
Wait. Oh, the old guy who takes care of the girl with the stoma.
Well, I guess you can say he takes care of her if he he makes her roll herself. He lets her sit in her own piss and shit. That poor girl. Jeez, what is wrong with Marion Dore that he makes films with this kind of open, like fluid everywhere, and people just laying in filth and thinking nothing of it, and killing animals for no reason? What was his rationale in doing this?
I don't know. It's because I know that like the cannibal, like I said, that's based on real events. So, and like everything I can read about him is like, for a while he was just part of a collective of anonymous filmmakers, and apparently like the first thing he was in was a anthology called Blue Snuff.
Really?
Which I couldn't find. The only information I could find on that was in German, but from what I can glean, it was basically like an anthology of short films that were meant to resemble real snuff films.
Mm-hmm. Well,
so unless I learn German, I'm probably never gonna really learn who Marion Dore is and what his major malfunction is.
Yeah. I also heard Carcinoma is pretty bad. His latest one, where a rabbit gets eaten alive by a snake and it's for real. You don't need that in a movie. That cannibal Holocaust shit, like killing animals for the sake of cinema, like it's some noble thing to die for. That's sick, man.
Do they actually kill the cat in the Angel's Melancholy?
Unfortunately, I've heard overwhelmingly that they did, but he said at times that he did.
I won't lie, I almost like shut the film off during that part.
Yeah,
me the freaking boredoms were like, I used to get on stage and like cut dead cats in half.
Damn it! Why do people?
The Boredoms did that?
Yeah, the main dude that makes all the weird noises with his mouth.
I didn't know he did that, but at least the cats were already dead. But they in one of his old bands, they actually like held had a concert in an abandoned building where I drove a bulldozer through the wall.
It's freaking legend.
Man, yeah.
Did you ever hear his stuff with Praxis?
I don't think I've heard that yet. That he put out a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, man, I've been wanting to get his solo album forever, but you can't really get it.
Yeah, I've listened to a few Boredom side projects. Z-Rock Hawaii, of course.
Yeah, Jeremy won't play that song for me.
What?
Took us.
Huh?
Took us.
Is it that one that's just noise or whatever?
You suck.
Oh God, I hated it, man. I'm sorry.
The one I remember most from Z-Rock Hawaii is the In the Fields song, which is this weird story about a guy meeting a girl in a field, and then she gets killed by this monster called Dingle or something like that.
Wait, what is this?
That's awesome.
And it's kind of weird sounding because it almost sounds like it's almost like a mocking stereotype of Asian music. And I've also heard UFO or Die, which is someone described it as I thrashing around a bunch of random instruments and screaming, and
That's
pretty
basically what
accurate.
it is.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
how it works, though. It's like we need that in our musical like culture. Like it's for the most part, it's horrible. Like I don't like a lot of noise stuff, but maybe it's just where like the boredoms are kind of like I mean I wouldn't call them normie, but they're like I guess the most accessible type band that does that stuff also. So.
Yeah, they don't always do it. Like they also have ambient projects. They have like normal rock songs.
Yeah.
And they also seem to have like an actual sense of humor about it.
Yeah,
Because there are a lot of like noise groups that take themselves way too seriously and see themselves as these like dark nihilists, like truth tellers or something like that. Whereas the boredoms are just kind of fucking around.
Yeah, the boredoms turn it into like a fun freaking art form. And if I remember correctly, doesn't I do like a ton of like electronic gadgetry? Like that's one thing I really love. And I know it's outdated now, but using turntables and synthesizers to do all this crazy stuff, like I just love it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Eli Cash is about to jack off to Melancholy Dear Angle. Masturbate to the stoma scene and get back to me to see how long it takes for you to bust.
He pulls the plug out and then sticks his finger, jams his finger in there, and is like thrusting it in and out. And obviously it's quite painful for her. And then after a full night of torturing her, he finally takes her to the edge of a cliff. Well, I'm spoiling this, but you're never going to watch it anyway, right, Zach?
It's you can't really spoil it. It's more like
while you spoil, I'm going to go.
Well, anyway, okay, so Ben knows here. The lovely who? The lovely who is this? Who am I speaking with?
Talking about
Gregor Zane in the membrane.
Yeah, my picture didn't come across, huh?
No.
The main brain Zane is here.
That's weird.
I put the link in the chat for anybody who wants to come in. I've got the link in the chat.
We were just talking about fingering girls' stomas.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Have you ever seen the Angel's Melancholy?
No.
I didn't think so.
You can find it on YouTube. Yeah, it's if you're in the mood of watching 3 hours of like torture, and have fun.
Oh yeah, I'll be sure to get in there.
Yeah.
So what's going on, Gregor?
Nothing much really. Just reading short stories.
Do you agree that Young Guns 2 is better than the first one?
I don't think I've seen Young Guns 2. I've only seen the first one, I believe.
God, I love that movie. The second one, I mean.
Really?
I love it, man. Yeah.
What's so good about it?
I don't know. It's just the way that the gang, Billy the Kid's gang, just kind of gets picked off one by one, and you can see his way of life kind of, fading from him. It's just the way you can see his whole fate play out.
Young Guns 1's the one that has, and I'm spoiling it, but it's freaking history, has the blaze of glory like at the house at the end, right? Or is that the second one?
Gosh, I don't know. I'm really like euphoric right now. So
from watching Young Guns 2?
No.
From what?
Well, pharmaceuticals and booze.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that's good to hear.
And no, I don't want to lecture from anybody.
I wouldn't be lecturing you about something like that.
I know you wouldn't. I'm having weird dreams.
You're like implying that I would.
I feel like you would. Yeah.
Yeah. I would.
But I have been having these weird dreams, man. One of them is like people hang around on the roof of this building where there's a billboard, and they'll hang off of it like monkeys. And it's like most of the city is underwater, and everybody has developed these stingers on the end of their asses, and they use it to like poison the water with their venom in the stingers. Human like fish people with venomous stingers, and like they bend over to administer the poison. What does this mean? That's got to be Freudian for something.
I mean, isn't it just about stink face?
No, I don't think so. I think it's something deeper.
I don't know that you can go deeper than stink face.
I know. It is pretty profound.
Yes.
I I mean, it sums up pretty much that everybody is capable of being humiliated. That's what I like about it.
Yes.
But like one moment you're trying to interfere in a wrestling match for your teammate, and then all the next you're in the corner unconscious and blurry with that sneaking up on you. I mean, what the hell, man?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like I said, I'm really in a weird place right now. I was hoping my co-host would kind of pull me, or my guest would pull me out of it, but no, man, he's not here. I guess he forgot.
So there was a person who did commit to being a guest.
Well, he didn't commit so much if he's not here. I said 7:30. Maybe he's an hour behind me or something.
Yeah, I mean, where's he located? Do you know?
I don't know much about him. I just heard him on another stream.
Yeah, I mean, he could be 3 hours behind. You know.
Well, he was saying that too many people read like headlines and articles instead of doctors' journals when it comes to coronavirus. So it's like a lot of things get miscommunicated about it, you know. And
right.
He actually said at one point, and this is what made me want to invite him on, is he said that this is all a mass cover for this is a cover for mass arrests because several crooked politicians that are anti-Trump have been indicted or something. I don't know. I guess he's one of those.
Is he one of those Q people?
QAnon.
Yeah, that sounds like a QAnon type thing. Yeah.
QAnon is like a weird Dread Pirate Roberts kind of thing where it's like
it's basically Pizzagate on meth.
It's like wishful thinking to the extreme. It's like everything's always going according to plan, and everything's always finally starting. You know?
Yeah. It's like manipulation through hope. Basically, getting a certain. It could be this. It could be a psyop just to get a certain group of people who may act right, not to act by letting them, giving them hope and saying basically trust the plan. We got it all covered, right? That's kind of how it seems.
To me, it seems way too big and manufactured. Now, I don't know that much about it, but that's my kind of take.
It's weird because a lot of the people who are like really into the IRL QAnon stuff are boomers, but QAnon started on 4chan.
Yeah, that's where whoever the individual is or multiple individuals started. Yeah, on 4chan, and then 8chan, and then 8kun is where he's at now.
Yeah, it's weird. It's just like you don't look like you know how to operate a computer. How did you get into the fucking conspiracy from an obscure Chan board?
Well, I don't think it's only boomers, but I mean, I think it runs the gamut, But yeah, I'm not convinced. Anything that they say is Q proof is pretty tenuous, So
I mean, if you read like the actual Q post, it's basically just like a stream of conscious. It's just like you could read anything into it. It's maybe I should try to find like an actual Q post and try to read it out.
I don't understand how you get on all those freaking Chan boards. Like, it's not just a normal .com, correct?
I mean, 8chan is just like what 8chan.co or something like that.
Well, I mean, he's on 8kun though now or whatever that. I'm not sure what the URL is. A buddy of mine sent me like a link to something called QMap, which is like just a distilled collection of what all the posts are, right? So you don't have to go on the boards to see it. So I mean, I've read probably most of them because I think they are intriguing and interesting, but I'm not a believer, right?
Yeah.
I just like to be informed about weirdness, So
yeah, like I do a Google search for a QAnon post. This is the first thing that comes up. This is what it reads: Mockingbird, HRC detained, not arrested yet. Where is Huma? Follow Huma. This has nothing to do with Russia yet. Why does the POTUS surround himself with generals? What is military intelligence? Why go around the three-letter agencies? What Supreme Court case allows for the use of Michigan versus congressional assembled and approved agencies? This is just like it's like something that you would like hear at the beginning of like some pretentious art house spy film.
Yeah, I mean it's I mean, yeah, well, I guess there could be. I guess there probably are, but yeah, I mean, it's just, it's always something's going to happen. You know what I mean? It's always something's going to happen. This is the week. So.
Yeah. So I did want to talk about one that I finished reading today. Anybody here read Nicole Cushing?
I think I read one of her stories in that current 93 tribute that Jordan Krall put out.
Mm.
I've read a story by her in an anthology I was in with her a while back that it was really good, and so I'm familiar with her. Yeah.
See, she wrote what was it, Mr. Suicide, which that's probably her breakthrough masterpiece, right?
Is that the one, the Raw Dog Screaming Press one that won like some kind of award?
Mr. Suicide? I don't think that.
No, you're thinking about like the something laugh or some kind of laugh thing, like
A Raw Dog book would never win an award. Come on.
The first,
I know it's a Raw Dog book, and it has like a bird on the cover, and it's brown.
Oh, I'm thinking of something else. There's one that's called Something Laugh, I think.
But the first book of hers I recall hearing about is called something like How to Eat Fried Furries or something like that. It's like
our author series, yeah.
Yeah, but everything she's written after that is like straight up cosmic horror.
Yeah, she's really good at it.
Yeah,
this is a really interesting one. Unfortunately, I gave it 3 stars, but I was going towards 4 or 5 until I don't know. It just kind of fell apart at the end. And again, I guess I'm gonna have to add that one to the bad ending club as well. But
what book is it? What book is it?
The Half Freaks. It's about this guy named Harry Myers, whose mother just died, and he is not very good at arranging the funeral. And it's like some crooked salesman tries to sell him on a coffin instead of cremation because it's like $5,000 and cremation is $1,000. And it's just he's hounded relentlessly by what he calls half freaks, and he says that every time they speak, they crack a little bit more of reality. He thinks he can hear reality cracking whenever they're around. So, and by all indications, according to the author who inserts herself into this story as the author, kind of meta, she breaks down the fourth wall. She says that he is of sound mind, so he's really seeing these half freak creatures. We didn't like say he's in a grocery store or something, They got jacked up.
Is it Nicole Cushing that's the author, or is it the fake author?
No, she writes as I guess she writes it as Nicole Cushing, and occasionally she refers to Harry, as even like being in her office when she's not there. So she takes it to an interesting place, but ultimately I felt like it deflated in like the last few pages in such a way that she should have really wrapped it up better. So I'm very particular about my endings these days. I don't.
I know.
A lot of them are half-hearted. Is the thing. I hate that. You need to be coming to this peak of existence and self-realization with endings, and nobody does it hardly anymore. They just kind of, he sat down on the beach and took in the motion of the tide. He was at peace. It's shit. It's this Zen shit. I can't do anything with this Zen fucking bullshit in like book endings now. Fucking lame ass shit.
Yeah, I mean it's what you're referring to sounds to me what I kind of consider to be a quote unquote literary ending, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Where things kind of stop. They stop in their place and they don't really learn anything. They're just resigned to being fucked. Basically, and there's a Zen moment they come to. I hate that kind of ending, and I see it all the time. It's almost as bad as the time loop thing, where the end starts at the beginning, like they got to do it all over. Yeah. I hate that shit. That is the worst thing. That's as bad as It Was All a Dream. Those are the 3 things I hate. It Was All a Dream.
Wait, go through the 3 again. No, that's what you're doing.
The time loop, It Was All a Dream, and this is
the literary non-ending.
Yeah, I hate all 3 of those, and there are ways around that to make it, where you can have a good conclusion without being outright lazy. Anyway,
so how long is this book? Is it a novella?
120 pages.
Yeah. Okay.
But,
I mean, I really like the book Whatever by Michelle Wallbach. It kind of has that kind of ending. It basically ends with the main character riding a bicycle up a mountain and talking about the struggle. But there, it kind of works because it is a literary book. It's not like a horror book or anything like that.
It's a literary book I will now never read.
Why?
Because you
It's so good. I mean,
spoilers have never stopped me from reading something.
It's not a spoiler.
I intend to read everything. So
it's not a spoiler. It's not the kind of book you can really spoil. It's about like the character's development. It's not
Yeah,
really
because it's not any
plot.
good.
I know, it's like we have to not even talk about the book in order not to spoil, and it's really annoying. No offense, Zach, but I mean, I don't understand it. It's like what you think is spoilers is so broad that it's like I can't even like navigate.
No, I'm saying like the ending is what is a spoiler. I mean,
I didn't
It's not
spoil
a
the ending for the
spoiler.
half freaks. I didn't spoil the half freaks though, and he was talking about character development.
yeah, but he talked about the ending.
So
When a book is a character study, you can't really spoil it. And that's what whatever is. It's a character study of a lonely computer programmer.
Your criteria is so broad that it's like if we went by it, we wouldn't be able to talk about anything on this show.
Wait,
Like, hey, here's a spoiler. Finnegan
is only you
Finnegan,
don't spoil the ending, and you don't talk about like major events that would like.
You do if you want to give people a sense of the character and what they go through. I mean, I didn't spoil any shit with the half freaks.
Finnegan's
Okay.
Finnegan's Wake ends in the middle of a sentence. There's a spoiler for you.
Let's see. Here's another one that I read. Anybody read Ian Rod Bright?
Ian Rob Wright. I've tried to read one of his books. Something about I don't know, craziness going on a cruise or something like that. It didn't do much for me.
He's like a pulp horror author, from modern times. Dark Ride is about this wrestler named AJ Starr who is basically he's going blind and he wants one last ride with his friends while he can still see, and they break into this amusement park at night and camp around. They call it boondocking or stealth camping. You guys ever heard of this stuff?
Oh yeah.
No, but he's also like what, Irish or Scottish or something like that. Maybe that's a term.
Yeah.
No, stealth camping's a thing.
Yeah. And so basically there's a certain ride that has an homage to the Norse deity Wotan, which guides you through a certain ride, and you have to be judged by him to get through the whole ride. And it's kind of shtick and everything, but it kind of turns against them the further they get into the theme park. And it's like Wotan is an actual entity that has been awakened by them, and so they have to battle Wotan, throughout
Isn't
the
Wotan
night.
just Odin?
Something like that. I think he is, yeah. Just a different way of pronouncing it. Anyway, Dark Ride is probably the best one I've ever read of Ian Rob Wright's books. Then there's also Caracalla, a military biography. First time I tried to read this, I stopped halfway through because I was reading too much about the flanks and the organization of their soldiers and everything, and I hate that shit. It's like redundant. It's tedious to me. But then I got into the meat of the book when I gave it another chance, and now I'm going to have to reverse my 2 stars to 4. It is this guy was so ruthless, and he never gets talked about. You guys know my feelings on the Roman Empire. I'm pretty awesome. Let me screen share. I haven't been screen sharing.
Pretty awesome. Is that what you said?
Yeah. Okay. I haven't been screen sharing. I thought I was, but there he is, Caracalla. He killed his own brother in front of their mother when they were meeting to make amends, to make peace with each other. He killed his brother when his brother came in trusting him unarmed, and he brought him down and killed him in front of their mother. And then he had all of his brother's statues defaced, like they do, and he passes an order down. Roman emperors would often pass down this order when someone fell out of favor and was executed by them, that they would call it in memoria. I can't pronounce it. It's like it's getting away from me here. The Roman Empire. My brain won't work. I can't pronounce it. Memorscoria, in memoria,
in memoriam,
something like that. No, but not quite. Hang on, because this is really weighing on me now.
Yeah, I've not heard of this Caracalla guy.
What the fuck is that? It's where they basically forbid anyone from mentioning them ever again, and like not in polite conversation or anything. Here it is. Damnatio Memoriae. DAMNATIO MEMORIAE. Latin phrase, and it means condemnation of memory.
Right.
So
Yeah. Put him
basically,
into memory hell or something. Yeah.
yeah. So he killed his brother, who was it was Emperor of the East or something, I guess, and killed him in front of their mother and damned him to the point where no one was allowed to talk about him, even in polite conversation. The guy was ruthless. I think he got cut down by a regular soldier when he went to take a piss once. No one talks about him quite like they do Caligula and Nero, though. Let's see. I think there was one more that I read. Roy Orbison and Cling Film. Finally finished that. And by the way,
I read like the first chapter of that.
Yeah, but no, I've got to read this one part because I forgot to read this part from Half Freaks by Nicole Cushing. It's like I could almost identify with it, like if I had been younger. Let me let's see. It was about Harry, the main character of the Half Freaks, and it tells about how he masturbates. It's quite colorful. He made a game of it. His goal was to saturate the girl's picture with cum to the point where he couldn't see her anymore. Whenever he shot his load, he'd grunt, "I bury you with my cum. I bury you with my cum." In this way, Harry had begun to associate sexual pleasure with the obliteration of a woman. Now, who can't identify with that, little guy?
You know how you took the Christoph Paul thing? You're all fucking autistic.
Yeah.
You take that one for you. That's like your catchphrase now.
What do you mean?
I'll bury you and cum.
Yeah.
What does he say again? I already forgot. I bury
you and cum.
Yeah, and I think that's on the cover of that
Yeah,
book.
and you have to say it in that retard voice.
Yeah.
I bury you and cum.
I would love to hear your guys' thoughts on that book, though. The Half Freaks. When if you do read it, I would love to hear your take on it because I feel like she ended it too soon. It just deflated too fast. So
Yeah, I mean, I'm more forgiving on that kind of ending if it's a shorter thing, like a novella or a short story, But obviously you're not. So I might give it a whirl. I wouldn't mind reading that.
Mm-hmm. Roy Orbison and Cling Film is everything it sounds like and nothing else. It is literally every chapter a different way, a different style of Roy Orbison ending up in Cling Film. And Ben, you mentioned before that it may be a fetish thing, and I'm not ruling that out.
That's what if it's not a fetish thing, it's written like it's a fetish thing. Mm-hmm. Like it's written like he has this very specific fetish of wrapping people, Roy Orbison specifically, in cling film. It's like it's either like a very elaborate Andy Kaufman-esque joke, or he was like sporting a massive hard-on while he was writing this.
How far along are you in on that?
I finished it. Yeah, I finished.
Oh,
it's like I think there's a pirate ship at one point that he gets wrapped up in cling film, and another time he does it for at a press conference, and every time as the person is putting him in cling film and saying, "Look, now they won't even be able to see you. I've camouflaged you," and he says, "How novel!" Like that he's totally cool with being wrapped in cling film. So it may be a slight fetish thing.
Yeah, like the way the one chapter I wrote was written, like just imagine an erotica story, except instead of sex, it's wrapping Roy Orbison in cling film.
I'm trying to find a really good place to read because
So this is multiple authors?
No, it's the same guy writing different ways of Roy Orbison being wrapped in cling film.
Okay.
I hope it's not a spoiler. It's not a spoiler, is it, Zach?
His name is Ulrich Haber.
Some not going to work here anymore.
Hagen, Doggen, Jürgen, Flurgen,
Hagen-Dazs.
not Nazi. Fuck.
Yeah.
Not going to work here anyway.
So how was the writing in it?
Very boisterous, like almost braggadocious and like flirty.
Yeah, again, it's like imagine an erotica book, except, instead of sex, it's Roy Orbison getting wrapped in cling film.
So has this author written anything else?
I think so. Let's check it out.
I mean, what's the general tone of those? I mean, is this an anomaly, or is he writing?
Apparently, this is his only one. He also ended up in some anthology or online magazine, which doesn't mean shit really at the end of the day.
Now,
Which
who
probably
is
means
Roy Orbison.
Huh?
What's that?
Who is Roy Orbison?
you know the song "Pretty Woman"?
No.
Pretty woman walking down the street, pretty woman. You never heard?
Yeah, I've heard that.
Yeah, that's his most famous song.
What was the other one? What was the other one?
He's kind of a tragic figure.
Yeah.
Like he's like didn't his wife die in a fire, or his family did or something, and he's really kind of a tragic figure. Yeah.
Here we go. Here's a good passage that really emphasizes this guy really does seem to be relishing the idea of Roy Orbison being restrained over and over in different ways. It almost kind of reminds me of some stuff I've written about women. But wait, though, a ray of dawn breaks. I have the cling film from the briefcase. Although it is not our property, there can be no harm in borrowing some in this dire extremity. How would it be if I was to completely wrap you in it? You would thereby be enabled to enter the waters of the fountain without becoming wet. Why, how simple you make things, says Roy. He rises. Commence to wrap me in cling film at once. I start from the ankles and work my way up. I must work quickly lest we be shot to death, and yet thoroughly and watertightly. But if I could not linger a few moments to enjoy it, there would be no point being alive anyway. It is strange to be wrapping him in public in broad daylight, but somehow thrilling in an illicit way. Soon, Roy Orbison is completely wrapped in cling film. I am a limp, trembling leaf blown on a wind of exaltation. You are completely wrapped in cling film, I say. Now, if you will hop into the fountain, but it is too late, for the villains are upon us. Aha, says the spy in the bandit hat, pointing his gun. Now I have caught you. Give me that briefcase back at once, or it will go badly with you. We will not do so, I say. Then pay the price. And he points the gun at me and pulls the trigger. The gun is fired, and the bullet speeds into Roy. Reader, I had logically intended to end upon this cliffhanger, but I find I am not cruel enough and must tell you immediately what happens next. For the happy and amazing truth is that Roy is not harmed. Indeed, the bullet appears to simply bounce off him. It speeds back towards the villains and grazes the ear of Lothar, who says, "Ow!" in a hurt and resentful tone, before shooting a chip of stone out of the fountain, which, alas, will have to be repaired.
Why is my dick hard?
I couldn't say. So is it all written in that kind of elevated language?
Yes, every chapter he talks up cling film like I would an ass in the face.
Right. And it's 224 pages of that.
Yes.
Wow.
Literally, yes. There's no catch, there's no trick. It's literally and I think in the last one he does it he writes it in completely German.
$9.99. What an asshole!
I kind of think it's worth it, to be honest.
Is that the paperback or the Kindle?
Kindle. I kind of thought it was worth it because it was so entertaining.
Justify that.
It was entertaining.
How much is the paperback?
Is it self-published, or is it a publisher publishing that?
Oh yeah, I'm sure a publisher lapped this right up.
Dover
might have.
Dover Publications.
That
really?
is freaking
what?
good.
Dover publishes like reprints of classics. That can't be right. That has to be.
That's what it says. It says Dover Publications.
Yeah.
It must have had some connections.
That has to be a different Dover.
Yeah.
He has to have made that up.
Oh.
No way.
Then mark it as to read. How novel.
How much is the paperback of it? Or is there a paperback?
I mean, is it in translation?
Yeah. Oh, it's in English.
That's what I thought.
Paperback, the cheapest is $11.11 used.
No, but it was written in German initially, right, or something?
No, just the last chapter or two.
Oh, okay. So it's not a translated work.
And yeah, but yeah, it's. I think it might have been worth the $9.99. I don't know.
It's like saying as far as Penguin Classics line.
Yeah, exactly.
I was waiting for Gregor to get in here for us to talk about this that Zach sent me from the Atlantic. It's these brainiac cunts that say that extra surveillance is a good thing to come from all this shit. COVID-19, let's see, who is it by? Jack Goldsmith, Harvard Law School professor, and Andrew Keenwoods, professor of law at the University of Arizona. COVID-19,
AKA shills who deserve the rope.
Yeah, well, probably. COVID-19 has emboldened American tech platforms to emerge from their defensive crouch. Before the pandemic, they were targets of public outrage over life under their dominion. Today, the platforms are proudly collaborating with one another and following government guidance to censor harmful information related to the coronavirus, and they're using their prodigious data collection capacities in coordination with federal and state governments to improve contact tracing, quarantine enforcement, and other health measures. This is sick. They're talking about this like this is normal and should be normal now. As Facebook's Mark Zuckerberg recently boasted, the world has faced pandemics before, but this time we have a new superpower. The ability
Shut up, you stupid lizard.
The ability to gather and share data for good. Yeah, I know.
For good.
How do you like say that with a straight face? The only way I imagine is him saying that and then doing the stereotypical mwahaha laugh with lightning and thunder going off behind him.
Yeah. We need to make sure that when we've made it past this crisis, our country isn't transformed into a place we don't want to live. Well, you know what? It would be a better place to live, Mr. Goldsmith and Keen Woods, if you would not talk up mass surveillance like it's the wave of the future. Thank you. You fucking...
It would be a better place to live if they sucked off shotguns.
Yeah. And I think I mean that.
And if anybody's listening, this is all a bit. I don't seriously want them to die. No, I would never want that.
Yeah.
The crazy thing is, I was reading another article, an older article from 2018 about Bill Gates funding this type of thing where satellites would literally every second surveil the world.
He's
Did
going to track
ask Bill Gates' opinion on anything? Because I sure as fuck didn't. It's weird that as Alex Jones is warning us that he's the devil himself, he pops up and he's got the answer to all this corona shit like he actually has some investment in it. He does not.
He's going to come up with tracking.
He does have some investment in it.
Well, I mean, yeah, because he benefits.
He stands to his company that he has a lot of stock in stands to make money off of it, right? As far as
nobody asked for his input. That's what I'm saying.
Well, yeah, I know. I mean, it's amazing to me that up until he started this foundation, that was pretty much the default opinion of anybody in the world that he was a crook, right? Like a unethical, evil businessman type, right? But then all of a sudden he starts a foundation and he's like a hero. I mean, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
he's going to start a tracking program to make sure every guy is circumcised.
This is downright evil, and the guy should be self-aware enough to know that it's evil. As surprising as it may sound, digital surveillance and speech control in the United States already show many similarities to what one finds in authoritarian states such as China. They're so comfortable with this language, it's disgusting. Constitutional cultural differences mean that the private sector, rather than the federal and state governments, currently take the lead in these practices, which further values and address threats different from those in China. But the trend toward greater surveillance and speech control here, see, before they were saying, no, nobody wants to cut off your free speech. Now they're outright saying speech control. The trend towards greater surveillance and speech control, after before they told us we were overreacting and crazy.
And
growing involvement of government is undeniable and likely inexorable.
I've always been saying this I think Keith Preston put it pretty well too, which is that when they talk about they're private companies, they can do what they want. That they have so many subsidies, investments, and collaborations with the government that they may as well just be arms of the government. Mm-hmm. So this idea that they're private companies, bullshit. They're not. They're arms of the state, and here all they're doing is just taking the mask off.
Yeah, they're basically singing China's praises.
We lost the main brain, Zane.
Oh, it's Gregor. Where'd you go, man? What's the deal?
Honestly, though, I believe it's going to get 10 times worse in this regard whenever the dang second wave or whatever the new virus come. I mean, we all know this isn't it. There's going to be another pandemic. This is just like the primer. Then this rhetoric's going to increase like when that happens, and everyone's going to be on board. Because right now, I'm surprised. Like, it's a thing with the whole Karen thing. Like, everyone can make fun of them, and that's okay. But there are so many real Karens out there that it boggles my mind. Like, on my timeline, in public, and honestly, it just surprises me that people have these opinions. Like, normal freaking people would be completely on board with this article.
Yeah, too many fucking snitches, shills, and sob sisters who just prance right along with this like fucking clapping seals.
Yeah, I was actually listening to InfoWars today, the episode from Friday, and Alex put it the best. He's like, all these people, like, they just get this freaking dopamine rush of like jumping on board with what the media is telling them. It's like they immediately believe they're in the right, and they can go on Facebook and post about it and crap, and it's horrible.
They're just like putting their fucking asses in the air, spreading their cheeks, and it's like, stretch my ass until it fucking tears. I love it. Shove that big fucking media cock deep in my shit pipe.
Yeah. Check this out. This is from the Clinton Memorial Library, talking about population control. These people are sick, man. These people are worse than the mafia.
Population control is such technocratic bullshit. When they talk about population control, like, population is not the problem. A lot of places that are quote unquote overpopulated don't have problems with resources. It's like the United States. We don't have that problem. They go to third world countries and tell them, hey, you shouldn't have kids. And it's like, and yeah, in some sense that's true, but it's not a pro-environmental thing. They have one of the smallest carbon footprints on the planet.
Yeah, that's true.
So when they talk about overpopulation, it's a fucking distraction.
Yeah, I mean, it's just them justifying their just burning need to just cull the population, and they just want to sell it as like you said, a pro-environmental thing. But I just don't get why they would even go in that direction, considering the carbon footprint thing. It's like they can pick something better, but they just don't. They just keep going with that.
Yeah, it's a distraction because the ones who have the biggest carbon footprint, it's the ones pushing that. So, they kind of want to distract from the idea that, maybe if we, killed all these people, that would have a better impact on the environment than someone in Africa not having a 50th baby. I'm definitely not saying we should kill these people. It's a joke, I promise.
Yeah, we hear that a lot. So I'm trying to get to the juicy parts of this long-winded article. The bullet points here. Even Zuckerberg's defiant ideal of free expression is an extensively policed space. How does he have a defiant ideal of free expression in any way, shape, or form? I don't see it. Against this background, the tech firms downgrading and outright censorship of speech related to COVID are not large steps. Facebook is using computer algorithms more aggressively.
Zane I think Zane's back. Is he in the back room?
Hey, brother, you okay?
Yeah, I got kicked off the internet for talking about that kind of stuff, I guess. I thought the show got canceled for a second there.
Why?
Yeah, expecting the FBI to bust down
your door.
Well, I mean,
there's like all these probably, red flag words that we all said, at the same time, right? I mean, if it seems like it might be, like, oh, you were talking about COVID-19, Bill Gates, censorship, all these things at the same time, this
killing
close
the
together,
elites.
Clustered, right? So
let me sum it up in the final paragraph here. We are about to find out how this trade-off will be managed in the United States. The surveillance and speech control responses to COVID-19 and the private sector's collaboration with the government in these efforts are a historic and very public experiment about how
literal fascism. That's literally the definition of fascism.
about how our constitutional culture will adjust to our digital future. So they're basically saying this shit is inevitable and it should be inevitable.
Yeah.
They're fucking ill. They're mentally
Yeah.
ill. And
So
I made
what site is this on?
the Atlantic. That's why I say they huff internet gas from Snowflake or whatever.
It's a
Right.
reputable magazine that everybody fucking reads.
Yeah.
That's the scary fucking part. This isn't
That's a
some
mainstream
radical
publication. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like for fuck's sake, if you want to boot on your face that fucking badly, hire a dominatrix and leave the rest of us alone.
Exactly.
Strange, where'd you go, man?
He got booted off for calling us the fag slur.
I think like I said, I put the link in the chat for anybody who wants to come in, and I sent some invitations out to some people that are kind of friends of the show in case they want.
Eli, you should jump in.
Well, there's the link in the chat, but he said it would still be several weeks. So, but there's the link if anybody wants to come in. You don't need my permission. I've got the link in the chat. Hey, there's Frank weighing in too. All right, man, we're starting to get a good little crowd here. And listen to this. It's trying to hold one of his comments for review. I did not do that.
He said boners. That's naughty. He's a bad boy who needs his comments withheld.
It's trying to hold stuff like comments, and I'm not doing that. Anyway, I did have this video that we maybe not watch the whole thing, but we need to at least watch some of it because it's a riot. Have any of you?
What is it?
Okay, well, it's kind of on the long side, but like I said, we'll probably just watch.
Like my dick.
We'll probably just watch half of it. But
that was a freaking throaty laugh.
Have you guys heard about this FBI agent getting put in the back of a cruiser by a corrupt cop?
Oh yeah, this is basically heel, what they call in wrestling a heel versus heel match.
Yeah. Oh man, this is amazing. So we'll stop to a comment occasionally if you guys want, but yeah, man, these guys try to outdick each other for 51 minutes. It is amazing. What? Can you hear it all right?
That'll work.
Yeah.
I am now because I don't know how legit you are at the moment.
It's okay. Special agent now. Yep, we got it.
Okay.
You got that on body cam?
I do, but I don't understand what the problem is when you meet me at the office.
Now, let me know if you guys need to stop it to make a comment or observation, but I will be right back. Just let it play for a minute, and I'll come back, all right?
Okay.
I'll talk to the U.S. Attorney's Office about it. You can cut off the recording device now.
Turn off the
I
recording
will when I
device.
leave the area, sir. Hey, TJ is telling me to turn my body camera off and telling me he's going to contact other people to get involved with this. Let me get his tag number real quick. It's going to be LKST57. LKST57. 33 Franklin, 1065, Florida 28.
Applause.
Tell me to turn my camera off. Lima, Kilo, Sierra, Tango 57. I got 703 out here with me.
Tango.
All right. Well, he's leaving the area, but I guess. But it's a blue Ford Fusion, Ford Taurus. So he says he does not give out business cards. Yeah, I don't believe this. No. There's something fishy with this right here. He's got a radio and he's got credentials. 33, go ahead. Yeah, he told me to turn my body camera off.
Okay, so you're seeing the very passive aggressive attitude they're taking towards each other, right?
Yeah, the FBI guy apparently wants to turn his body cam off, and the cop is just saying, "I don't believe you."
His cover's blown now. See, because they have him set up to where, to the average person, it appears he works for Advanced Wiring Company. See, I mean, this is like I mean, obviously, FBI and CIA people. I mean, they're very. They violate Occam's razor, which is why I say Occam's razor is kind of bullshit, because they do things purposefully to throw you off. And so I think that he led this cop into a trap by calling him from his personal number. And he's asking the FBI agent, how did you get my personal number? Why don't you come to the office to talk about this? And he didn't do that because he's trying to entrap the guy, I think, see?
Because he didn't want that running. And
I can't stand that dude's accent.
no, he's still here. He's looking
This
at
is
me.
it. By the way, this is in Apalachicola in Florida, which is like Franklin County.
Well, I want to go off on a mini rant about his accent because there's two types of Southern accents. There's normal Southern accents, and then there are Southern accents that have this really weird feminine tinge to them, like how they say the O's. Like, just listen to that when he says something.
Ooh, like that.
Yeah, God, it gets on my nerves.
Like the Southern dandy accent.
Well, look, you've heard that the reason that people talk in different dialects is directly related to the atmosphere that they live in, right? That's why people in Scotland and Ireland have these like high pitched like accents, like, you know, they're in like the mountains and shit, and like high up the highlands. So that's why they talk with like a high pitched. People have dialects and different accents based on the conditions that they live in. I heard a scientist say this once. You don't remember?
I've not heard that, but
Yeah.
I'm willing to go for it.
My anger is still justified.
By the accent. You don't like the accent, huh?
No. Some people in Tennessee have it too.
Mm-hmm.
28 Lincoln, Kilo, Sierra, Tango, 57. She was
Oh, hell, she has it too.
Absolutely not.
four-door silver,
Now he's
dark blue in color.
now he's saying I'm trying to detain him.
Back to
I've
advanced
never
wiring
told you I was
corporation
detaining you. That's on camera.
Am I being detained?
You are staying here willingly,
Fire
sir.
630 of 20, 51, 29 on that vehicle.
Franklin, does that come back to any government agency? This is easy to come by.
It just advises advanced wiring company.
Do you work for a
Doesn't
wiring
say anything
company?
further.
So I guess that's his cover. When people ask what he does and he doesn't want them to know he's an agent, I guess he's documented as an employee of Advanced Wiring Company. I guess that's like a dummy or shell company of the FBI, right? Probably, right?
I have no idea.
He said covert. It's a covert something.
I do feel like I'm being detained. Am I being detained?
Am I being detained? You're the one who called me here, sir. How did you get my phone number? I said he can't tell me how he got my information. Hey, you are detained at this time, sir. 33 Franklin. I got one
He's
with
detaining an FBI agent. This guy's old, man.
you. Might detain him. This time.
It's like, you're detaining me? No, I'm detaining you.
Oh, am I being detained? No, am I being detained? You tell me.
Take my weapon off, okay?
26 Franklin.
I'm not going to put you in cuffs.
Oh, heck, he's one of those that has glasses on top of his forehead.
Okay.
I've got
What? What?
The way he wears his glasses on the top of his forehead.
Oh, is that a pet peeve or something?
I have multiple pet peeves.
To be a federal agent.
You do got? Is it on? Do I have permission to take it off?
No, you
of
don't have permission
Okay.
to take it.
Just hang tight, right? I'm not cuffing you. I'm not cuffing you. But
No,
you're
I'm cuffing you.
cooperative with me. You asked me to come up here. You called my personal cell phone number. You can't tell me how you got it. Your vehicle is coming back to a wiring company, not the
It's a
FBI.
covert vehicle.
Okay. You
Dude,
get
would you
mad.
like to see some registration?
You get mad at me
Would you-
because I turned
would
my
you
body
like to-
camera on,
Would you like to see some
and
registration?
you know a lot of stuff about me.
Would you like to see the registration, sir?
I don't really want anything from you at this point. My supervisor's on the way.
Excellent.
My manager's about here.
You don't have to keep your hands up. I'm just
I
trying to
don't want
figure
to
out
be
what's
shot
going on.
out here.
I don't want to be shot either. Yes, sir.
Jacksonville, this special agent hat.
I'm putting my dick in your ass. No, I'm putting my dick in your ass.
They're trying to one up each other right now with passive aggression on the radios, and
Next thing is
My
like,
dick's
give me a
bigger.
freaking call.
Oh, my dick's bigger.
I had to step away again. Has he shown him the badge yet?
What, the FBI badge? He did that at the beginning.
Radio, but I do not hear any.
Yeah, but he says here in a minute, I think that he didn't see it. He didn't
Where'd the
see
big fat one come from?
There are multiple officers there now. Yeah.
Yeah, police officers reproduce by budding. Yeah,
Mitosis.
yeah,
Like worms.
yeah, like bacteria.
28 is going to be his. 28 from earlier. Lima Kilo Sierra Tango 57.
Lima Kilo.
I'm gonna dump a kilo of shit down your throat.
10-4. He's saying that this is coming back to that because it's a covert vehicle.
Covert. Oh.
Now we have the bonus of torturing Zach with this accent.
He gets upset about the weirdest things.
In other words, a typical police officer.
My be still.
All right, here we go.
Alcohol in my system.
Here he goes. So he's showing him the badge again.
Why they censor the badge when they already said his license plate number? That was just a string of curses. Man, he's saying the N-word a lot. Dude, I know you're a Southern cop, but stop saying the N-word.
He's flipping him off.
Oh, he's just doing Morse code with his mouth.
Well, he's refusing to give any information. For the supervisor to come speak to you.
This is quite a boondoggle they got themselves in.
I want to speak to the manager of this Applebee's.
You know, I can go for some Applebee's right now.
It's kind of nice that they have Applebee's on Uber Eats here. I ordered some last night.
Eating good in the neighborhood.
What'd you order?
Yeah, without having to go out and deal with people. This is why we should just continue the lockdown, because there's police officers outside, and do you really want to deal with that?
So when he showed him the badge, he said, well, I didn't see it at first. And he says, well, you don't need to be a deputy then. I don't know if we already saw that part or not, but I'm going to skip ahead a little.
I told him that you were here to investigate me about an issue, and he said this needed to be handled through the office, not on the side of the road. And you said that wasn't going to happen. You were going to contact somebody
I
else.
still contact the U.S. Attorney's Office. That's
Okay.
correct. Yep.
And then we're just trying to check your validity. You called a deputy sheriff's personal cell phone. You can't tell me how you got the number.
That's right.
Your tag's not coming back to the FBI.
Correct.
Okay. I haven't seen a badge. I've seen an ID card. I
Here we
haven't seen
go.
a badge.
You have not seen
No, sir. I haven't seen a badge.
He already showed it to
I've
him.
seen
He
an
just
ID
didn't
card.
see it.
this to you that you grab it. Take it out of my hand. Do you not see a badge?
I see a badge now. That's the first time I saw the badge, sir.
You don't need to be a deputy.
Shade.
He kept asking me this.
Can you please tell me that this ends with Cuban gangsters just rolling in and spraying everybody with bullets?
I was very.
They'd probably enjoy seeing
He
these
never
guys
showed that.
nuke
He
it
showed
out.
me
Yeah.
the inside of it, but not the badge. Oh, everybody's going to hear all this, sir.
They're cattier than drag queens.
So they're running a search, and they're not coming back with any name his name's Alexis Hatton, I think, and it's not coming back with anything tied to any agency. Of course, why would it? Because it's FBI, right?
I could.
Hey, Greg, are you still with us?
No, sir.
Yeah. I'm still with. I'm getting in the chat just to do something.
Sorry, I know you're not a big fan of the screen sharing, Gregor, but I thought this was worth showing. You know what I mean?
I mean, if you think so, go for it. I just think it's boring.
Okay.
So go ahead though.
I'm sorry, man.
Supervisor.
Here we go. I'm just going to skip ahead. So now he's handcuffing the FBI agent because he's on a terrorist watch list, okay? They're saying double lock it.
Double lock it.
How he ended up on a terrorist watch list.
You don't have
Handcuff that motherfucker's balls to his asshole.
Okay, nobody's coming up with your name. You also come back on a terror watch list. So we're going to secure
Terror.
yours. We're going to put you in the back.
Where's that weapon at, sir?
It's on my right side.
You got any other weapons on you, sir?
No, just my wallet.
All right, just gonna pat you down real quick.
Are they gonna make him drop?
They still don't think he's an FBI agent.
Are they gonna make him drop his pants and probe his ass?
This whiskey Mike got him in cuffs in the back of the car now.
This is where it gets. This is where it gets good.
Here, I'll tell you two at the same time. So this guy calls my personal cell phone and goes, "Hey, I need to talk to you about some stuff I got going on in Carabel today. I heard you working in the Carabel area today." I said, "Yes, sir." Yeah. Yes, sir. I'm working in Carabel.
Grab that gun and pull it. That's the truck.
It was on his right hip. He had a hole.
Hang in there, Gregor. We're not going to watch the whole thing.
So he goes. I said,
he goes.
"Where you wanting to meet me at?" He goes, says, I think.
Fast forward.
I said, "I got to go meet this guy. He's investigating something."
Yeah. Hey, come meet me in this motel for a blowjob.
Yes, sir. Okay. All right. I'm turning it on right now.
You know, it gets pretty hot in Florida, and he's saying, turn the air on. I'm burning up back here. I can't breathe. So he's already starting with the feigning personal injury from, this crooked cop he's been investigating.
Sir, I can't
Oh,
open
wait, he's been investigating the cop?
Huh?
He's investigating the cop. Is that what was
Yeah,
going
yeah.
on?
That's why he's there. Yeah.
And then the cops arresting the guy who's investigating him.
Well, here's the thing. Yeah, when they were putting cuffs on
Oh,
him,
that's a surprise.
I think I fast forwarded through it, but because I want to kind of get through it for Gregor's sake. But when they're putting cuffs on him, he says, that one pocket has my notes in it. You're not allowed to see that. And then the cop got real testy and said, well, you know what? If you go to jail, it's going to be impounded over to evidence anyway. So.
6 Franklin 1065 serial number.
So if he's investigating them, they're going to want to see what he's got written down about them,
I got the air on full blast, sir.
No, you don't, brother.
It ain't the heat.
It's the humidity.
What's up? You haven't cooperated with anything we've done.
What's that gentleman's name you got detained?
It's going to be Alexis Hatton. Alexis Hatton.
His name is Alexis Hatton.
Absolutely. It ain't going off.
Thank you, brother.
I had the defroster on.
Brother. It reminds me of all those animal memes, like the brother give me a loop.
This gentleman's out of Panama City District. I'm on the phone with his supervisor.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that?
That was muffled. What did they say?
He said, I'm on the phone with his supervisor. He's out of, I think he said Pensacola division or something. He said he is legit. So the guy's getting an earful from the guy's FBI supervisor.
The cop probably just filled his pants.
Yeah. Oh, man, we fucked up now. Yeah.
All right, that's what I'm doing right now. They just called back.
What's he doing here?
He is legit. 1045. Captain Webb.
Who verified?
Captain Webb. I don't know.
I don't know.
Can you advise me who verified that this person was legit? Called the U.S. attorney on you, so then I activated my body camera. I didn't have it on the whole time. 54.5. I turned it on when he told me that.
Right away. You don't go right away.
10-4.
Here we go with the drama.
All right, sir.
Call 911. I need a medical attention right now. Call 911.
Uh-huh.
You're right now,
call
sir.
911 now. Call 911. They're begging you to cut off your phone.
Oh.
Why is he wearing that heavy fucking jacket in the middle of the Florida heat?
Yeah, well, if he had him burning up in there with the heater on, man, I mean that is pretty sadistic. But it's kind of a
surprise me.
Yeah, this guy's fucking with me, so I'm gonna fuck with him back. That's basically what I get out of it.
Jacksonville, I need 911. I've asked for help. I didn't even call and they had me spoken to the
Okay, so you get the idea. This guy's fucked. I'll keep an eye on that situation because I find it fascinating. But okay, Gregor, you still with us, brother? I'm sorry.
Well, yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, I'm sorry we bored you, man. What's on your mind? Because you're vital to this thing too.
Well, I mean, I just don't find this particular video in any way fascinating. I mean, what is it that you find to be fascinating about it?
The conflict about two guys trying to outdick each other using their officer connections. It's like,
I mean, I guess it would be relatively interesting if you were watching it by yourself.
Yeah, that's probably what it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
pull up the link that Zach put in the chat, the private chat.
I've tried to follow it. What is that?
Maybe I can bring it up. Hold on. Let's see.
Rock, paper, this. They're lying to your brother, dog. What does this mean? I don't understand. What does this mean?
Let me see if I can get this to work.
What is this, Zach?
Oh, there it goes.
What came to my mind about the brother? Scroll down. Oh, wait,
I'm on a special diet. Please do not give me treats. Brother, they are lying to you.
Notice the O has like the two little things above it.
I think they call it the omelette or something like that.
Yeah.
Oh man. So what have you been reading this week, Zach? Gregor, you some Chad Lutsky, right?
I've been reading short stories. I've been reading a lot of Ben Arzate.
That hack.
Yeah, I've been reading a lot of him, but it's a short story month. It's May is International Short Story Month. According to some person, I think it's just a random person that came up with this, and I think that person doesn't care about it anymore. But I still celebrate it, right? Like, I think the person cared last year. I've been doing it for like 7 years in a row, this is my 7th year reading nothing but short stories in May. But I think that the person who started it is like, I don't know what happened to it, but that site seems to be defunct. Their Twitter account, they don't seem to care anymore. So I think I'm probably the only person that celebrates May as Short Story Month. But yeah, I've been reading nothing but short stories so far.
Freaking OCD weirdo.
What's that?
OCD
I mean, but really, I'm not an OCD weirdo because generally, I don't plan anything as far as reading goes. I only read basically what my mood is. May is really the only exception to the rule. So yeah, I've been reading a lot of stuff by Ben, mainly, well, not mainly, but in part because all the stories in his collection are so short, and I can just rip through them. So, and they're good. So, have you read? Has anybody read Complete Idiot's Guide to Saying Goodbye?
Yeah, I read it.
Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, I did actually. My favorite story in it, and I still remember it clearly, was the country musician, and in part, it reminded me of Soothing the Savage Swamp Beast in a way.
I'm not sure how you get that, but what's the connection?
It's sort of absurd stories about country musicians.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. But what are my favorites? Hold on, so far. Let's see. I did like The Country Musician. The Arranged Marriage, I like that. Let's see. Hold on a second. What else? Man, hold on a second. The Soda. I like The Soda. Yeah, that's good. And then there's this one that seemed like it didn't quite fit the collection. Violent Bitch Hitomi.
Yeah, that's actually one of my personal favorites from that, and I've got like a ton of plans for other stories with that character.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think that I liked it, right? But it seemed to be it kind of stands out like a sore thumb kind of thing, right? It didn't seem like it matched at least what became before it, right?
Yeah, kind of. That's a straight like action story, whereas the other ones aren't.
Yeah, it's somewhat straight action story until you get to the point where, like, you know, Birdman has a big dong, you know. You know, so yeah. And then Meth Lab Nursery's good too.
Whoa,
that was like the first short story I had published.
Yeah, that's pretty good too. Yeah. So, yeah, this is a pretty good collection. I'll definitely finish it this month. I'll definitely finish that this month, and I'll definitely finish because I jump around between, like, I've got about 40 plus collections or anthologies, right? That I'm kind of just jumping back and forth between. But I'll finish yours, and I'll definitely finish John McNee's as well. His collection is pretty good so far too. So I'll definitely get through those. And then, unfortunately, I only had a single story by W.H. Pugmire to read. And I guess I might have to buy buy something like a collection by this person because has anybody read any W.H. Pugmire?
Yes.
I've seen some of his YouTube videos.
We published him in an episode or an issue of Surreal Grotesque, writing about the Black Goat God in Lovecraft stuff, Shub-Niggurath. He wrote something like a tribute to Shub-Niggurath.
Was it an essay or is it a?
It was a story.
Oh, okay.
A story with flowery prose. I know that he was a big deal in the Lovecraft scene. I think he died, unfortunately.
Yeah, he is dead.
He died recently.
Yeah, but everything I've read by him, I really enjoy. I mean, it's kind of got a weird, odd, comforting, cozy feel to it, even though it's roughly in the horror weird genre, but it's all like a real weird. It makes you feel like you're taking a real relaxed autumn vacation, but it still has weird fiction, Lovecraftian horror themes to it. It's a very interesting vibe that he puts off in his fiction. So I really like it. It's very unusual. Let's see. And has anybody read John McNee?
That sounds familiar. Did he write Grudge Punk?
Yeah.
I think I read some of Grudge Punk.
You didn't like it?
I just haven't finished it yet.
Okay, because I like that book a lot. That's really good.
What's it about?
It's a kind of like a noir type of. It's really like a collection of somewhat interconnected short stories that all take place in a shared universe where the inhabitants of that universe are made out of junk, essentially junk and weird spare parts, and they're part organic and part made out of junk, and it's like crime noir stories that take place in this hard-boiled fantasy universe, essentially, where most of the inhabitants of the world are made out of junk. You don't remember that aspect of it?
Vaguely.
Yeah, I mean, you read a lot of books, right? So that book's really good. The sequel to it's good, Petroleum Precinct, but it's not as good as the original one. So, but
Cool
this
name.
book, yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I think that it needed a little bit of trimming, and I think that they were both published by Rooster Republic. One was when Seamus or Etienne or whatever the gentleman's name was running it, and then the second book I think came out when who took over after that? Noble or something, or is that right?
I think so. And Arthur, whatever, probably stayed on to Arthur.
No, I think Graham was gone. I think Graham left with when Etienne sold it off. I don't think he stuck around. But anyways, the editorial staff, I believe, was different between the two books, right? I don't know if there's really any or much editorial feedback given by, say, Arthur Graham to an author or whatnot, but I felt that it needed some, as far as just he could have trimmed it to make it tighter. It was a little bit too long, but it still had some great stuff in it. And I mean, I still like John McNee's stuff. I mean, I've read everything he's published, including this new one he's got out called Doom Cabaret, which is a collection of his short stories. Have you heard of that?
No. That's an awesome name.
Yeah, it just came out. It's really good. I've only read the first 2 stories thus far, but they're both very good. Yeah. So, I mean, I'm anticipating that the bulk of the stories will be very good. Yeah. So I've been reading that. Let's see. Read a couple stories by John Bowden this month. Who else? Mainly Ben. I've read Raymond Carver. I read a story by Kevin Strange called Popcorn Planet.
Yeah, I love that one. Yeah,
that he pushed on me. And then let's see, Exhalation by Ted Chiang. Have you ever read anything by Ted Chiang?
No, I've never heard of him. Is he?
He's a science fiction author that only writes short stories, and I mean, they're great. He writes great short stories, and they're not like typical science fiction stories. They're all very, very imaginative and very unique. Like, this story is about this, there's all these robot-like creatures, right? Mechanical creatures that live inside this pressurized dome, and they all have to, they think that the thing that makes them live is these lung caps, these they're like canisters filled with pressurized air that they use for their lungs, right? And they'll go to like the lung refilling stations and swap out an empty lung with the full lung, right? And it's about this main character who's trying to figure out, what makes his race tick and what makes his universe operate. And he takes apart his own brain. It's really pretty great. I mean, but all of his stories are excellent in that there's awesome concepts, and he really carries them through to an excellent extrapolation, right, of just very intriguing concepts. So I highly recommend Ted Chiang. I think this is maybe his 3rd short story collection. I don't know that he's a guy that makes a living writing books, but I think he sells pretty well. He wins a lot of awards. I think he's like an engineer of some sort, right? But his stories are great. I'm definitely a fan of Ted Chiang's stuff. But yeah, I'd highly recommend it. And it's not like, if you're like a person that doesn't really care for science fiction, you'd still probably like his stuff because of it's somewhat on the edge of science fiction and fantasy, but the best thing is that the concepts are so awesome, and he just really explores them in great detail. So yeah, Ted Chiang is great.
You said before that you hate spaceships. Why is that?
Well, I don't necessarily hate spaceships. I think that like on my Twitter profile or whatever, it says something like I like science fiction, fantasy, and horror without the spaceships, dragons, and monsters or zombies. Right? I just like stuff that is kind of off the beaten path. Is really my main reason for saying that. Right? I mean, I don't really care for a space opera so much, but I'm not entirely opposed to spaceships being in a story. Right? But I just if it's kind of typical, I'm not interested in it so much, I suppose, right? I mean,
what is it about short stories that you seem more passionate about short stories? Usually, most people go for the full length. What is it about them just because they're so concise?
Yeah, I mean, I like short stories quite a bit, right? But I do prefer novels and novellas to short stories as far as just my general pleasure reading. So, but I do like short stories quite a bit. But yeah, the short story, you have to be more concise. You have to be, more succinct. You can't really waste any words. And also you can, get some completion in a single sitting, right? Which is nice. You can, and also in the month of May where I jump around between short stories, I jump around between different, genres as well, right? I mean, mainly it's weird stuff, but I do jump between genres. Like I read, like I'm reading, Raymond Carver, Kevin Strange, Ben Arzate, Caitlin R. Kiernan, John McNee, Haruki Murakami, and I'll probably read some Flannery O'Connor this month because I generally do. So I don't know. I like jumping around between genres as well. So.
Oh, I understand that. Yeah, sounds like you take this pretty seriously.
Do you have a favorite short story?
Do I have I do? Oh, well, yeah. I guess I'd say maybe I do have a favorite short story. It's probably "In the Hills, the Cities" by Clive Barker. Have you read that?
No, I think I've only read one Clive Barker story, which I know is bad. I need to get to him. It was the one that was in Prime Evil, I believe, edited by Douglas Winter.
Yeah, is that like it's a movie themed one or something? Maybe.
No, it's the one about this like walk around, like this girl who's like walking to work or something. It has to do with this bridge in this area where they say like kind of like a folklore type thing where there's a monster like either in the bridge or under the bridge, something like that. I can't remember exactly.
Yeah, I've read it. I have Prime Evil, but it's been sitting around here forever. I've not. Yeah, I don't know which story that is, but I'm sure I've read it. Yeah, so "In the Hills, the Cities." Have you guys read that, Ben?
What book is that in?
Books of Blood.
It's in Books of Blood. Yeah.
Which one? Because I think I've read.
I think it might be the end of the first one.
I've probably read it then, but I can't remember it. It's probably they're probably cliche choices, but the ones I remember most were Rawhead Rex, Fear. That I think it's called Fear. The one about the fear experiment. I can't remember what that's called. Midnight Meat
Dread,
Train.
maybe.
Dread, yeah, that's
Dread,
what
I
it's
think.
called.
Yeah.
And I can't remember the name of that story as well, but it's like that story where a guy who starts this like Sadean pleasure drome in order to piss off God so much he comes down. That story was I like that one a lot.
Yeah, it's the last story in volume 1 of Books of Blood, "In the Hills of Cities."
Yeah, I probably
you read it, Jeremy, right?
Yeah. Which one?
"In the Hills of Cities."
I didn't really read much of the Books of Blood. It was for me, The Great and Secret Show and Everville were probably Barker's best. As far as short stories, I've read quite a bit of Ray Bradbury, though.
Yeah.
Are you in the camp that says Bradbury's kind of too like bittersweet, like too naive?
Well, you mean too nostalgic and kind of sentimental? You mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, he can be. I mean, I really do like. What is it? Something Wicked This Way Comes. I think that's a good book. Mm-hmm. But "In the Hills of Cities," we get to get back to Bradbury in a second. But in the Hills of Cities is the one where there's two gay guys go like out on a rendezvous in like a picnic or something, maybe out in the like some kind of a prairie or whatnot out in the hills, and then they witness these two warring cities. That there's these two cities that are out there, and the people of the cities climb on top of each other to form these giant humanoid creatures made out of just all these humans that have piled up on top of each other, and they have a big battle. You don't remember that?
I don't think so. No.
Yeah, that's great.
I vaguely remember that, but for some reason, I guess it just didn't catch me as much as the other stories.
Yeah,
but that's really
yeah, it's a really cool concept. So yeah, but yeah, that was the one that really impressed me at the time. Now, is it the best short story ever written? But I think it's one of these things that, like, when I read it, and I was probably like 16 or 17, maybe something like that. And I was just like, oh man, that's great. Like Clive Barker was, like at the time, Clive Barker was just like a leaps and bounds ahead of Stephen King as far as just imagination and visual, visceral craziness, right? It just seemed like a order of magnitude greater in my mind at the time. So, I mean, that's partly why it sticks in my brain, this particular story, just because it was, I think partly because it mixed maybe some fantasy elements along with horror too, that kind of I found appealing. So, but yeah, so that story is fantastic. I recommend it. In the Hills, the Cities. So yeah, Ray Bradbury. You guys all big Ray Bradbury fans?
Yeah,
Honestly, yeah.
I've only read Fahrenheit 451 so far, and I think I've also read the story There Will Come Soft Rains.
Yeah, I've not read that one.
I think I've read. I read the poem that story was based off of here, and you really hated it.
Yeah, I mean, I liked Fahrenheit 451. Halloween Tree's good. I really like that quite a bit. And then Something Wicked This Way Comes. Some of their short stories are good too. I can't really get in. For some reason, I couldn't get into The Illustrated Man for whatever reason. I don't know why. But I don't know. He's kind of hit or miss. Sometimes, like you say, Jeremy, he comes off as too treacly and overwriting, like he's trying to impress you more than he's really trying to tell a story. But that seems to be later on in his career. He seems to get into that mode where he's writing as if he's trying to truly be Ray Bradbury, like he almost becomes a parody of himself or something. Harlan Ellison kind of got that way later on too.
That Bradbury feeling,
yeah.
Like everything's mom and pa and 1950s apple pie and baseball, and
right.
I mean, kind of, yeah, because I have seen the Twilight Zone show, I Sing the Body Electric, which is based off one of his stories, and yeah, it does kind of come off like that.
So Strange was asking here if you're talking about the one that preceded Cabal, which is based on Nightbreed is based on Cabal.
Well, Cabal is in, well, I mean, it's its own. In the U.S., at least, it's published as Cabal, right? And it's like I think that's right. Yeah, so in Britain, there's like, Books of Blood 1 through 6, and then in the United States, Books of Blood 1 through 3, and then they published the last 3 Books of Blood as Body Politic, In the Flesh, and then I believe Cabal, right? And those were, what they were released under those titles in the U.S. So
one of them was called The Inhuman Condition, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, maybe I'm incorrect. I think the Body Politic is in the Inhuman Condition, because I'm thinking of the book cover has a depiction of the Body Politic right on the front of the Inhuman Condition, like the hardcover version of it. So I got mixed up. You're right. It's the Inhuman Condition, and then In the Flesh, and then Cabal. You're right.
Which one is the Yattering and Jack that Frank has mentioned? Is that where that's a
great story too. Yeah.
The guy has the poltergeist in his home, and
it's a little demon. A little demon is hanging out, and that's messing with him. Yeah.
And he learns to live with it by saying "Que sera, sera," right?
No, I think you're thinking of Mr. Be Gone. You're thinking of Mr. Be Gone, I think.
Okay.
Maybe.
Yeah, that was Strange's first. I think Vampire Guts in Nuketown, which is an awesome name. had a meat mecha match in it. What does that mean? What is a meat mecha match?
Oh, it's like a mecha is like a anime, giant suit, like kind of like what do you call those guys? Or what's that movie? Pacific Rim. Those big giant robots are mechas essentially.
Okay, yeah. Oh,
So he's
by the
talking
way,
about
did you catch Zach on William Ramsey's show the other day?
Yeah, I did.
Pretty cool. What do you think? What did you think about it?
I think that William Ramsey, he's kind of kind of gets cranky and at sometimes, but it was an interesting interview. I mean, I knew most of the stuff. I think that they talked about it was kind of a repeat for me, but it was a good interview. I mean,
but Ligotti involved with the OTO. I mean, that might be
just a rumor, though.
I mean, it's basically just a case of 7 Degrees of Kevin Bacon. Talented worked with I forget the guy's name, but we worked with Current 93, who's worked with a bunch of other occult artists, and he's using that as proof. That's kind of dumb.
No, he's not using it as proof, but it's these obvious connections. I mean,
I did see something on a message board somewhere where somebody was reporting that Ligotti was some sort of a, archivist for the OTO or something like that. But it was kind of, I couldn't really find out where they were even getting that from, right? So,
Zach, I understand your position on Ligotti, where you kind of have a love-hate thing where you like his work, but you think that he's ultimately dangerous because he tells people to commit suicide in one of his books or something. But who's stupid enough to do it because Thomas Ligotti told me to kill myself? I'm going to kill myself. I think that they kind of...
Well, I think you're downplaying the type of effect certain things can have on people. Now, I'm not advocating...
They're responsible, though. They're responsible for...
Yeah, they're responsible for it.
If they're stupid enough to kill themselves because Thomas Ligotti said the Earth would be better off without them, then they're kind of like dumb. I mean,
yeah,
right?
I don't really have that view. I'd still be sympathetic with the person. I mean,
who would kill themselves because an author told them to? That makes no sense.
Yeah, no, I'm not really saying that does. And I'm not saying he should be censored or anything, obviously.
Okay.
I'm just saying that it's not a bad thing to attack this definitely evil and very influential type of...
Did he even mean it? Does he even mean it? I haven't read it. So does he even mean it, or is it part of a persona, or like is it a metafiction? What? I mean,
who knows? I've heard metafiction to that he doesn't mean it. I believe he does mean it and believe he's probably controlled by demons, but that's just me.
I mean, I haven't read The Conspiracy Against the Human Race, so I can't say he what he says in that, but he does have a couple stories where they almost I guess not really moral, but I can't think of a better word for it, where I guess maybe the theme is that suicide is often a rational choice. I know that the spectral link, that's I think that's one of the stories in that's basically the theme of it.
Yeah. Now I'm not like attacking him in a sense. I'm really just offering my opinion on his philosophy. I mean,
Goblin.
Yeah, he's a goblin.
Goblin.
I don't really get where you're coming at. What are you saying I'm doing?
Well, it's like you're obsessed with him telling people to kill themselves, and I'm saying who's stupid enough to kill themselves because Thomas Ligotti told them to.
I get that.
I mean, there's got to be somebody, but at the same time, right? I mean, he can write any book he wants. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I'm saying that, but also it is worth noting that the things we read and consume media-wise and definitely philosophy-wise can have an effect on us. Like, obviously, you can choose to go the other path, and Ligotti can't force you to do anything.
I don't even consider antinatalism like a valid philosophy. It's just kind of like it goes against all common sense and like instinctual thought. It goes against everything that it means to be alive. It's the antithesis of savoring life. And so it really makes no sense to me, but I don't know why it's such a big deal to you that Ligotti talked about it in his book to the point where you've made it your quest. You say you're not attacking him, but I mean,
Well, to be honest, I kind of got pushed into it because I just made the funny comment and then everything started happening.
Yeah,
And then
Goblin.
William Ramsey asked me to be on the show, so it's not like I'm really going on a crusade against him. It's just I keep getting asked about it because I had that one Facebook argument.
And I'm not, I should be more supportive that you did something, you branched out and did something outside of here. I think all three of you guys, if it ever came to it, could do your own shows. If you're good enough to do your own shows. I hope this lasts for years, but I don't know. But yeah, man, it was good to see you branch out. I think all of you guys should. You do, right? All of you guys make appearances.
You want to end the quiet place?
I'm not going to end the quiet place. No, what are you talking about? But I'm saying, if you guys ever had to move on for whatever reason, you could run your own shows and program your own shows, and it would probably be, at least, interesting.
At least shorter.
Shorter. Hey, that's the fun of it, though. To me, this is fun. Where it's like late night at a bar,
Yeah, I know. I mean, I enjoy the marathon length of it. I think it's good.
Yeah, that's why I would never want to do my own podcast, because this is like what you said. It's like coming to the bar and just chatting with friends. Whereas some people have these podcasts that are super specific with guests, and they cover topics.
Right, and they're very regimented, or they're very structured in their.
They always have freaking ad revenue and boring shit. I like it.
Are you talking about Mr. Frank? You talking about Bazong? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, I'm not talking about Mr. Frank.
Why is it? And I may have already asked this.
By the way, this podcast actually is sponsored now. We actually have a sponsorship from InfoWars. I'll go ahead and read the ad copy they gave me. It says your mom is a government crisis actor. No, wait, I got that wrong. It says your dad is a government crisis actor who planted his false flag in your mom.
I know it.
That's what they told me to read.
I know it all along.
I mean, I wish that
I kind of botched that joke.
I wish InfoWars was sponsoring the show. That'd be great.
Yeah, can we get that? What do they call Manscaped? Can we get them to sponsor the show?
Manscaped.
What about that Squatch soap that's freaking flooding Facebook with ads?
Oh yeah,
what is it?
I fucking hate those ads.
What is
it? Dish, you're a man. Shut the fuck up.
What is it?
Squatch soap.
Dr. Squatch Scope or something like that.
Oh, okay. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, the guy with the weird long hair.
Those ads.
Yeah.
They go on forever.
What about the ones where the people are exercising their jaws?
God, those things.
I mean,
I can't believe that's still a thing.
I can't imagine that.
I get enough jaw exercise eating pussy. I don't need that.
Yeah, have you not seen those, Zach?
No, I may have. I've seen a lot.
There's like a Jawzercise advertisement where you put some little, basically like a stress ball in your mouth. You'd probably like it a lot, Jeremy.
Ball gag.
Yeah, it looks kind of like that. I mean, it looks really weird. Like the when they have the women on there, it's not so bad, but it's kind of really kind of disturbing looking. So
that's actually not the first face exercise product I've seen. It was the first one I've seen on Facebook, but I remember seeing one back in the 90s that actually looked even more disturbing.
Hey, listen,
really?
Not to change the subject too much, but look, I want to get your guys' opinion on this, because this is blowing my mind here. I've been seeing these articles popping up, and this one's from 2016, but there's videos and articles popping up about these dog-headed men like they were real people, like back in when Columbus.
Well, I don't mind you changing the subject for that. What?
They're dog-headed men. I don't know.
We need David Icke here.
And somebody on YouTube made somebody on YouTube made an hour-long video debating whether they actually had souls or not, but I'm still trying to figure out if they exist.
I mean, I saw a dog-headed man in a dream once. It was very scary. I woke up in a cold sweat and my heart was racing, and it was kind of like a wolf, kind of looked like a wolf, like a white-headed dog, right? It was a white dog-headed guy with a robe on, and he had a dog that looked like him on a leash, right? You know what I mean? So the dog looked like the guy's head that was at the front door of this house where I was, having this dream or whatnot. Yeah. Yeah, and I thought, when I woke up, I thought this was like a premonition of someone I know is going to die. You know what I mean? That's what I thought. Yeah.
Did that come true?
Yeah, it did.
Oh, dang.
Okay. Yeah, you're gonna have to stay with me here. This is bizarre. Around 400 BC, a Greek physician wrote these passages describing the tribes of Kynocephalus. So they have Kynocephaly, which is doghead basically. They speak no language but bark like dogs. And in
Hold
this
on a second.
yeah, go what?
Cynocephalus?
Cynocephaly,
Well,
It sounds like an
phallus,
STD.
though.
huh?
Yeah, looks like phallus, though.
No, but that
Sounds like an STD.
but he's like Greek, so he's all messed up with the language or whatever. But anyway,
Okay. Oh, okay, that explains it. Thanks.
they speak no language but bark like dogs, and in this manner make themselves understood by each other. Their teeth are larger than those of dogs, their nails like those of these animals, but longer and rounder. They inhabit the mountains as far as the river Indus.
I've met a dog-headed person. It was your mom.
The Kynocephaly living on the mountains do not practice any trade but live by hunting. When they have killed an animal, they roast it in the sun. They eat the fruit of the Siptakora, whence amber is procured, since it is sweet. They do not live in houses, but in caves. They set out for the chase with bows and spears. The women have a bath once a month. The men do not have a bath at all, but only wash their hands. They anoint themselves 3 times a month with oil made from milk, and wipe themselves with skins. They are just and live longer than any other men, 170, sometimes 200 years. They were talking about this Greek physician and other scholars were talking about these like they were really people.
Man, that's actually kind of
from
freaking me
Syria,
out
dude.
because it's got this connection to this thing that pops up in the missing 411 lore a lot. And there was this one specific thing that was one of those ones that's really freaky because it was like a newspaper thing from like a long
The little girl.
The little girl and the freaking wolf in the water.
That is creepy. Yes.
Yeah, man, that's creepy.
They lived up on this hill, and the dad her and the dad were loading like lumber or something, right?
Something like that, and then she ran off or something. Long story short, like at the end, the police officer, that's how it was recorded, gets there, and she's with this little, like this freaking, I can't remember how they described it, but they said it was like a black dog thing, and it was with her, and it was feeding her out of its hand, and when it saw him, it ran away and jumped in the river. And keep in mind, this is before the freaking internet. Like, this is a long time ago. That was freaky.
Yeah. But they're talking, these physicians and scholars are talking about this dog-headed man phenomenon back then. Like they really existed. Could they exist? Maybe they were really deformed in a way that made people think of dogs, but they weren't actually dog-headed.
That'd be a freaking ugly-ass deformity.
Well, now let's think about this.
Well, no, that actually
Sirius,
exists.
dude. They're probably from Sirius.
What about
But
those sideshow people with the hairy faces? Maybe that's what they're talking about.
yeah, the people with werewolf disease.
Yeah.
Lycanthropy or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
But Kynocephaly is the name of
So
it.
what's this up with this St. Christopher being a dog-headed dude? I never
Well,
heard
look
of
at
that.
it. You see it there, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, but I've never heard of a Christian
Perhaps the
saint
most,
having a dog head.
perhaps
Yeah,
the most famous Kynocephalus is Christianity's Saint Christopher, who is described in several texts as having the body of a man but the head of a dog. This is Mandela effect shit. I've never heard of this until now. They went back and changed time somehow, man, because this has never, I have never heard of this ever.
I haven't either. I thought
Yeah,
Saint Christopher was like I thought Saint Christopher was like the saint of safe travels or something like that. And the story is like that he carried Jesus as a baby across the river, and Jesus was ridiculously heavy because he was carrying all the sins of the world, or something like that.
The people are without a king and are idolaters and no better than wild beasts. And I assure you, all the men of this island of Angamanane have heads like dogs and teeth and eyes likewise. In fact, in the face, they are all just like big mastiff dogs. They have a quantity of spices, but they are a most cruel generation and eat everybody that they can catch, if not of their own race. I also bought this book on Amazon about this phenomenon because apparently, people have been talking about this shit all along, and I'm just now hearing about it. But it was called, let's see, Kynocephaly magic. Okay, and no, I'm not going to practice it, but it's pretty weird, man, that somebody wrote a 42-page book saying that they're like magical. They used to be alive, but now they're like deities, and you can summon them and to help you and shit and they're Egyptian in origin. Well, I mean, what are we?
White girls will be summoning them to eat out their pussies.
I don't even know. I don't even know if I'm really seeing this, man. It's like I've entered the Twilight Zone. Look at this kynocephaly magic. It's there.
And that reminds me of a book I actually got recently too, called Black Dog Folklore.
Yeah,
you ever heard of that?
Yeah, that looks
good.
The
lore of the dog-headed men traces back to ancient Egypt. There is magic here using 3 dog-headed deities, all ancient Egyptian in origin. You will learn how to summon them using the deity Aker, but these beings are commanded by us and not worshipped at all. Now, again, I'm only reading this out of curiosity. I'm not going to practice any of it, but could these people have actually existed that way?
Probably not.
What they've got to be talking about some deformity, like the furry-faced people, right, in the sideshow, right?
No, they're aliens, dude.
Doesn't make sense.
Aliens.
They're aliens from Sirius, man. Dog Star.
Jeremy's ancestors.
It's your mom's ancestors. They're dog faced.
Whose mom? Jeremy's or mine? Are you saying everybody's mom's got a dog face?
All of your moms
got dog faces. Okay, all right. I mean, I still love her. You know, she had a dog face.
I think drunk.
But I mean,
her appearance.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I'm almost finished with my 40 of Old English, so yeah, it's getting there. But yeah, it probably either was just a deformity or it was just they were just exaggerating, just like, oh, these people are like ugly or they're brutish looking, so they would say they had dog heads.
No, I think they're real.
Yeah, well, white girls are going to be summoning them to stick their giant tongues in their assholes.
Why white girls?
Because they get all.
You haven't heard that, like that joke that a bunch of Afrocentrists say that white girls have sex with dogs?
No.
There's even like a really funny song on YouTube called "White Girls Fuck Dogs."
Oh no, I'm not seeing that.
Now, I thought you were going
in
like a freaking trendy Wicca New Age direction.
Well, yeah, that is that too, but you should look that up, Jeremy. The song "White Girls Fuck Dogs."
Yeah, you probably should actually.
Bloodshot.
We should, because it's funny.
No,
well, maybe I should close the show with that. Yeah.
Yeah, you should probably close the show with that. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
White girls fuck dogs or fuck like dogs?
White Girls Fuck Dogs. It's by Rusty Cage.
Wait, we played a Rusty Cage song before, didn't we?
I think so. Yeah, the coronavirus song.
Yeah. Gregor, is everything all right? You've been late a few times here, and I mean, again, we all decide our involvement in this, but I just want to make sure you're not like got the blues about this whole deal, do you?
About what, the coronavirus or something?
No, about being on the show. It's like,
no, it's just a coincidence.
I'm not putting too much on you or anything.
No, it's just a coincidence that I was late 2 weeks in a row.
Okay, I'm asking out of concern
about the show. You have blues about the show.
I'm asking out of genuine concern, not like scalding you for, a strictly voluntary role.
Don't scald me.
No, I mean, I'm genuinely concerned. I want to make sure that I'm not like pushing you too hard to be on here or something.
No, okay. it just happened to be 2 weeks in a row.
Okay.
Yeah.
I really do ask that out of concern.
I hear you, but I mean, it's nothing. If it was an exciting story around why I was late 2 weeks in a row, I'd tell it.
If it was, you said?
Yeah. If it was, like if I had like a massive shit to take or something like that, like that.
How's writing coming on the new Hanover block, or have you taken a break?
I'm doing editing on it, right? So, it's coming along slowly but surely. Yeah. So I mean, it's already been written. I got to rewrite part of it though because I had a beta reader and he had some feedback and he's right about it. And it's kind of like the same feedback you would give me, Jeremy, I think, if you read it. So, you know, based on some of the things that you've said about books on the show, I think that you would have the same feedback this person had. So I got to rewrite part of the climax, I guess, to make it a little bit more fulfilling.
You have understated the mounds and where they come from enough that I'm interested to see what the mystery is behind them. It's like, because they're so understated. I feel like I need to know. I need their origins laid bare before this series ends. And
if you find out why they exist in the fourth book,
okay. And I'm still curious if some of those other mythical creatures that people hallucinate, like Cog Snacks and the Nero, end up in there somehow, maybe as solutions to fighting the mounds or something. I don't know, but
that's an interesting idea.
Totally up to you. I'm not trying to influence.
I know it is.
I'm not trying to influence. I'm just saying I wonder about it.
You did say on this show one time that you wanted to be in the fourth book.
That would be cool. It would be cool.
And then I was resistant, right? But now I thought about it, and there is a character that I'm going to change their name to Jeremy.
No, does the flesh blob kill him by turning into a giant ass and sitting on his face?
No, but that would be awesome. So I don't know if the character has a last name in the book, so I might just name him Jeremy. But if he has a last name, should I name him Jeremy Maddox or no?
I don't. Whatever you want to do, I trust you.
And you're fine with either way, because I mean, I don't even know if Maddox is your true name or Jeremy Maddox is your name. Okay.
Oh, it is. Yeah.
Okay. Maddox.
No, it's Maddux.
Yeah, I'm saying spell it with an O to keep it nutty.
Yeah. I don't know why the others spell it OX, but our particular bloodline is UX.
Right. Okay. All right. So I'm definitely going to change this character's name to Jeremy, and then you're going to read it, and you'll be like, "You son of a bitch."
Do it. So, I would be honored. I would be honored to be taken out by the mounds. But yeah, I can't wait to see like what their deal is, why they're doing this to people, and what they get out of it. You know, where they let people eat and fuck them. They're like an all-purpose, like, you know, joy mechanism or something. And but then they slowly like drain their subject of life, right?
Yes, essentially, you're correct.
Imagine, have you guys, who here has read that old book, Wayne Barlow's Guide to Extraterrestrials? It was so awesome. Everybody's read.
I know what you're talking about, but I've not read it.
I haven't read it.
See, when you were describing that book in the last Hanover Block series with those illustrations, that kind of reminded me of that. It reminded me of that.
Yeah. I mean, that's that Barlow book is pretty great. I mean, what I've seen of it, I've not ever held it in my hands, but I'd like to.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Yeah, man, like fictional bestiaries.
Yeah.
Are awesome, and they should be done more often. Nobody does.
I agree wholeheartedly.
What if you
did you know? Like I was gonna say, do you know the Crazy World of Arthur Brown, who did that Fire song?
Uh-uh.
I can't remember if it was the Crazy World of Arthur Brown or another band that he did, but he actually had an album.
The Bananarama one they did the cover of, or is that different song?
No, like the Crazy World of Arthur Brown, the song Fire that goes, "I am the God of Hellfire."
Oh, okay. I think it's a different song. Okay.
Yeah, but he, I can't remember if it's like that band or another one, but they have an album called Galactic Zoo Dossier, which is just that. It's a bunch of like rock songs about alien species.
That sounds pretty cool.
Yeah, I listened to a couple of songs. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, I like a good bestiary. You're right there, Jeremy. Those are nice books. Yeah, and I think that, you know, making a book that has to be a book, right, instead of an ebook, is a noble pursuit, right? You know, I think that like that. You know, even though I would hate to read House of Leaves, the fact that book can't really exist in an ebook format makes it cooler in my mind, and that it has to be a physical object. And I think that these bestiaries. I mean, you could have it as an ebook, but it's not anywhere near as interesting or I don't want to use that word, but impressive, I guess, right? Unless it's a big, oversized RPG manual size book or something, right? Or coffee table book,
Yeah.
Yeah, you need to just dig in it or throw out all your inhibitions and read House of Leaves. I think you'd enjoy it.
No,
It's really not that bad as far as all the crazy goes.
Which one? What is it?
House of Leaves.
I mean, the story is actually pretty straightforward.
Yeah. And how you read it, too, is pretty straightforward. Like, you just go through and read the main part, then you go back and read the footnotes and all that.
I don't want to read it.
Infinite Jest is hard to read with all the footnotes,
Yeah,
I don't want to read that either. I mean, I've got it. I might read it sometime, but I doubt it.
It's just a beautiful looking book.
Some sad news, by the way. I don't know if you guys heard or if you even have ever read him, but Joseph Pulver passed away.
Yeah, I've never read him, but I know who he is. Now, did he only write like short stories in the Lovecraft Illuminati world?
Well, he wrote Orphan Palace there. That's a novel.
Oh, did he?
400 pages, yeah. And I've read it on and off through the years,
Uh-huh.
And I don't know, I'll probably finish it now in the next month or two because it's finally interesting. I felt like it had a long opening, that didn't attract me, but now there's enough going on that I'm intrigued to see where it goes. But and his widow is struggling right now. So,
Yeah, he's like a buddy of like the Jeffrey Thomas, Lovecraft Easing crew, right? I mean, he's part of that crew. Yeah, they're a competing podcast on YouTube. They have this. They start at the same time we do.
Who does now?
Lovecraft Easing podcast.
Oh, do they?
They're a very boring podcast full of people with gray hair.
Are they competition?
I mean, they're only in that they are happening at the same time.
Should we stream?
So you're saying we're better?
No, I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying.
Should we stream snipe them?
Screen snipe them. Oh, like pull up pull up YouTube and just comment on their live.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
That would be as boring as watching these cops act like dicks.
Now, I've got to bring it up, Jeremy. You brought up having cold feet about like the show like 2 or 3 times during this 3 hours. Like, it seems like our conversation from last weekend with Kevin Strange like got you seriously down.
What do you mean?
About what? Yeah.
It's just like little things I've been picking up on throughout this show. It's like it feels like he's
getting flashes like Johnny from the Dead Zone here.
Yeah.
Don't eat
you're on
ice
a lot of
cream.
drugs,
You're going to get a headache if you eat the ice cream too fast.
You're on a lot of drugs too.
Inflated.
There are a lot of drugs involved. Yeah, I've felt like I'm on a cloud for the last 3 hours. So
that probably has something to do with it.
But well, to be honest, that discussion did kind of bring me down.
I told you, I knew it.
What was the discussion about that brought you down? What was it?
I could handle it until I couldn't get a word in edgewise, so I had to leave.
Oh, yeah.
And come back in once I had your attention. See, but that means that the show's hopping and everybody's excited, and that's good energy. But I was just frustrated because I couldn't get a word in. Every time I would get cut off, and then and also the whole. I felt like it was overstepping a little bit with the whole. You consume your media wrong or something. Like, I don't care. I am enraptured. I am enraptured by reading 40 books at once, and I will die that way. I mean, that's just the way I am, and I don't care whether it has occult symbolism in it or not. That's not right. I mean, I just.
Yeah, he told you didn't know how to read a book, right?
Or something like that.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
And I'm not. It's nothing like hostile, really. It's just kind of like annoying after a while that I have to justify liking something because someone chose to hide occult symbolism that means absolutely jack shit to me. It's like, I know they think that I'm being controlled by saying that, but I mean, you can't go.
You just said that we think that. We'd never said what we think.
You did say that, though.
I didn't.
No, I didn't say that. That was Kevin Strange.
Strange and
I don't
Zach.
even think he said that.
Strange and Zach ganging up on me. But I mean, it's not personal.
But it was funny that you went and played this video game about this little schlubby dude walking around the fantasy world. What the hell was that?
Peasant's Quest. I was actually going to start that up here in a minute. If it wouldn't bore Sir Gregor, if he doesn't mind me doing it while we're talking.
No, I thought it was funny because it was just this little like it seemed like it was your hurt little soul, like it kind of like represented that, and it was just like staring off into the distance.
What?
You know, so I thought it was kind of funny. You know?
I don't understand. What now?
It seemed like that little dude that was running around in the video game represented your hurt little soul, and he was just like staring off into the distance. You know, it looked really weird. Like it was
Getting
like
stalked by a minotaur.
Yeah, well, at one
Yeah.
point he was just standing there, looking off into the sky, in the horizon. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
the Minotaur was Kevin Strange and Zach.
yeah. The Minotaur was Kevin. Yeah.
I'm actually I might start that up here in a minute. We can.
What is that game? What is it?
Peasant's Quest.
Oh, it looks so shitty.
Why?
But I mean,
it's retro.
Yeah.
But to what era is that retro? It just looks like.
Hey, don't play that game. Play the old Friday the 13th game.
That game was actually shit, though.
I know, but it looks better.
Not really.
Good that it is retro.
There we go. Okay.
Let's pull up I don't know. Let's see if we can find some obscure Japanese porn game to play.
Well, hang on. I've got to finish the Peasant's Quest first. So anyway, we were talking about Clive Barker or Ray Bradbury or something?
Well, I guess we were talking about short stories. It's hard for me to think of what...
My save got ruined, man. No.
Oops. But
that's too bad.
Yeah.
What did you say, Ben?
I was gonna say when I was thinking about like my own favorite short stories, I'm actually not sure when I try to think of some. I don't know if Invisible Cities counts as a collection of short stories.
Is that Calvino?
Yeah, Calvino. Let's see. I like a lot of Harlan Ellison stories. I think maybe my favorite short story collection is Alone Against Tomorrow by Harlan Ellison.
I am not going back to that. I'm not doing the bow and arrow thing again. Damn, that pissed me off. My save got booted off there somehow when I reset my.
Okay, here comes he's Kevin to yell at you.
No, he's not.
Say my name 3 times, motherfuckers, and I'm gonna appear.
What's up?
Let's end this discussion once and for all.
How's
Jeremy,
that?
I don't care if you read 1 book a year or 4,000 books a year. I don't care if every single book you read is directly an Illuminati, OTO, occult book. And I don't care if your soul gets possessed by 10,000 demons. We're just talking about it in general. I didn't accuse you of reading books wrong. Zach and I have a very vested interest as creators in discussing this overt occult symbolism that Hollywood puts into movies. And you have somehow managed to jump up into the sky, grab a hold of this idea, internalize it deep into your belly, and think that somehow I say you read 40 books a month wrong.
Well, I mean, how
let me tell you this, Jeremy.
Yeah.
He says that he wouldn't care if he read only 1 book a year or if he got possessed by 10,000 demons. I wouldn't talk to you if either of those things happened. You know, I don't talk to people that get possessed by 10,000 demons. I don't talk to people that only read 1 book a year.
Also, I want to put in there, like in that message that I sent you, I basically laid out the fact that, and he's actually right saying that we're interested in it as creators. It's not that we're going really spurgy about this stuff, saying you can't read or you can't watch movies. We're talking about a difference between, say, a creator who creates something morally or spiritually wrong, kind of on accident, like they're not coming from a religious bent or any type of bent. But there is a difference between that and someone who's deliberately putting these things in there on purpose. And I don't really get why you're shooing away from A, being concerned about that, and B, thinking that
Because I don't give the occult power. I don't acknowledge it as something powerful. You know what I mean? It's just
maybe it's not. That's a thing I've thought about. Maybe they're just doing it like kind of, masturbating themselves, but it's not. Maybe it can't affect us if you don't let it. I don't know. I don't know enough about it. That's something we could get William to talk about.
I mean, when you think about it, like all forms of creating are sort of a form of masturbation.
I did get some writing this week.
Yeah,
right.
Fine.
We're not afraid of dead air. Remember, we did 5 minutes of dead
Yeah,
air.
we did 5 minutes of it. Yeah.
I'm just not funny.
But I did get some writing done on the. I got some writing done on the. Without spoiling too much.
Jason Sinclair story.
No, but it might be time for another one of those.
It is.
Since it is short story month, you want me to write one for you?
Yes.
For next week. So next week I'm going to bring on a new Jason Sinclair story. Maybe he's on probation or something, or right? He's out, and
the sky's the limit, Jeremy. Okay. Sky's the limit.
Well, anyway, but yeah, it's the story that I'm writing now is kind of set like not too far off in the future, but basically they've found that there's so much substance abuse and legal, precedents set with, creative people like rock stars and artists and such that they decide, fuck it, we'll just stop using human beings and start using robots to entertain, And this guy is absolutely bonkers in love, adores this singer, this metal singer named Esper, okay? And he saves her from a crazy fan with a gun at the concert who says, she's not even human. She's not even human. And he takes him down and saves her life. Thus, he gets to meet his idol and be a hero. And from there, things spiral, out of control for different reasons. But that's the plan right now. That is the loosest synopsis of Esper I can come up with without jinxing it. So,
write it. Finish it.
Yeah. I am. Yeah. I've already developed the roommate character and everything. I think this is going to be promising. Yeah.
So, Kevin, do you think he's writing it wrong?
Probably. I'm eating dinner.
Kevin needs to go into your home with a gun and just put it to your head.
Jeremy writes more literary style fiction, and I write.
I do. Do I?
I write more visual style fiction. So to Jeremy, it's a 3-act structure of an action oriented, screenplay style work of fiction is like a mystery because. And I just finished reading. Did we talk about me finishing reading Dr. Blood Money, or did I just talk about how crazy it was?
You did say you were working on some Philip K. Dick novels.
Yeah, I don't think I finished it yet, though.
Yeah, I've now finished 2, and the thing that I like about Philip K. Dick is he's a literary writer that manages to keep my attention, even though I don't like literary fiction. I don't like a collection of ideas strung together by the thinnest and most inconsequential of plots. Philip K. Dick manages to do that with his novels. His short fiction is much more plot oriented than his novels. I don't think he had a tight enough attention span to be able to put together long form plotting.
A lot of his novels are strung together short fiction, right? Like he'll take 4 or 5 stories and he'll just cobble them together.
So when I finished Dr. Blood Money, it was by the end of it, it was nothing happened. It really was like a character study of a bunch of post-apocalyptic survivors that had insane mutations, and a couple of things did happen. But if Philip K. Dick had called me up and been like, Kevin Strange, the aliens, they came to me and they gave me this story to write, and I need you to help me put it into a 3-act structure. There's no 3-act structure to Philip K. Dick novels. They are strung together, like you said. They're like short pieces that are vaguely strung together by a shared world or shared characters. And I think that Jeremy is more of that kind of a writer. And he when he comes to me for writing advice, I tend to kind of push him in the direction that I'm more comfortable with. Did Jeremy walk off? Ben's trying to get back on the show.
Yeah, Jeremy, are you around, or are you playing Peasant's Quest or whatever it's called?
He said be right back in the.
Oh, did he? Okay. So yeah,
Um,
Ben's trapped on the outside.
So
then.
when you ask, is he writing his fiction wrong? It's not that he's writing it wrong, but he definitely doesn't write it the way I would. I don't really have any advice for how to write literary fiction. I've never written it.
Yeah, I've only read the one thing by that Open Lines short that he did, and that had some literary trappings. It was like I said, I think on the show, it was kind of like 70s, 80s speculative fiction, which is science fiction with literary aspirations, is kind of how it came off to me. Yeah,
right.
I think me and Ben are like the only two literary fiction lovers on the group. What's your stance on literary fiction, Gregor?
I like it if it's got a kind of a weird angle, or if the prose is stripped down enough and it's moves me through it, right? As long as I kind of like literary fiction that kind of has, maybe a little bit of a pop fiction aesthetic or a weird aesthetic, right? But I'm not going to read like a contemporary fiction that doesn't really have any kind of a weird element to it, I don't think, right? I mean Haruki Murakami is considered to be literary fiction, but there's a lot of fantasy elements to that. So I mean, I like literary fiction, like was that Herman Koch, I think is his name, the guy that wrote The Dinner and what is it called? Something Summer House with Swimming Pool. I like that, So I like a lot of I like literary fiction.
Here's how I always gauge.
But I don't like this masochistic stuff that you guys like, right? I'm not big on that.
Okay, would you say Catcher in the Rye is one of your favorite novels, or do you not get it?
No, I would say that's not one of my favorite novels.
Then you're beneath me, Gregor.
I mean, I read it maybe when
Ham on Rye.
It's okay. Better. What's Ham on Rye is better? Yeah, I'd say Ham on Rye is better. Yeah, I enjoy that more.
Yeah. How do you get kicked? Well, I was trying to switch from the live chat to the private chat over on the side, and I accidentally clicked on one of those like login links, and it took me out of the room.
Yeah, I like Ham on Rye better than that. Yeah, than Catcher in the Rye. Yeah, have you read Ham on Rye?
Wait, yeah, are we talking about Bukowski?
Yeah.
I'm going to say Post Office was actually pretty awesome.
Yeah, that's a good book. Ham on Rye, in my opinion, is better, but Post Office is also excellent. Yes. Yeah.
It's very episodic in terms of things.
Yeah.
Like I like the part with the mailman who's totally misunderstood, by certain parents because he's from a different generation. And the other guy he meets who's also a postal worker and thinks he's writing the most genius novel ever, but it's really just awkward.
Yeah, I like the. Have you read Tales of Ordinary Madness, like Bukowski's short story collections?
No.
Oh, those are great, man. You got to read those.
Yeah, I've read a few of them. One of them that for some reason sticks in my mind is that really weird kind of racist story about this jungle guy who has an enormous dick.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds like it. I don't recall that, but I also remember he's actually got robots in some of his stories, in some of his short stories, and those are pretty hilarious stories as well. So, I mean, there's definitely some of his earlier stuff in the short story realm that kind of is like early precursors to like Bizarro fiction in a way.
Strange, you were telling me once about one of your favorite Lovecraft stories, From Beyond, and the movie didn't capture shit about it, from what I understand. But you said
it's also my favorite Lovecraft movie adaptation.
Oh yeah, really? From Beyond's fantastic. That's a great movie.
But what is it? It's something like invisible dinosaurs from an incomprehensible dimension or something, right?
I mean, that's basically the premise for both the movie and the short story.
Huh.
What was the point you were getting at?
Because Gregor was talking about it's short story month, and I was just inserting it in the conversation.
Oh, well, one of the thing that I think is so brilliant about both of those pieces is the short story is like 8 pages long.
Yeah, if that.
But it sets up this like crazy cosmic event. Not even event, but like understanding by this doctor's assistant that like there's another world and it's around us all the time, and these creatures are on top of us at all times. And this crazy doctor, not only was he able to build a machine to where he was able to see these things, but they saw him too, and they ate him. They literally ate him, and this assistant is just left with this understanding that at any given moment there are these horrible cosmic beings that exist right on top of us, and they are extremely malevolent and want to eat us.
Man, that
And
reminds
he conveys that so quickly.
That
And then
reminds
Yeah. I'm trying to think of what I think my favorite Lovecraft story is. I don't know if I've really read enough to make that judgment. But The Shadow over Innsmouth is actually a surprisingly
it's like a novelette or a novella. He wrote a lot of little novelettes like that.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, I actually found that. Yeah, I found that one like surprisingly engaging because it read like almost not really actiony, but it kind of read that way because a lot of the story is this guy just trying to keep away from these fish people in Innsmouth.
So if I remember the story behind that correctly, I might be wrong about this. I haven't done a deep dive on Lovecraft in quite a few years. I kind of get to the point where I feel like I'm like an expert on all things Lovecraft, and then I let it go for a decade, and it gets all fuzzy and muddled in my head. So I might not have this correct, but I do know, like I'm certain about this aspect of it. The Lovecraft was barely published during his life, and the majority of his publications came from Weird Tales magazine. And Weird Tales magazine, the editor hated, and if not hated, was at least extremely annoyed and unimpressed with Lovecraft's fiction. But he really liked guys like Robert E. Howard and some of these other people that wrote pulp fiction at the time. And so Lovecraft was friends with these other guys, and this editor would begrudgingly take Lovecraft's stories, severely underpay him, and then over-edit his work. And Lovecraft basically had no other outlet with which to publish, so he kind of took it. He kind of took it on the chin from this guy, and I forget what the editor's name was, but he was a bastard to Lovecraft. And if I have this story correct, Shadow over Innsmouth was basically Lovecraft kind of exasperated, saying like, if you don't like my fiction, you're constantly giving me these tons of notes and editing my shit down to a shell of what I wanted it to be. I will write you a pulp fiction story. And so he wrote him Shadow over Innsmouth to be much more actiony and much more pulpy. And then I'm pretty sure that Lovecraft was disgusted with the story and himself when he was finished with it.
I actually didn't know that.
And
I haven't heard any of that. Yeah.
Another little anecdote about Lovecraft and Weird Tales. Weird Tales magazine today is known as the Lovecraft magazine. Every issue of Weird Tales magazine has tentacle monsters on it and a H.P. Lovecraft quote or something on the cover, and it's known as like the premier H.P. Lovecraft magazine. In his lifetime, H.P. Lovecraft did not get one cover image on Weird Tales magazine. Not one.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. He was very underappreciated in his lifetime. But I do think, like, if I think about it, I think my favorite Lovecraft story is The Outsider, which is pretty different from his other work.
The Outsider's pretty cool. Yeah, but it's kind of simplistic.
I don't know. I kind of like that about it. To me, it reads as very poetic, and it is interesting how it's very sympathetic to the other, whereas a lot of his other work is very heavily based around fear and hatred of the other.
Yeah, this is true.
Yeah, he's probably xenophobic. I mean, whatever.
Oh, he's extremely xenophobic. But
yeah, there's no question about that.
That made some really cool fucking fiction. Like what's widely considered to be like his most racist work is horror at Red Hook. That's also a fucking badass story about an underworld demons and a man selling his soul to the devil, and it is a crazy story.
Yeah,
but
that's
Lovecraft
a good story.
Lovecraft kind of sets it up with like, and by the way, I was hanging out at the worst part of New York, and all these ethnicities, all these horrible ethnicities should probably be. I don't know that he comes out and overtly says they should.
He basically says that it's I mean, they're like converging and muddying up the world, right? Essentially,
He's very critical of multiculturalism, which is you can't even throw a pebble in that direction these days without being called a white nationalist and a cyber Nazi.
Yeah, and I do recall, like, in Behind the Wall of Sleep, like one of the characters in that is basically a poor Southerner, and he acts like this like poor Southern guy is basically just like subhuman. Like he's just an absolute. He treats him like an absolute retard.
I mean, have you read the Dunwich Horror? Basically, all the hillbillies in the Dunwich Horror are just subhuman, half retarded, weird, like inbred weirdos.
Yeah, okay. I guess I wonder where Edward Lee gets that from.
Edward Lee took it and ran with it. He took
he created that. Yeah, Lovecraft created that subgenre.
Yeah. And Edward Lee perfected it.
Yeah, I don't know. The redneck stories I've read from Edward Lee, I don't like Mr. Torso, that story he actually got nominated for a Stoker for. I hated that story.
Are there any Edward Lee stories that aren't about rednecks?
Yeah, there's a bunch. The infamous Rapidophilus isn't about rednecks. Like none of the novels of his that I've read, like
Flesh Gothic's not about rednecks.
Yeah,
most of the stuff that I've read from him is. I read a lot of his Lovecraftian pastiche, like The Haunter at the Threshold is about rednecks. It's about this woman with a rape fetish, and she runs into a bunch of rednecks that endlessly rape her through the entire novel.
Which one is it? What is it? What is it now?
The Haunter at the. Jeremy's interested now.
Jeremy woke up. He's like, what?
It's called The Haunter at the Threshold, and one of the things that Edward Lee does in the book is this woman has. There's literal rape that happens in the book, but there's also she goes into these fantasy hallucinations of rape, and in those chapters that are fantasy hallucinations, it changes to second person. The man grabs you from behind. The man bends you over and opens your anus and inserts his throbbing member and then pisses into your ass. There's so much ass piss that happens in that novel. It is not.
Yeah, it reminds me. That reminds me a lot of the Black Train or Gast. Which surprisingly enough, that actually does take place in the South, but doesn't have like all the like exaggerated redneck caricatures that annoy me.
I started reading.
Do they have the accents that Zach likes, or the accents that Zach does like?
He doesn't. He does not write actual accents. He writes.
He doesn't
like
do dialect
cartoon,
or whatever.
No, he writes accents, but it sounds like a fucking cartoon.
Yeah, he writes out the dialect. He actually writes out the dialect so that you are forced to read in this like subhuman language.
Yeah, that's why when I like a bunch of people recommended the Big Head to me, and I read the preview of it, and I see that redneck speak in it, and I'm just like, I think I can skip it.
Redneck. It starts off like I own the Big Head too, and I was trying to read it last summer. I was in the mood for something crazy, and I pick it up and I open it up, and it's two rednecks that pick up this girl on the side of the road and rape her to death. And that is like the premise of the beginning of so many of his novels. I just put it back down and was like, I'm not in the mood for Edward Lee redneck rape.
From what I recall, the Big Head, it like the first line, if I recall correctly, is something about the woman stove the baby's head in with a pan or something like that.
It starts off with infanticide, and the Black Train doesn't it starts off with a black slave girl getting her hand chopped off, and the guy that was doing it was getting ready to rape her, and his partner that was getting ready to rape her is like, well, I don't want to rape her now. You cut off her damn hand.
And he was like saying. He's like saying, "Why are you bothered? She's mixed."
Yeah, exactly.
And
Edward Lee is a bad motherfucker, which is why I asked the question: like, does he write books that don't have to do with rednecks? Because I probably own 10 of his novels, and I think every single one of them is just full of redneck rape.
So Zach, how do you feel about this?
I've never been a big Edward Lee fan. I read The Backwoods in high school and had fun with it back then. But then I tried picking up other Edward Lee books, and the quality about Edward Lee that I hate, and it's not necessarily the intense gore or sex or anything. It's always like a super Hallmark type family or just super bland characters mixed in with all this stuff. And there's just something really cheesy and formulaic about that. I just can't get behind.
Well, yeah, he's not ashamed of being that.
Yeah.
Jeremy, another one that I think you would like from Edward Lee is a novella called Going Monstering. Have you heard of that one?
Yeah, I've got it. There's a memorable passage from there where when the girls like first arrive or something the first morning, and he says, "No ass rape today. Today you will be sucking cock."
Yeah,
that was another one where I read the Amazon preview, and like the whole like first few pages is just this sorority bitch being a complete catty bitch to the other bitches in the sorority, and
she lines
just
them up
like
and
talking
basically
about
tells them, you're in for a lot of rape.
it's like, oh, they're all fat. They look like shit. They're all like fucking pigs. It's just like, Jesus Christ! I don't want to spend a whole book in this character's head.
That's all it is, dude. That's all it is. Wall to wall, just debaucherous, sexual.
Yeah, well, it wasn't the debauchery. I like that. It's just this, like I said, a sorority bitch being a bitch to other sorority bitches. Like, oh, they're all fat. They're ugly. Their hair sucks. I hate that. That was I don't want to spend a whole. If I want to read that, I'll just read like, I don't know, Chick Lit or something.
Well, then it gets to the point. Then it gets to how bad they are at sucking cock and how they don't take dick gas very well. I mean, it just goes and goes and goes. But it does wrap up really cool into like this really cool Lovecraftian demonic thing at the end that I was like, well, after all that just utter nonsense, you still turned it into a cool monster story. So I actually thought, because it's called Going Monstering, but it doesn't get to that till the very, very end of the it's not a very long book either.
So has anybody here met Edward Lee?
Nope.
He probably smells bad.
Yeah, that's what I hear. Right?
He eats a lot of seafood. Apparently,
he looks like he mumbles a lot and smells bad. But man, he's a great writer.
I mean, I hear that he's got like a handler, like somebody that kind of like.
I'm sure.
You know what I mean?
This is how I feel about Edward Lee. This is how, like, at the end of the day, Edward Lee is like a guy that has been trained to play in Major League Baseball, but has chosen to spend his time going to t-ball tournaments for little kids and smashing the balls, off the t-ball thing as hard as he can and just obliterate. Like, he writes such easy, like, crappy B horror stuff, but you can tell he's so smart and so talented, and he could write at such a higher level and just chooses not to.
Like, I would have some doubts about that because, like I said, I read what was it, Mr. Torso, and like the philosophical speak in that, it is pretentious nonsense. It's just like you're pulling a bunch of like, you're writing with a fucking thesaurus. Stop that. That's only people who think they're smart. People who think they're smart but are not smart, right?
He's got a more of a, not a literary novel, but less of a B-movie rape porn novel called, I think it's called The Witch House. Familiar with that one?
I've got the House and the Pig. I don't think
it's not that one. I think it's called the Witch House.
Yeah, but I a lot of his flaws annoy me, but I do like him enough that when I did find a relatively inexpensive copy of his first book, Nightbait, I did actually buy that. So
is that one published by Zebra?
Yeah, it was like, it's like there's bleeding fruit on the cover, and he wrote under the name Philip Straker.
Doesn't he have like a book that's kind of like a fantasy horror novel, like in some kind of hellish city or something like that?
City Infernal. I've actually heard some people say that that's his best book.
Those are more mainstream though. That's kind of like The Witch House, where he doesn't go so pornographic and crazy,
right?
In that, because those are leisure books. Those are he was a lot of his stuff. Like what he would do is he would do like a mass market paperback, like mid-list Brian Keene style novels, which was City Infernal, and then there's the Brides of the Infernal. It's like something a trilogy. It's like a trilogy of Infernal books. But he would he had his little contract with Leisure, and he would play a good boy, and he would release like kind of not super crazy rapey stuff. Although have you guys seen his book? I think it's called Slither.
I haven't read it, but I've seen that around.
I've got that, and it starts off with two rednecks that rape a girl and then throw her dead body to the crocodiles in a swamp. Yeah. So even his leisure stuff can be a bit out there, but I think he held back. Yeah. But then he would do small press stuff that's just absolutely bananas. Like I said, The Haunter at the Threshold, and the Derpitophilist. What's that?
Have you read the Derpitophilist?
No, I haven't read. Well,
it's a pretty famous story. What
collection is that in? Because he's got a bunch of stuff in his Deadite collections. I own all them on Kindle. I haven't read through them, so I probably read it.
I think that one is in
like Bullet in the Brain.
No, it's not that one. It's one of the story collections. Yeah, Brain Cheese Buffet. Yeah, I've actually read it in another one. I can't remember what it was called, but it was like a collection of his short stories, but it was like a best of kind of short story collection. And yeah, the Drapidophilist, I'm not going to give anything away about that because you definitely need to read it. But it is like definitely one of the grossest things I've ever read. Like I read it and it's just like my stomach is just turning.
I tried to read one the other day in one of those short story collections on my Kindle called The Stick Woman. Have you read that one?
Oh yeah, that one's pretty fucking nasty too.
I got to a certain point and I was stopped. I was like, because I guess I don't have a stomach for really crazy Edward Lee anymore. Like super hardcore horror, splatterpunk horror is just I don't have a stomach for it like I used to.
That's in his Terra Insanus book, isn't it?
Yep, that's the one. I think I have 3 or 4 of his collections through Deadite, and
that book is somewhat disappointing because there's like I think 4 or 5 stories in there. Like 3 of them there's 4 stories in there. 3 of them are the best that I've read from him, and one is just like a really fucking stupid cartoon with a bunch of redneck caricatures.
Yeah, it seems like that's what I mean whenever I say that sometimes, like, generally as a writer, he just goes down to the T-ball level and just smashes T-ball balls. Like, it's so easy for him to write. Like, I bet he wrote Going Monstering in a weekend. Like, it seems like it's effortless for him to write redneck, rape, and massacre. Like, what is that series that he has? Not Family Values. What is that?
Header?
There's the Header books, and then but he's also got a series about.
There's multiple Header books.
Yeah, there's like
3 Header books now, I think.
Wow.
Yeah, 3 or 4.
It's the Redneck Cannibal family that and he goes into like great detail about all this like Southern style food preparation with these bodies. And it's called
Jeremy. What do you think about all this?
He's on mute, so I think he stepped away.
He's taking notes.
I was looking for the book you were talking about, but it's I think it's Family Tradition.
Family Tradition, yeah.
God, that book is insane.
I love that cover.
He sniffs this girl's ass before he kills her, and he said he can know what she had for dinner. And the thing is, he gets correctly, she thinks to herself.
Oh God.
I mean, the dude's like an Adderall head, or almost. It's like he writes about those filthy urges that people get on uppers. Is what, if you ask me.
The thing is, like, he's not admitted to it, but I really would not be surprised if he actually had like written like weird erotica under a pen name. Because one weird thing is, like, the only book I can find that he actually wrote under his real name, because Edward Lee's actually not his real name, is a JFK conspiracy book.
Really?
Yeah.
I know that he did an interview on Brian Keene's podcast where he said that I believe his first published fiction was Harlequin romance novels, but he wouldn't admit to the pen name that he wrote them under.
That doesn't surprise me. I also recall him saying his first publications were like poems in his student journal at school or something like that, which I can relate. That was mine too. But apparently now he now hates his poetry. And I actually like read one of the because it was in a review of Portrait of the Young Woman as a Psychopath or something like that. The reviewer gave a sample of one of the poems the poet main character writes, and it's like some high school shit. It's bad.
What was his JFK book?
Huh?
What's his real name?
I can't remember. I'd have to like go on his website and look.
Okay.
But
is it Edward Leroy?
No, it's something else.
His first
entirely.
name. He uses Lee as his last name. That's his first name. I don't know his last name.
Yeah, it's like Lee's. I don't know. I think it starts with an M or something. But yeah, it kind of doesn't surprise me that I guess ultimately it shouldn't surprise me that he uses a pen name, because I guess if he wanted to be able to keep day jobs, he would probably want to do that. Like, in some ways, I kind of regret not taking a pen name.
Man, that's one of the biggest regrets I have in my life, to be honest.
Why?
Yeah.
I just have that constant fear of it, like.
I mean, that's life, though, man. That's the thing. People people have made doxing more credible as a threat than it should be. I mean, we're born with our names. It's like who we are. I don't know why people want to hide it.
I don't know. I just kind of feel like it would be a little easier to separate, my the things that I write versus, how I, interact with everything else if I had a pen name.
But then again, you might adopt it like your own, like a character of yourself, not right.
So is Kevin Strange your real name?
No, it's a pen name.
Okay. I mean, it could be. People have a last name Strange, right?
There's a lot of Kevin Stranges actually. There was a kind of this weird thing for a while where all of us Kevin Stranges started finding each other, and I think all the rest of them it was actually their real name. What's weird is I follow there's a bunch of dudes that have started following me and actually become fans of my fiction with the last name Strange, and then there was one guy. I forget what his first name is, but his last name's Strange, and he's a novelist, a horror novelist. And we didn't even talk to each other in private. Just it started off as a joke. He's older than me, so I started referring to him as my dad in Facebook comments sarcastically, and he picked up on it and rolled with it. And for 6 months, we pretended that we were a father and son writing team.
Nice.
But no, yeah. I don't use my name because, well, first of all, when I first started making films, I wanted a strong brand, and calling myself Kevin Strange I actually originally called myself Kevin Lestrange based on the Lestranges in the Harry Potter series, and everyone that I would tell that to would get it wrong and refer to me as Kevin Strange, and I was like, well, that's easier anyway. Right. So I ended up dropping the prefix off of it, and when I started directing movies, I kept the Kevin Strange name. And
isn't there a bizarro authoress named Lisa Lestrange or something?
She did it after him. She started calling herself Lestrange and didn't think anything of it, that it would be weird to have someone else with a last name like that. I mean, it just seemed...
Well, it ain't my fucking name anyway, so it doesn't matter to me. Yeah. But
Kevin, your real name?
Yeah, Kevin's my real name.
No, I mean Danger Slater's girlfriend, though. That's who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
She called herself Lestrange for a while, and it was
that's all. I think she still does. I don't feel threatened.
The name Strange was already taken.
It's a pretty common name, though. It's not.
No, not as a last name.
Sure, it is. I just said there's all kinds of strangers that follow me.
Yeah, it was weird because at one point I Googled Kevin to try to, I think, find some of his books or something, and it was like, wait, Kevin Strange PhD? What?
There's even a PhD physicist who publishes science books under Kevin Strange, Dr. Kevin Strange. But it's, to me, it's really convenient. I've always kept it because it allows me to keep my personal life and my family life completely separate from any of the crazy stuff that I do, which is kind of like what Zach is talking about. It's like I can do anything as Kevin Strange, and it doesn't. There's no blowback on my family, and I've never talked to my family about it, but they're probably pretty appreciative that I didn't sully the family name with all the crazy shit I've made over the years. Although that was never a consideration. Like when I was young, when I was 22, 23, writing screenplays, figuring out, deciding I was going to do these outrageous, offensive, crazy things. It was never. I never considered I better hide this from my family. It was never like that. But in the end, it was I felt like it worked out. Like once that realization hit me that these movies are forever and I do some really wild shit in them. It's probably better that my family doesn't have to, worry about this at the grocery store.
Man, does your all family actually read your books? Like the only family member who's read my books has been my grandma, and then my dad read Locker Arms, and that's literally it.
So I have a pretty funny story about that. Go ahead, Ben.
I was just gonna say, I actually do send every time I publish a book, I do send it to my family. My family
do they read it though?
On my aunt and uncles, they are just proud non-readers, so probably not. My grandpa passed away, but my grandma, when I send it to her, I really don't know what her reaction to them when she reads them is, because she's the kind of reader who thinks Stephen King is too weird and perverted. But Yeah, I do send it to my friends and my family. So
you still send them to your grandpa?
Well, not my grandpa. My grandpa passed away, but I do send them to
Oh,
my
I thought
grandma.
you said you still send them to him.
No, but I dedicated my last book to him. So
okay,
that so.
But they don't read them.
At least a couple of them don't. They just have them to say they have them. Look, he did a thing.
Did your family read some of it, Kevin?
Well, here's the story. It's so I have I come from a divorced home, so I have a very very different sides of the family. My mom's side of the family is far more religious and conservative, and I have a half sister on that side. And then my dad's side is far more blue collar, don't give a fuck kind of people, and I have a half sister on that side. So my half sister on my mom's side got married a couple of years back, and at the wedding, and I keep this stuff from that side of the family. It's out there; they know it. We don't talk about it. It doesn't matter. You can't dox me and shame me to that side of the family because they already know all this. It's just not something that we discuss or talk about. It's just not part of my personal life on that side of the family. And we all get along great. We have family functions and get together. We all love each other. It's just something it's just not, they're not into it. My mom watches Hallmark movies. That's like the only kind of movie she'll even watch.
Right.
Something like, I remember I was, helping her babysit my brother's kids one day when they were really young a bunch of years ago. And she wanted to watch something on TV. And she's like, I don't really like the cussing, though. And I was like, oh, well, we'll find something. And it was The Mask. Jim Carrey's The Mask. I was like, well, this will be fine. And even that was like, there's too much shit that goes on in that movie even that embarrassed my mom. So it's like, it's kind of like that. And so she's just a real wholesome Christian lady. So we're at this wedding. My sister's wedding, and it's awesome. It's a beautiful wedding. We have a great time, and we're at the after party, and it's a dry wedding. Like nobody's even drinking. I think my brother-in-law had like one beer, but almost nobody was drinking at this after the wedding reception. But my aunt was in from out of town, and somehow it had gotten back to her that I was a novelist, and so she's pestering me through the whole wedding, pre-show, and then at the reception. She's like, well, I want to check out some of your fiction. And my response is just like, oh yeah. And then I would like make an excuse to get away from her. I just didn't want to engage at all because she would not like my stuff. So we're all sitting around and I'm just enjoying. Everybody's on the dance floor having a good time. We're eating cake and everything. And my sister and her new husband, you know how the bride and groom will like make their way around to the tables and thank everybody for coming traditionally at a wedding reception. So they pop by the table I'm sitting at, and my sister's like, hey, one of my husband's friends is a big Hack Movies fan. He wants to meet you. He wants to talk to you about the movies. And I was like, all right, this isn't really the place for it, but sure, we could talk to him. And right about that time,
I want to talk to you about Cockhammer.
Yeah, right. Yeah, he wants to. He's a big fan of Cockhammer, and he wants to swing by and talk to the director. Right about that time, my aunt comes up and sits down next to me, and she's like, "So I looked on Amazon, and she had got on Amazon and searched my real name." And she was like, this isn't you. I'm not finding any fiction novels. And there was like somebody with my name had like some nonfiction book or something. And I was like, and so she's like confronting me point blank now. And I'm like 2 seconds away from having to just spill the beans about how much of an awful degenerate I am to this wholesome Christian aunt of mine who's like loved me since I was a baby and adores me and still wants to talk to me about shit that happened when I was fucking 10 years old. And I straight up was like, yeah, and just got up and walked to the dance floor and started dancing with my mom and my sister. And I avoided my aunt for the rest of the wedding. I felt like such an asshole, but I just couldn't bring myself to being like, by the way, the little nephew that you love so much is a degenerate scumbag.
I just tell people you wouldn't like it. I was like,
that's what I tell my mom and stuff. Like she knows, she's Googled. Googled.
I mean, I was like, you like reading weird horror stuff, and they're like, no. I was like, yeah, you don't want to read it. You know what I mean? Like,
I mean, like Like I always like send a first draft of my stuff to my girlfriend, and she, was very encouraging. So that's nice.
It is nice that your girlfriend's encouraging.
Who was the guy that used to work for Strange House with you that did get into some trouble over his book Poor Bastards and Rich? What was it? John
Bruni. Yeah, I'm not sure what that story was. He told it on the Brian Keene podcast. Something about, I don't know, something about somebody. He works these dumb corporate jobs. So I mean, at the end of the day, it's like, I don't want to say he deserves it, but it's like, you're gonna write some like hardcore depraved stuff and then work these like cookie cutter white collar jobs. Like, I don't know that you shouldn't expect for this kind of.
He doesn't have a pseudonym. That's not a pseudonym.
No, it's not a pseudonym. He writes under his real name, and then I guess he claims somebody found it and turned him into HR and got him fired for his fiction. But
how can you do that?
That's what I worry about happening to me, because I'm getting.
Yeah, I mean, they could do that. Why not? Right? I mean, if it's making people in the workplace feeling uncomfortable, I mean, people get fired for less. I mean, should they know? Right? But Well,
I work the kind of job where when the people at my job that I work right now found out, all my stuff, they actually created screensavers on the office computer that's all screenshots from Cockhammer. And so I'll walk into the office, and if the screensaver's on, it's just these horrible fucking, and I just start laughing. And the general manager of the store, I'm like, why is that on there? And he just fucking laughs at me. They keep that stuff on there as much to amuse themselves as to make fun of me. And it's like, that's how I think everybody should be. It's like, I don't think anybody should take, like, that's the stuff I do in my personal life. And if you want to make fun of me for it, that's one thing. But to like get all uppity and like send you to HR and get you fired because you make controversial art, it's like, I would never want to work a job like that in the first fucking place.
Yeah, that's
Aaron. You have to be to do something like that.
I mean, that Karens love to be Karens. That's the thing.
Yeah, I mean, so that's why I write under pseudonyms. I mean, partly, right? So
my problem is though, I always end up telling everybody my pseudonym when I'm a chatty Cathy, and I end up telling people I work with what my pseudonym is, and then they go search for it, and then they fuck with me about it for the rest of my life.
Yeah, I mean, I don't tell people what my pseudonym is.
You mentioned Karens, which are like busybodies. I also kind of have my own take on a certain kind of individual that I call a Spencer. And it's those types who will joke around with you, but in a very attacking kind of way. And even if you laugh along with them and joke, it's like they're still doing it in a way that makes you feel awkward and uncomfortable. I call that a Spencer. It's like, either way, if you try to be a good sport about it, they still make, try to dig at you. And if you don't laugh, they say you need to lighten up. The Spencers.
Yeah. Oh God, I hate that shit.
You know what I'm talking about then.
I dealt with people like that in school all the fucking time.
It's like you can't be a good sport with them. They are intent on making fun of you no matter what. Yeah.
They're passive aggressively trying to cut you down, but like a way it's just, I'm just joking with you, bro. What are you so mad, bro?
There's a way to take that power from people, and it might have even started off like that at the job I work now, but I didn't let anybody take that power from me. Like, I'm proud of that shit. And that's the first thing I said was like, oh, you got a screensaver from the best fucking thing I've ever made in my life. Like, I'm so proud of that movie. I still consider Cockhammer to be my magnum opus and probably the best thing I'll ever make. And when I die, it'll be the director of Cockhammer has died. And I'm proud of that. I don't think that I'll ever make anything as cool as that movie. And so when someone tries to make fun of me for it, it's like,
speaking of Cockhammer, I'm kind of veering off a little bit, but I'm kind of, so you got this Cockhammer comic book coming out, right?
What is a Cockhammer? Yes, Cockhammer.
So
lives.
I saw some live footage of you inking it electronically on the interwebs. Yeah. What is the device that you are using in that live feed
today?
Yeah.
That's so. I recently bought an iPad Pro.
That's is that what it is? Okay.
13.9 inch or 12.9 inch iPad Pro.
Okay.
And then you couple that with the Apple Pencil 2, the new generation of Apple. So it's that's the brand new 2020 edition of the iPad, the biggest, best iPad you can get, and then the Apple Pencil 2, and it has that pressure sensitivity thing like a Wacom tablet would have, but it's all portable. Like the Wacom tablets, they're really great. They have awesome pressure sensitivity and everything, but at the end of the day, they are just screen shares. You have to plug them into a computer. You have to have all your drawing programs and everything installed on your desktop.
Right, it's a monitor, essentially.
A
fancy
monitor is all
monitor.
it is.
Yeah.
It's a pressure sensitive monitor. With the iPad Pro, dude, you can take that anywhere. It's all modular. It's your programs are on the iPad. You don't screen share or anything. So it's for me, it's so much faster and to work on it. And I work my workspace here at the house that I rent right now is in the kitchen. Is the easiest way for me to work, but I have all my like multimedia stuff set up in my living room. So if I want to kick back in my recliner and watch Netflix, I can take my iPad in there with me and keep inking. Whereas with the tablet monitor, you're stuck wherever that thing is. That's where you're at, and you can't move from it. And so I tend to get about 1 to 2 more pages of work done every day because of the mobility of the iPad than I would if I worked on the tablet.
Oh, nice. So I did notice also that you're left-handed. Is that right?
That's correct.
How do you feel about that, Zach? Considering that most
he is of the devil.
Most of the evil people in history are left-handed.
Kevin. You needed a nun to beat you into right-handedness.
He takes a deep breath and says, "Well."
I don't know what to say.
No, but Zach and I have lots of conversations about that very subject.
About you being you taking the left-handed path.
The fact that I could be channeling evil.
Yeah. I mean, it's the thing I've struggled with too, because I'm sure I think Jeremy here is the only one who's read like my old horror stuff.
Yeah, you really don't seem. You really don't seem like a horror author. There's the torture in A Band Named Steve, I think, that's reminiscent of horror. But yeah, overall, it's like you go for the atmosphere, but the plot is a little more subdued than horror.
I mean, I've read read Hospitalized Factory of Pain, and that one's definitely horror, but it's almost like a goofy action kind of book as well.
A lot of characters to keep up with. I used to have that same problem. But I mean,
has anybody here read Carlton Mellick's Zombies and Shit?
I haven't read that one yet.
Man, there's like at least 25 characters, to the point that the first page or the first couple of pages of the novel, there is a headshot caricature of each character and then their name. So if you ever get lost while you're reading the novel, you can flip back to the front and look at the picture of the characters to keep track of who you're engaged with at the time. Man, that was I think it's Carlton's best work ever. Not very many people talk about it, but I think it's great because he had to tell so many different character stories, and the novel still flows, is batshit crazy, goes into backstories of all these different characters. Like he fleshes them out. All these characters get cool backstories and horrific deaths, and the plot is bananas. Mr. T shows up as a cyborg.
Whoa!
Cyborg Mr. T shows up in the fucking apocalypse, the zombie apocalypse. It's fucking nuts.
Why was that a whoa? Or were you talking about your video game there, Jeremy?
Well, because it's cool. Mr. T is a cyborg. That's like a cool imaginative thing. You don't think so?
No.
Huh.
Yeah, it's kind of like it's set in like a what is that Japanese movie with all the teenagers that all have to kill each other?
Battle Royale?
Yeah, it's like a battle royale type premise where it's a post-apocalyptic reality TV show where a bunch of people get dumped into the apocalyptic wasteland and they have to get to a helicopter, and and there's only one seat on it. So you get all these, this basically like 50 people all get dumped, and then all these drones, camera drones, follow them around, and they all get one weapon. They get a backpack that has one weapon in it, and then the story is they have to make it to the helicopter, and at a certain point, a cyborg Mr. T shows up to get in their path and stop them from making forward progress.
So, when he says zombies and shit, he really means shit. But, I need to pick up some more Carlton Mellick books. Like I said before, I did buy like an entire run of the magazine of Bizarro Horror off of eBay.
I don't know what it is. I just stopped caring about Bizarro like completely. Like, I'm not talking about the scene being annoying, but just like the fiction. It's just I just don't care about it anymore.
Well, all Bizarro fiction is just Carlton Mellick fan fiction anyway. So if you're gonna read it, just read him.
I mean, on one hand, yeah, but when I read someone like D. Harlan Wilson or Bradley Sands, I can't really agree with that, regardless of what you think about them as people.
D. Harlan Wilson was one of the originators too. Yeah, he did. He definitely does.
You have to understand that Carlton Mellick has gone through two phases. His original work is extremely pretentious, stream of consciousness, surrealism, and then he changed to a more B-movie, plot-heavy, character-heavy style that he does today. So a Bradley Sands type of Carlton Mellick pastiche is based on Carlton's earlier work, not his later work. So if you read Bradley Sands and think, well, this doesn't read like ape shit, that's because Carlton started writing like ape shit about halfway into his career.
Well, I don't even mean like it. I don't even mean like it. It sounds that way. Like D. Harlan Wilson. He's a bit all over the place, but he definitely like reads a bit more. I guess I don't really like the term, but literary than a lot of other Bizarro fiction does.
He doesn't even seem like he's a Bizarro. He just seems like he's his own cool dude.
Tangentially connected to the original.
I'm trying to think of other like because I kind of consider Bizarro fiction kind of an like they try to the people inside do seem to be trying to put it into this like scene, but I consider it like an umbrella term for fiction that is weird and doesn't really fit neatly into other genres. Like I would consider something like Who Censored Roger Rabbit. I consider that sort of proto Bizarro. Something like some of William S. Burroughs' work. I also consider that kind of proto Bizarro. I do think that I do think there's like a contingent of people who were just trying to, I guess, kind of ride on Mellick's coattails. But I do think that there's a lot more potential in there that wasn't really tapped like it could have been.
I've talked about this a bunch of times before, but my whole drive to even discover Bizarro and start writing in the genre was I was looking to do the literary equivalent of the kind of movies I was making. So movies like Cockhammer and Stiff Jobs and Colonel Kill Motherfuckers are just, super low budget, cheesy Troma or John Waters-esque, B movies, exploitation movies. And I wanted to do the like horror comedy exploitation equivalent of that in fiction. I was pulling away from making feature films because it was extremely stressful and time consuming and just so difficult to manage each one of these films that I made. And I wanted to be like, it appealed to me. I actually, near the end of my film career, I picked up Stephen King's On Writing and I read it and I was like, how much fucking easier my life would be if it was just me and a laptop and I was writing this stuff as fictional prose instead of having to actually, do all this shit as feature films with actors and locations and all this expensive camera equipment, lighting, special effects, all this stuff it was a nightmare, logistical nightmare to do. I loved it. Like I said, Cockhammer is probably the best thing I'll ever make, but I really just got it in my head that I needed to take a break and start writing fiction. And I had never even considered that something like that would exist in the literary form, something like The Toxic Avenger or Pink Flamingos from John Waters. Like, what the hell would the literary equivalent of that even look like? And I started trying to do searches for it on Amazon and Google, and Carlton Mellick came up. And that was, and then I kind of went to BizarroCentral.com and was looking at Eraserhead releases and like kind of what they were looking for, like calls for submissions and the type of fiction they were looking for. I was like, this is it. This is the B movie. They even, I think I think the tagline for the longest time was the B movies section of the library or whatever. Was the tagline that they used to sell Bizarro fiction. So that was what made me gravitate towards it in the first place. And the idea, people constantly fight over what the definition of Bizarro is, and it seems like that's
why I got out of it when I first started, because I submit a lot of stuff, and even had 2 like quasi acceptances. And now the first one that like was kind of accepted was called Beach Bum Redemption, but they rejected it ultimately. Like they accepted it, then they said, "What's that sound? Is that me?"
It's a game that Jeremy's playing.
Video games.
Okay. Like the editor was fighting Marlo, and she like accepted it, but then she kind of like muddled over it and said that it wasn't weird enough. And then I started working with the other editors, and Kevin Donahue said that he really liked the first one I sent him, but they had already done like 2 shark books, because this one was about sharks and stuff. And the more that like I started submitting, and the more like I kept getting feedback, it became so woolly where it's just like, I want to write a cool, bizarre story of what I want to write. But it's like the editors are trying to say, no, it's got to have this quality and this quality and this quality. And I just really hated that. It's just a creativity killer. Like, why?
Well, there was a time. There was a time. What year was that when you were doing that? Was that 2000?
I can't remember.
It was. It would have been
2014.
I was going to say it would be 2014 or earlier. That's really when the Eraserhead editors were very, very hands-on. That was around the time 2011, I think, was the year that they edited Jordan Crawl's Tentacle Death Trip by committee, where literally all of the editors at Eraserhead gave him notes and made him make all these changes. It was like trying to deal with 5 editors at once, and what ultimately made him break off from Eraserhead altogether. But they around that era, they were the editors at Eraserhead were extremely handsy with the fiction. Like the editors wanted to mold and reshape all of the fiction that they got submitted to them in the vein, like into the Eraserhead mold. Like they would take other writers' work, and then they would edit it to death until it fit the Eraserhead mold. But I was never into that either. I never submitted anything to them. I threw a couple pitches to Jeff for Deadeye, but I never submitted to Eraserhead because I wasn't about to let my fiction be edited to death like that.
Yeah, early on, when I was first getting into writing and publishing and stuff, I did have this kind of like idolization of publishers and published authors, like being above self-published authors. But like conversing with these people and like growing, and like I guess you become more real about things, and all that crap was just so lame. And
well, tell me this. I have a room full of writers here. Explain to me the difference, because I've never understood. I was never afraid to be a self-published author, because indie filmmakers have always had to do it themselves, and there's never been some. In fact, trying to submit your film to some distributor who wanted you to make a bunch of editing cuts, you were always looked at as a renegade and a maverick and a hero if you told them to go fuck themselves and release the movie yourself. Like being a self-published filmmaker was always seen as a heroic gesture. Now, but I want to make another comparison too. Kevin Eastman and Peter Laird's Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles is considered one of the most prestigious indie comic book stories of all time. By story, I mean the story of them literally printing Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles issue #1 in their basement and being able to sell something like 30,000 copies of it to fans at conventions and to comic book stores without having a big publisher behind them. They're considered heroes. Why do fiction authors get looked at as half retards for publishing their stuff without the influence of publishing houses. I've never understood the difference.
I
What
believe
is-
the reason is that, and I'm not saying that there aren't bad like people in other mediums, but there's just this kind of overall stigma that people will write like either they'll write a freaking Harry Potter ripoff, they'll rip off something. There's this kind of stigma that writers like there's a bigger ratio of hacks to actual good writers. I don't know.
Is there really? Do you really think there's not a ton of hack comic book artists?
Yeah, no, I definitely think there are, but it's just I think that's the reason why there's a bigger stigma. Like it's that kind of cheesy thing. Like everyone tries to write the American novel once, and like 90% of them are horrible. That type of thing.
I mean, I think part of it is like if you like if you're making a film, if you're making a comic, and doing the art and such, like in a lot of people's eyes that takes skill, whereas I think in a lot of people's eyes, why even regular writers that aren't self-published, why we're the scum of the earth is because everybody can write to some extent. So like
That's
a lot
not
of people
true.
think
Writers fucking suck. Like it's a hard writing.
Yeah, that's the
writing
case.
really
but
good books is really fucking hard to do.
No, I don't disagree, but I think a lot of people have the perception like, well, I can write. All I need is like time to sit down and do it. So they just think like, people like us who do sit down and maybe not like us, or I've only self-published a couple things, but like if someone is self-publishing, it does mean like, oh, there's just a hack who just has enough time to, sit down and churn something out and put it out. And I think it also had to do with like a lot of what they called vanity presses, were obvious scams that sold themselves as if they were an actual press but were not. So if you paid money to them, they would publish you, and it basically was self-publishing, but they presented themselves like they weren't. So I guess people who published with them were kind of seen as suckers.
I make the argument that small press is self-publishing, but it's this game of hide the coin under the cup.
Yeah, it's a shell game, and a lot of it
I'm
is
a small
right,
press,
yeah.
so I'm going to publish Gregor. Gregor's a small press, so he's going to publish Zach. Zach's a small press, so he's going to publish me. That's how all that bullshit works with Eraserhead.
I mean, a lot of it is that, yeah.
Yeah, Eraserhead and Sinister Grin and all those different Raw Dog Screaming, and before they went under, what was the something having to do with abortions? It was
not Rooster Republic, huh?
I'm
Afterbirth.
I'm talking before.
Afterbirth books.
Afterbirth books. So it was Afterbirth.
Oh yeah.
Raw Dog.
Who ran Afterbirth?
Swallow Down Press. All those. They're all like Portland based.
Gina
and
Rinaldi.
Do you know who ran Afterbirth?
Gina Rinaldi.
Oh, she actually ran it.
It was published 1 million times by Eraserhead. It was this game of like hide the shell, like hide the coin under the shell thing, where it was everybody had their own small press and published each other, but it was all fucking self-publishing.
I mean, kind of, yeah. Like it's like Swallow Down, like that basically was just Jeremy Robert Johnson. I think they published.
Yeah,
like
but Jeremy Robert Johnson was published by everybody else. It's like if you sent me a book that you wanted me to publish, and I sent you a book that I wanted you to publish, and you started the process of publishing mine, and I told you no thanks, this isn't good enough, you're gonna call me a fucking dickhead. Of course we're gonna publish each other.
I mean, like
the quality control isn't there when you're all publishing each other. There's no quality control.
Like it shouldn't be, but yeah, that I'm pretty sure that is what happens. I know that a lot of people probably have problems with the King Shot books, but I guess one good thing about it, and I actually think I was wrong that Michael Kazepis had surrendered control of it. I think he is still in control of it now. He's never published any of his own work under that press. He's outright stated that he refuses to.
I thought
that doesn't make him some fucking hero, because everybody else publishes him and he publishes everybody else. You would impress me if you told me that he never published any of his friends who published him. That's where the real question is. Like, what if he's publishing Jeremy Robert Johnson and Jeremy Robert Johnson is publishing him, and
I don't think he's published.
And Cameron Pierce is publishing them, and Shane McKenzie's over here publishing them, and Carlton's over here. Who, Shane McKenzie?
He's still like freaking alive.
As far as I mean, the last time I checked on any of those people, he was part of Sinister Grin Press, and Gabino is part of that whole situation too. And again, it's all incestuous. Like they all publish each other. So there's no quality control there. It's all just I'll pat your back and you pat mine, and we'll call ourselves published, non-self-published. But at the end of the day, it's like, is it real? It's like one step removed. Because I put your name on it instead of mine as the editor, and that's just cheesy. That's not how it works.
Yeah, there's a lot of that going on. You are absolutely right.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I definitely think there's a problem with that, with nepotism that they don't acknowledge.
I'll never forget how.
No, remember they ridicule me and make fun of me because there was that old dude that called them that said they had the buddy system. That he had this famous rant on his blog or whatever about Jeff Burke because they kept rejecting him, and he said that they operate under a ridiculous buddy system, and Jeff Burke is always so condescending about it. He's like, of course we're all friends, and of course friends would publish each other. Like that's what being friends is for. Like if you're just nice to people, they'll probably publish you. But
that's not supposed to be the case. You're supposed to, write good.
Yeah, it's supposed to be based. It's the whole argument is it's supposed to be merit based, right? We're supposed to only be publishing the best of the best, and so there's the gatekeepers exist in order to make sure that the best fiction is the fiction that gets published, so that the reader on the other end of that $10 or $15 that they spend is going to get quality fiction in their hands. But the reality is everybody's fucking self-published, putting their friend's name on their shit. There's no quality control there. There's that stuff isn't merit based.
There's a part of me that obviously like the first thing I did that really I guess kind of got me attention was writing book reviews. So I guess there is a sort of like imposter syndrome in there. It's just like, are people just just paying attention to me because I said nice things about their books? But then again, I don't really have imposter syndrome because I know that I'm a hack fraud.
Well, I always tell people to look at my Goodreads and look at 2015 and back and see how many fucking 5-star reviews I got for everything I did. Other writers would suck my dick hardcore about how great I was. And then once I sold Strange House 2015 and after, just how few writers are interested in my fiction written after 2015. What a coincidence. Once I couldn't do anything for the writing community, there's no longer glowing 5-star reviews for all my fiction.
And the thing that gets me about the buddy system is that it's obviously there, but then it's like they try to stomp down even harder on wannabe writers. So it's like the writers who are in the system don't have to worry about all the freaking random ass stupid rules that these really pretentious editors lay out. Like it's got to have this quality and this quality. And it's like, it's almost like they do that to compensate for having the buddy system.
Yeah.
Did you guys read that crazy Amber Fallon situation? I don't know what to call it. Scandal situation. I'm not talking about the new one. I'm talking about the original Amber Fallon freakout. I covered it on my YouTube channel where she posted this crazy blog about how she bought she donated to Brian Keene's GoFundMe or something, and I don't know. It was just this crazy. She was clearly trying to buy favor in the horror literary community.
Are you talking about the original thing that she did about yes, there's a buddy system and there was 7 things. And
so
how not like the 7th one was don't be an asshole. That's the last rule or something.
Well, okay. So the original thing that she did was, the unbuddy system, I think is what she called it. Yeah. And I did a whole podcast about it because what I thought was funny about it was that her whole list of how to be a good member of the writing community. Not one thing on the list was be a good writer. To her, writing was tangential to, or writing was an afterthought compared to all the different social things that. Yeah,
I could possibly give that some benefit of the doubt in that she's talking about being in a community and not necessarily the craft itself, but given what what transpired,
Given what came out
afterwards.
later,
Yeah.
and that's kind of what I was talking about, was that first famous huge rant she puked out on her blog, basically calling Brian Keene an asshole because he didn't let her buy her way into to his little inner circle of writers.
I tried to read that, but I wasn't able to. She took it down relatively quickly, and
she took it down while I was in the middle of doing a live stream about it. I was I was actually on her website, on her blog live. I had it screen shared and was going through point by point by point, and I refreshed the page and it was gone in the middle of my live stream.
I don't remember that.
Yeah. And then
I'll track it down. It's on my YouTube page.
Yeah, and then I tried to find it through the Wayback Machine, and apparently it didn't archive it. And I kind of gleaned what she was saying from Brian Keene's response, but I didn't read firsthand exactly what she said.
Yeah, Brian Keene. I want to say that first time around, Brian Keene was real easy on her, and he didn't really have much to say. And then she disappeared for 2 years. And then there was that very recent thing where she came back harder, and then he smashed back at her and was being real facetious and condescending about it, calling her Jane Doe. And I'm pretty sure I got him to take down that Jane Doe rant that he went on, because I made fun of him pretty hardcore for it.
I gotta say though, okay, I definitely agree that she was just a social climber. She was not genuine in a lot of her things, but I think Brian Keene was way too harsh on her. I really do take that mentality that he shouldn't have done that to her, because I don't know what age she was. It does seem like she was a little older to be doing that type of thing. But man, he just freaking went after her, and she became the laughing stock when she was everyone's friend.
Well,
what exactly did she say the second time around? I couldn't find anything on what she actually said. I don't know if she even said it publicly.
Yeah, I never found what she said. It was all, I inferred everything from Brian's post, his Jane Doe post on his website, is what I inferred all of this. But I don't know that she did anything publicly. I think it was behind the scenes. She was just trying to weasel her way back in and blame everything on Brian and Mary. And I'm not sure that anything even happened publicly. I think Brian just was like, I'm going to put a stop to this now before it goes any further. This crazy bitch is back. And
was she really being that crazy? Was she just trying to get back?
How would you feel if you had a name that was that you were paying all the bills and taking care of your entire family and your ex-wife and your kids on your writing, and you had some little twerpy girl going to horror conventions saying you were editing her books? There's a certain point where you've gone too far. And he said things like she would call them, him and Mary at night at home, and ask, and just keep him on the phone, and just being really inappropriate with like breaking personal boundaries with them, because they didn't consider her that kind of a friend, that she would have their phone numbers and be calling them and keeping them on the phone for an hour, whining and crying about her bullshit. And so I kind of, what's funny about my relationship with Brian Keene is, while I 100% agree with what he did, I always find a way to make fun of him for how he does it, because he always goes the SJW route with it, and in the end I end up agreeing with what he says and disagreeing with how he says it. You can't pretend that you're a champion of women and then completely strip a woman of her identity and bury her career at the same time. It's dude, that's one of the most misogynistic things I've ever seen a horror author do to a woman publicly.
I don't know. I still take that. Maybe she deserved it, but I still have it in my mind that she was just kind of an awkward fan who's kind of thrust into this community, and she's she might be I guess over eager, and she's just annoying everyone. But does she deserve to get kicked out for that?
They kick people out for anything.
In some ways, she kind of kicked herself out, because if it probably would have given her problems, but she still probably could have just said, okay, what the fuck ever, and kept working, but she didn't.
Yeah, she exiled herself. She threw herself out of the community and then spent 2 years in exile.
What were you going to say, Jeremy?
He doesn't know where he is. He's too high right now.
He's typing into the live comments and then highlighting himself. He's being
It's a Earth calling pilot to co-pilot looking for.
No, there's no passive aggression this week. There's no passive aggression this week. I'm literally just doing that to not interfere with the conversation. Where I'm.
I thought you were going to say something a minute ago.
I think I was. Yeah.
I think you were going to say something like this. I'm
was.
really tired of hearing about this topic. Were you about to say that? That's what I was going to say.
It's about the time for Jeremy to be like, guys, don't you think this is a little just? I mean, come on.
I don't know.
I was trying to play the whole.
Don't you think?
I just wanted to eat my cookie crisp. I don't know.
Where does that picture come from? The picture you used for Hatchet Mouth. What is that?
Which one?
The display, not the one that's on you currently, but the one when you bring up Hatchet Mouth in the chat.
Oh, I think that's the old cover for the movie Extro.
Oh, okay.
Which, man, I don't know if you've seen it, but that movie's sadistic, man. It's creepy. You know, it's really eerie.
I'm not sure if I've seen that one or not.
The things that alien does to that one woman, to like, it's like he sends eggs through her veins, and then like wraps her in a web or some shit, and like she morphs into half an alien body so she can plop out these like alien eggs from this new hole at the bottom of her. I don't know, man. It's very disturbing movie, very biologically unsound.
Sounds like right up your alley there.
Yeah, Extro. Yeah, it bothers me to even watch it. It's so creepy.
So why'd you choose it as the avatar?
Because it looks cool.
Yeah, it is pretty cool. I thought it was like Rawhead Rex or something.
We were kind of I was actually thinking it looks like not Zool from Ghostbusters, but what are the dogs' names?
Oh, Cerberus, maybe?
No, the dogs have names.
I don't know what they're called.
Yeah, I can't remember their names.
Speaking of Ghostbusters, the Ghostbusters house at Halloween Horror Nights last year actually ruled. Like, I never thought they could make a haunted house Ghostbusters thing be cool, but they did.
Yeah, I'm surprised at that as well. So what do you got this Chauncey right up here for?
Okay, somebody...
He was involved in the whole Sad Puppies thing, wasn't he?
I don't know, but somebody on Goodreads said, he's racist. He's racist. You can look at it on his blog and see he's racist. That's the only problem with it. And instantly I told the guy, well, guess what, man? You just fucked up because I just spent $6.99 buying his book. So you did the opposite of what you set out to do by trying to impugn this guy's reputation. You just
I know what we need to do. Go to that dude's comment and let's figure out how to get him on the show and we can debate him.
Hang on. Maybe I will. He won't come on, though. I guarantee you. He's probably a neckbeard.
What happened to you? Speaking of neckbeards, what happened to your guest tonight? What
I don't know. He never got back to me. I sent him the link and everything. So I don't know, man.
I mean, you probably know the guy, Kevin. Didn't you say he was a juggalo?
He is, in fact, a juggalo, yeah, but I didn't want to expose him if I didn't know what he wanted to be known by. But he has not reached out to me or anything, so...
Completely blew you off, huh?
Well, he was all for it earlier this week, so I don't know, man.
Did you send him stink face videos?
No.
I think maybe Gregor got a hold of his contact information and just talked to him the same way he talks to the rest of us.
Kevin, check out this passage from The Half Freaks by Nicole Cushing. She's actually gotten really better. This is about a retarded guy, basically, who's described as in the book as a cross between Quasimodo and Fred Flintstone. I guess he's in his 30s or something. And this is explaining his masturbation habit. Okay. It's by Nicole Cushing.
Yabba dabba do at the end of it.
It's called The Half Freaks. And listen to this short passage. He made a game of it. His goal was to saturate the girl's picture with cum. To the point where he couldn't see her anymore. Whenever he shot his load, he'd grunt, "Fuck, I bury you with my cum. I bury you with my cum. In this way, Harry had begun to associate sexual pleasure with the obliteration of a woman. Here's Harry.
Yabba
This is written by a woman?
Yes.
Yep.
That Nicole Cushing.
You
haven't heard of her?
No, I've never heard.
Oh.
Should I have?
Well, she was kind of tangentially involved in the Bizarro scene and kind of
okay, that
and she's actually put out a lot of like
times than that.
We're all using tangentially tonight.
Well, yeah, she's also put out like a lot of like cosmic horror work.
I don't know. She didn't end up on my radar.
Illuminati.
Yeah, I read one of her stories in that current '95 tribute anthology that that Jordan Crawl put out, and it was really good.
But the point is, with the John C. Wright thing, Awake in the Nightland, I think it's called. He said, "What was I doing again? I was going to try to invite him on."
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, let's see if we can find his comments, and
okay,
at the very least, we can laugh at him.
Really?
I mean, if he's racist, we're probably going to agree with him more than
yeah. Well, I mean, if he hates the gays, then Zach will agree with him.
Shut up.
I think he's tangentially
here.
Guys.
Tangentially racist.
I didn't even read his response because he's just a weasel to me. The only problem with John C. Wright is he is a racist and borderline paranoid. He has a blog where he documents his unbelievable thoughts.
Oh my God! Clutch your pearl.
Then I said, then he's probably a great fiction writer. Witch hunting authors doesn't impress anybody. All I care about is that it's 4 stories set in the world.
Janie C.
Would you let me talk? Set in the world of Hodgson. Shut up, dude.
I'm talking.
Hang on. All I care about.
You're the one who stops talking.
All I care about is that it's 4 stories set in the world of Hodgson's Nightland. Didn't ask about the guy's personal life or political beliefs. Thanks to Yorgos here, Mr. Wright just got my $6.99 because I have left communities over that kind of politically correct behavior. Here's this fucking faggot's response. It's not about political correctness at all. I myself enjoy some controversial.
I myself am a big old racist. I'm just saying.
and 9 out of 10 times I can separate the creator from his creation, but I have zero tolerance for racism. Like I care about his zero tolerance for anything. Yeah. Fuck this guy. His blog is out there for everyone to see and search. If you don't care about racists, then it's your problem, not mine.
Let's see how big of a racist he is. Let's find his blog.
Here's my answer to that. The message is clear. Don't you dare read this guy or I'll call you a racist. Well, you don't run me. I don't sweat you at all. I just gave this dude money to counteract your shrill message. That is the way it will always go when someone tries to blacken someone's name like that.
I love it when Jeremy yells at anybody but us.
I love how you blacken his name.
I like it when he yells at us.
Come get some. Just write. Come get some.
Hang on.
It's like I should just take a picture of me with like sweatpants pulled up around my nipples and just be like, "Come in here and I'll fuck you up."
I'm seriously getting angrier the more I look at it.
It's like, yeah, what happened to children, Jeremy?
Zach, are you all right?
You're supposed to get angry at him, but you take your anger out on me.
Yeah, Zach, no, I was just about to ask, Zach, are you okay after a minute ago? Are you okay then?
Wait, what?
I told you to shut up, and I'm sorry. But
Zach, you were gonna jump in and say you know who this dude is, right?
Yeah, well, you said you were saying something about Janie C. Do you have a problem with them?
No. I don't have a problem with Janie. That's not.
Go read her comment and tell me if you don't have a problem.
No, Janie C's cool.
Read her
Listen,
comment.
we got to find this John C. Wright.
Can I finish reading it though? He said, I didn't say that, and it's clear if you read what I wrote above. You can read whatever you like, and I can read whatever I like. Some people want to know if an artist is a racist or a homophobe.
Some people want to know if he's a racist.
Some people don't. I want to know, you don't. I don't judge anyone who's reading his books. I judge him. And I'm not inventing things here also. Let's finish this and don't drag Janie into this. Have a nice day. And then I tell him, come on in and tell me why you need to impugn John Wright's reputation. And, of course, this fucking ass monkey will not appear.
This ass clown. Listen, Jeremy, go to sci-fi right, WRIGHT.com. He's got we're going to find out just how racist this guy is.
Who, John Wright?
Go up and read.
Yeah, we're going to find out how racist John Wright is.
I don't think he's even. I mean, if he's racist, I don't think he's overtly racist. I think that what people are saying, or why they want to say he is because that Vox Day publishes him.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
That's all it takes. People get so triggered over any association tangential.
This faggot isn't going to show up.
He probably not going to see that, but on some level,
Fucking.
Take some more Ambien, Jeremy. But
I am trying to find any racist writing on here, and I'm not seeing anything jumping out at me. It doesn't have nooses or clan hoods.
The thing
he's
is
overtly a Christian writer or a Christian or Catholic.
Yeah, he's got a section for apologetics. He's got red pill religion section. He's got. It seems like he's somebody me and Zach would be super into.
He sounds like a cool dude.
Yeah, he's got a prayer request section. You can submit a prayer request to him.
I mean, the thing is, like, on some level, I understand, like, not wanting to read an author because they act like such a faggot. That's why I probably won't ever read Chuck Wendell, because his tweets make me cringe my spine out of my back. And
who? Chuck Wendig, you mean?
Yeah, Wendig.
Oh yeah, Chuck Wendig, the Star Wars writer, right? He's a fucking super SJW.
Yeah, but it's not even just that. He tries to be funny on Twitter, and it's just like, I'm wacky, blah, 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 blah. Fuck you, shut the hell up. You suck.
One of my dang friends who's not really that involved in writing that much got blocked randomly from Chuck Wendig, and it's like, he just goes around and blocks everyone, apparently.
Yeah, because he's a massive faggot, and I probably won't ever read his books because of that. And I do have a book that Vox Day co-wrote, but like him, I probably won't pick up his work because when I read his blog, he just comes across as like this unhinged asshole.
He's just kind of a.
He helps people fight these insane SJWs, though.
He does, but on a personal level, he's very spurgy and stuck up. And stuff.
And here's the thing, like, he was kicked out of the sci-fi. What was it? Writers Association. I guess it's because he got in a pissing contest with N.K. Jensen. And
and then also Scaldi. Yeah,
I mean, he basically said, like, you're a half savage who can't understand agreements between European men. Like, how that's not racist, I can't fathom. But in return, N.K. Jensen was going off on stupid rants about white men, and she didn't get any consequences.
Well, that's the thing. It's like the SJWs have created this culture of attacking whiteness, and any attempt to put it almost puts you, if you are a white person who doesn't want to have your ethnicity beaten down like if you don't want to be beaten down like a dog for your ethnicity, which you have no control over, oftentimes you begin to sound racist by defending whiteness, when the reality is it's a defensive. I couldn't give a fuck less about people's race. I judge people by the content of their character, but when my race is constantly brought up and I'm bludgeoned with it, and I even remotely, I get framed in as a white man, and if I respond as a white man, I come off as extremely racist.
You're one privileged motherfucker.
And I don't, and it's not even intentional, because I'm operating within the progressive frame of white is bad. So even saying like, well, what if white isn't so bad? Suddenly that comes off, it comes off as like white supremacist. It comes off as racist. But the reality is I'm in that frame, and it's hard not to get caught up in that sometimes.
Privileged,
triggered. So this guy publishes in the Larry Correia. Is that how you pronounce his name?
I think so.
Correia, Correia. In his,
he's Portuguese, so I don't know if you roll the R's or not.
His Monster Hunter Files anthologies. This John C. Wright is published. So he runs with this sci-fi crowd that's definitely right wing.
He was published by Tor, though. I mean, he's had a number of.
These guys were all Tor writers, weren't they? And then they all kind of got thrown out.
Well, I don't know that Correa was.
I don't know. I mean,
I know that
Yeah,
Wright
Vox
was
definitely. I don't know. The Vox book that I had, well, he was only the co-writer, but that was like a, I can't see it from where I'm sitting, but it was like a pocket books or something like that.
So I started. Let's completely change the subject. I started listening to the audiobook of Neuromancer. There's actually a bunch of different versions of it on YouTube. How many of you guys have read Neuromancer?
I have. I like
I've
it
read
quite
it.
a bit. The
I've
opening
got a
line.
buddy of mine never shuts up about it. Yeah, but I've read it.
Well, it's
Yeah.
like it's the seminal cyberpunk work, right? So it's
Yeah.
I kind of figured everybody here would have read it, and I'm the guy late to the party. I'm the asshole that never bothered to read the like seminal cyberpunk book. But
I read it like 20 years after. It was cool to do it. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
you know,
What did you think of it, Gregor?
I liked it. I mean, it was a good, you know, sci-fi noir book. You know, I mean, it would probably have been a lot more impressive had I read it around the time when it was released.
84
Right?
was when it was released. Think about
Yeah. I actually recall that William Gibson, he doesn't really write sci-fi anymore. He writes these sort of techno thrillers that take place in the modern day, and I think he said that it's because the technology that's happening now is more interesting to him than what possibly could come up in like the next 20 years or whatever.
What's interesting to me is the stuff that's happening in Neuromancer isn't that far off from the world we live in right now. In fact, there's even the first time he encounters a brain jack, he makes the offhanded comment, the main character makes the offhanded comment like, why would you plug that into your head when you could just carry it in your pocket? And we are at the carry it in the pocket phase and very close to the plug it into your head phase right now. Like there's a lot of stuff happening in that novel back from 1984 where he was very forward thinking in how the internet and technology and hacking and even the biological reactions to like information overload and consumption of information would affect the body and everything. And I'm only about 2 hours
be
in.
jacking into their brains, though. I mean,
do I think that'll happen? I think it'll definitely happen.
I mean, I think it'll happen, but I mean, how widespread will it be? I don't think it'll be. I don't know. Maybe it'll be widespread.
I think in order to live in big cities and function as a quote unquote good citizen, I don't think that it'll be physical jacks. I think it'll be Wi-Fi jacks. I think we'll get implants and we'll have to interface with the government sanctioned internet or intranet of each hive city or whatever. And this is maybe 50 years off from now, but I think transhumanism is the absolute future of mankind. I think that homesteaders and off-grid people will be much fewer and further in between than plugged in people. Bugmen as they're referred to today.
Yeah, I'm ready to run to the hills now.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, I mean, I don't want a Neuralink,
I'm gonna go in the forest and just churn out manifestos like Ted Kaczynski.
Exactly. What did you think of Neuromancer, Ben?
I liked it a lot. Like the opening, the prose is really great. The opening line is really amazing. Like I think it's something like the sky was the color of a television tuned to a dead channel. That's a really great line
because he sets it in like cyber Tokyo and like what wasn't that novel like the kind of like birth of all of that Japanese anime and manga like
it was starting because at that point Japan was becoming a economic powerhouse and people anticipated like they would be take everything over before their economy burst and they were in a depression until like 2005. And when you look at the Japanese cyberpunk, they actually went in a very weird and different direction with that. But and I also really like the contrast between Case being this kind of heroin addicted, almost a loser with this with this high technology, which is definitely a lot more realistic than a lot of these a lot of sci-fi novels I've read, where it's almost like they're trying to like everybody seems like vaguely on the same level. When someone's said to be like a on the lower class, I don't really feel like it because everything is too clean. That's a big, plus on it. There's some really cool images, like even if it's outdated, like the part where Case is like being chased by the villain. I can't remember his name, but like to sort of warn him off, like he makes a whole like line of telephone rings as he walks past them, of payphones. Remember those. I even recall like the version that I read. It had a introduction by William Gibson where he said that the one thing he regrets not really, getting into is the possibility of the rise of cell phones, and so it made that one image kind of dated,
weird and wonky. But that's what's cool about 70s and 80s sci-fi is there's still there's like an anachronistic quality or an antiquated quality to it, while also they get so much right and so much wrong together. And I kind of like that. And I've been doing a weird dive into 70s and 80s sci-fi lately. Like I also started Kurt Vonnegut's Sirens of Titan. So all this Philip K. Dick stuff, good. Kurt Vonnegut, this Neuromancer novel, this is all like 70s and 80s sci-fi, and it's fun to see how much stuff they got right and how much stuff is wildly outdated and antiquated.
Yeah, because he definitely predicted the rise of the World Wide Web better than anyone else that I'm aware of.
He even coined the phrase. He didn't create it, but he coined the phrase cyberspace.
Yeah,
that novel is credited as the book that sort of gave that word its popularity.
Yeah, and of course it gave rise to the cyberpunk, both the subculture and the term and the subgenre. And what's kind of interesting, he actually, I don't know if he really started it, but he and I can't remember who he co-wrote it with, but he also wrote the Difference Engine, which almost kind of kickstarted the whole steampunk thing.
That's wild.
Yeah,
wild that one writer can have that much of an effect on culture, but it happens. Every generation has.
Yeah, I actually read the Difference Engine, and I actually thought it was pretty Is
that a short story? Or?
No, it's a novel.
By who?
Felt a little. It's by William Gibson, and he co-wrote it with someone else whose name I can't remember off the top of my head. I want to say Bruce Sterling, but I don't think.
Greg Bear, maybe?
No, it's not him. But
I think it is Bruce Sterling, whatever his name is. Sterling.
Yeah, maybe it might be. I don't know. I've had too much to drink, but yeah, it is pretty amazing just how he predicted the rise of these two. Well, not predicted. He caused the rise of these two sort of punk cultures. And like I said, the Difference Engine, I don't think is nearly as good as Neuromancer.
It is Sterling and Gibson. Okay,
so yeah, I was right the first time. But it's the Difference Engine is a little too disjointed. It just doesn't coalesce as well as Neuromancer does. Maybe that's because it was co-written.
Neuromancer does a great job of world building, but not world building that forsakes the plot. Like it's got such a film noir kind of a plot to it. The plot just hums along. It's exciting. It's action packed.
It doesn't get in the way. Yeah, the world building does not get in the way.
It doesn't get
totally
in the way
natural,
at all. It's very natural. As the plot progresses and the action intensifies, you learn more and more about the world as the characters sort of race along, and that's the best type of world building. World building can easily totally get out of control if an author just info dumps, world crap, and in place of or at the expense of the plot.
Right. I mean, sometimes it works though. I mean, for some odd reason, like that A.E. Voigt, is that his name? The Null A.
A.E. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, the Null A guy. He info dumps all the time, but still somehow it's good. But that's kind of off topic. But you should read the Space.
Well, Merchants. So does that's pretty much Chuck Palahniuk. That's his whole shtick, right? Is information dump. His entire every novel he writes is just information dumping on a new topic.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a weird mix of there's like nonfiction digressions that are kind of like, might as well be articles that you know what I mean? Nonfiction articles that kind of just pop up in there. Yeah, I agree with what you're saying.
What's
Yeah.
his name?
Yeah.
Chuck
like,
Palahniuk.
Yeah, like in
No,
Snuff
the
where
space merchants dude.
Oh, it's
A.E. Van Vogt.
Oh no. The Space Merchants is Frederick Pohl and Cyril M. Kornbluth.
Okay.
It's a 1952 science fiction novel, but you would dig that, I think, if you're into the 50s, 60s, 70s sci-fi, Mr. Strange.
Yeah, I'll check that out.
But we were saying, Palahniuk is kind of like that. He definitely has info dumps, but I like it. I like Palahniuk.
Yeah, his whole it really seems like his entire he'll just learn about something, and as he learns about it and goes crazy and spurgs out on it and builds these folders of information on a given topic, he just is like, okay, well, here's my novel. Now I need to make an excuse to shove some characters and some thinly veiled characters and thinly veiled plot in here so that I can tell people about this weird, wild underbelly of whatever.
Right. Yeah. Crooked Little Veins kind of like that too. Have you guys read that?
I haven't read that. No.
It's a Warren Ellis novel.
What is it?
What's that?
What is the name?
It's called Crooked Little Vein. It's by Warren Ellis. He's a comic book writer.
I didn't know
but
he wrote a novel.
it's a novel. It's great. It's really good. You guys would like that book.
But that when I read Snuff, I guess people have said this about Haunted too, is that the one problem with it is it's supposed to be from 4 different characters' perspectives, but the way they talk is generally the same.
They talk exactly the same. He doesn't have good character development. He doesn't. He's a prose writer that finds really interesting subcultures to spurg about. That's his strength, and he does it really well.
Invisible Monsters has some pretty distinct characters.
Yeah. The I don't want to say she's completely distinct. She definitely still has that sort of Palahniuk kind of thing where she repeats things and is always going back on certain events. I think a repeating phrase in Invisible Monsters is "birds ate my face" or something like that. But yeah, Invisible Monsters is probably my favorite that I've read of his. I think that one's really good. It's almost like the female counterpart to Fight Club.
Haunted is the one that I've always, affected me the most, but it was during that Edward Lee era where I was super into the hardcore horror. So that's kind of Palahniuk's hardcore horror book, and
I like Lullaby quite a bit too.
Yeah, I think the first thing of his that I read was I can't remember what it's called, but it's the story about the guy who gets his intestines sucked out through his ass in the pool.
That is brutal. That made people pass out when it was read, right?
Yeah.
That's what he says, but then there's also been some speculation about whether those people were plants.
Oh, yeah.
To build buzz for the publisher.
It wouldn't surprise me, but I'm sure there was a lot of people.
It's a crazy fucking story, though. That story's fucking.
The candle in the penis thing, I didn't get that at all.
What's that?
The candle in the tip of the penis thing, I did not get that at all. I mean, that's got to be painful. I mean,
what are you talking about?
In the story Guts.
Oh yeah, the Guts. That's what it's called.
No, the urethra play is a big thing in the gay community, especially.
Holy shit, that's disgusting and.
Yeah, and he talks. Yeah, and he talks about in Guts about how many people die from autoerotic asphyxiation, and how many parents decide to clean up and put their pants on to make it look like a suicide.
Seriously, urethra play. That makes me.
They call it sounding.
Good Lord!
Yeah, I used to when I was in.
Make me squirm.
What sounding?
What? When
they call sounding?
When you put something in your urethra.
No! Stop!
Why?
So when I was
why.
When I was 18, 19 years old, this was 1998, 1999. The piercing and tattoo subculture exploded around that time, and me and my best friend from high school, we would drive out to St. Louis from our side of the river in Illinois, and we would frequent this piercing studio that was half piercing studio, half gay pride paraphernalia shop. So half the studio was like a bunch of goth pierced people, and the other half was a bunch of like flamboyantly gay older guys from the St. Louis Pride scene. And it was this like weird commingling mix because the gay dudes would get their nipples pierced and they would do all kinds of genital piercings as well. And me and my friend always hung out on the goth piercing side. We got all kinds of piercings and stuff, but they had all these, they had basically like a surgical like a surgical tray of all these different like wicked instruments that were laid out in the under their counter. And one of them was this big fucking stainless steel rod that looked like a police baton. It looked like a police baton. It was this long straight bar, and then there was a tiny bar that came off the side, and then a ball on the top, a big thick ball on the top. And one day I was like, what the fuck is that? It looks like a mini police baton. And they started laughing and they pulled it out and they unscrewed that ball on the front, and the whole tube was hollow. And then the sidebar that also pulled off. And they said, you put this is for a Prince Albert piercing. And what a Prince Albert is a piercing that goes through just inside the urethra and then down out of the bottom of the penis.
Good
and I don't mean bottom of the penis head, so that there's a ring that can stick out of the urethra at the very tip of the penis.
No.
So this bar, the purpose of this bar was you unscrew the little bar, you stick this big fucking rod tube all the way down into your urethra to the base of your dick, and you line up the threads at the top part at your Prince Albert piercing site, and then you screw in that sidebar, and you've now locked your dick you've now penetrated your urethra with a big hollow tube, and you can unscrew that ball at the tip and pee out of it or come out of it, and screw that ball back in. And so that at 18 years old, that's the kind of shit that I was being subjected to at my local piercing / gay pride store. And
so Ben, how come you're into that kind of stuff?
Why was I into that kind of stuff?
Ben is. Okay. Why are you into urethra play or whatever you call it?
I'm not into it. I've just heard of it because I'm a degenerate, so I hear about that kind of thing.
Oh, I thought you actually were like a
no, I don't.
Proponent of the.
No, I'm a sadist. I don't want anything that hurts me.
Oh, I thought you might be putting like peppermint sticks up there or something.
No, no, that's not my thing.
Okay.
Good Lord, that's disturbing to think about. Oh God.
There's some hardcore stuff, man. We ended up they gave us a diagram of all the different penis piercings, and I ended up getting one, and my buddy ended up getting that Prince Albert. And boy, oh boy,
like,
you got a penis piercing?
No.
Yeah, I got what's called a frenum piercing, which is basically so there's so you look at the base of the penis head. Like the underneath of the penis head, it's like the two parts of the crown kind of converge, and then there's a thin line that runs down the middle of the penis through the circumcision scar, and then that's the kind of shaft of the dick, right? You understand the little line of skin that I'm talking about?
Yeah.
So that little line of skin right at the frenum, the most common place to get the frenum piercing. The most common place to get the frenum piercing is right at the circumcision line, where that line comes down from the middle of the underside of the penis tip to the circumcision scar. So that's where I just have a barbell right there. So it's just like two little balls that come out of the bottom of my circumcision scar.
What side of the store did you say you hung out on?
Thank you for
yeah, exactly right.
Yeah, thank you for the description of your penis, Kevin.
But my buddy ended up getting not only did he get the Prince Albert, but then he got what's called a Jacob's Ladder, which is a series. The Jacob's Ladder, Ben, do you know what that is?
No, I don't know what that is.
That's a series of frenum piercings. So you start at the circumcision line, and then you drop down, and you do 2, 3, 4, sometimes 5 frenum piercings that create what looks like a ladder if you have them as barbells. Down the bottom side of the shaft of your penis.
Pull that up.
And they
on
don't
Google
go through
it.
the urethra though. These are not like these don't penetrate the urethra. They're just the
Why
side.
though? Why would somebody do that?
Well, that's just decoration. Yeah, that's exactly
Yeah.
what a Frenum looks. That's a Prince Albert right there. That's 3 in a row. So here's an Easter egg for you guys. If any of you guys own the DVD copy of my film Stiff Jobs, my roommates at the time, they owned a piercing and tattoo shop. I actually had my buddy's wife pierce a Prince Albert down my dick as the introduction of it was the original introduction of Stiff Jobs. So it's literally me being like, "Hey gang, it's Kevin Strange here, and we're about to watch Stiff Jobs the movie. And but before we do it, I'm going to go ahead and get my dick pierced." And then the camera drops down, and she fucking massacres my dick. And dude, it sucked so bad. There was like, I think I had 4 of them. I only kept them in there for like 2 weeks. I took the new ones. I kept the original one that I had for years, but I took the others out. I was like, I can't have this much fucking metal in my dick. But my buddy, for the longest time, he had that Prince Albert and the what is it called? The Jacob's Ladder. And his dick was just full of metal. And I was like, man, how do you even like maintain an erection with all that fucking metal in your dick? And he was like, oh, it's not as hard as you think. We were fucking weirdos. I mean, I could tell you many a story about Kevin Strange's years before I became a filmmaker.
I don't care what preference you are. You don't need to be playing around with your urethra.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't have any tattoos or piercings, and I've never really felt like an urge to get any.
I thought I had an umbrella over me for a second.
What? Are you just that fucking high right now?
Yeah.
It's this is instead of we have drunk Ben, and now we have high as a motherfucker Jeremy.
Yeah.
Why did you get high before the show? You only do the show once a week.
Well, I'm always
high. My secret is I'm always high.
Mm-hmm.
Fair enough.
But oh man, yeah, I don't want it to end.
Ben, you and I have to have a talk.
I have to let you guys go.
Oh,
eventually, I know, but I'm not ready to release you yet.
Ben, you and I have to have
Zach. So Zach, you've been suspiciously quiet.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Zach, did I?
I don't think it's hard to respond to Kevin Strange graphically describing how he mutilated his own penis.
I think he's just not wanting to admit that he's got something else going on like that himself.
Zach,
do you have a Prince Albert?
Zach, did I hurt you with the whole shut up thing? I'm sorry.
No, I'm good. No, I have nothing to add to the
you don't sound good though. You sound you don't sound good. That's I'm saying I'm sorry I said it, but I was just trying to get my word in. Yeah.
Nah, I'm good.
You're just high.
Okay. You sure you good?
Yeah.
I worry about you guys. I don't know why.
All right, Ben.
We've been worrying about you.
Nah.
Ben, you suggested a book to me last week called Perpetual War for Perpetual Peace.
Yeah.
And you sold it to me as a book that was about Waco and Ruby Ridge and the Oklahoma City bombing.
Well, yeah, it mostly is.
You didn't tell me that half of the book is about Gore Vidal being an apologist for Osama fucking bin Laden and 9/11.
I mean, that was kind of implied in the title. I mean, the whole thing was about the reactions to American interventions both at home and abroad.
Well, I find it interesting. Like, obviously, I'm offended by that, and I think Osama bin Laden is shit. But and I don't really care for Muslims either. But what I find really interesting about the whole first part of that book is it's such a snapshot of history, right? Where Gore Vidal is like, he's sort of bragging about how much of an edgelord he is because no one would publish his pro Osama bin Laden, pro Muslim piece, because at the time, 2002, I think is when he wanted, or maybe even late 2001 is when he wanted to publish this like apology piece about Osama bin Laden, why he was within his rights to want to attack the U.S. He talks about the cultural climate of the U.S. being extremely anti-Muslim. and not wanting to even consider the fact that maybe Muslims kind of had it right as far as the what you were talking about, American interventionism in the Middle East and everything. What I find interesting about him being like, look how much of an edgelord I am for wanting to write about this topic. In today's culture, we have, Elon Omar in Congress, openly on the floor of Congress saying, "Oh, September 11th, you mean some people did something?" And we are so pro-Muslim now, and it's so politically incorrect to criticize Muslim culture in any way, shape, or form, that it's really interesting to see 20 years. It only took 20 years for Gore Vidal's piece on Osama bin Laden to go from totally edgelord and unpublishable to standard leftist fodder. Is that fair?
I guess in some ways, I didn't really read his piece as a apology per se. I read it more as like an explanation. That seemed to be like the whole goal of the book. This idea that Osama is just evil. Well, I mean, no, there's an actual explanation for why he did what he did. And it also like busts a few myths. I think like the idea that people only do this because they're ignorant or whatever. Well, Osama bin Laden was very highly educated, so that isn't true. And on some and the thing is like there's kind of a divide in American culture in regards to that. I definitely do think like the media and celebrities and so forth make a lot of blanket kind of apologetics for Islam that are not necessarily deserved, but we're still in perpetual war with the Muslim world, and there's still a lot of cases of of Muslims facing discrimination in less I guess in middle America, I guess you would say.
There's not much of a middle America left, brother.
What are you talking about, middle America?
I mean, I can't think of a better word at this time. I guess like places that aren't New York and Los Angeles.
Were you saying that people in middle America are more likely to be anti-Muslim than somebody that's in a city?
Not necessarily more likely. I think that they're just more capable of getting away with acting on it.
I don't know. I think you've been watching too many CNN television shows or something.
I don't think it's wrong to say that there is a divide between, I don't know, what people usually call middle America and places like
you just say conservative America and liberal America. You could say conservative America is still anti-Muslim, but I think that conservative America is much smaller than it was 20 years ago, would be my point. There's a much smaller group of people that will openly criticize Islam compared to 20 years ago.
I would say I don't know about like raw numbers, but I definitely do think there's a case of the media is a lot more, a lot more hyper partisan, and it's definitely hyper partisan towards neoliberalism than it was before.
Well, okay, so the other, I haven't finished the book yet, but the other thing I wanted to say was if sort of his comments on Osama bin Laden are kind of more mainstream than they were previously, his section, which I haven't gotten to yet, but his section on Timothy McVeigh and Oklahoma City, I would say that is way outside of the bounds of political correctness. I would say that
definitely
he would be tarred and feathered and crucified for trying to publish an article today apologizing for or even trying to give humanity to Timothy McVeigh and the Oklahoma City bombing, and he would be called a white supremacist and a racist. So isn't it crazy how in 20 years one side of his argument became mainstream and the other side of his argument so one side was politically incorrect before, but now is sort of mainstream. The other side that would have been accepted before is now totally politically incorrect. It's like a total flip flop of cultural.
I mean, I don't think his explanation of Timothy McVeigh was really accepted back then either. I'm pretty sure he got a lot of criticism for, being, more sympathetic to Timothy McVeigh than, a lot of people were, but even for the longest time, people just kind of wrote Timothy McVeigh off as this psychotic baby killer.
Right.
And I definitely think that, even more recently, I developed skepticism about that. And I think Gore Vidal does a really good job of, really refuting that. And I do think he makes some interesting points about the possibility of him being a fall man for something else.
Because the argument is kind of like there's no conceivable way 200 little kids would have been in a daycare in a federal building to begin with, right? That the idea that a federal building would have a daycare that big is ludicrous.
Yeah, that's definitely kind of suspect. And it's kind of accepted it's apparently was accepted, like it talks about in the book, how he probably had an accomplice that at least one that he refused to talk about, which is understandable. And at the same time, it did seem clear that McVeigh did have motivations beyond just I'm just a psycho who wants to kill people.
Maybe it wasn't a daycare. Maybe it wasn't a daycare. Maybe it was a brothel.
That's a good point, because Pizzagate is real. But
right.
But I also think I don't really see how you could accept the one thing that McVeigh probably had a point about why he did what he did, whereas you can just completely write Osama bin Laden off. I don't think you can.
I don't write Osama bin Laden off. I just don't agree with Muslim culture in any way, shape, or form. So it's kind of like, I understand that he's human and he had his religious motivations for doing what he did, but I think those religious motivations are some of the most evil things in human history. I think that we've had to battle back. We, as in the European culture, has had to battle the Muslim hordes back for thousands of years to keep from being completely overrun and having European culture obliterated off the face of the planet. So while I understand the motivation for conquest, I also know that it's my own culture and my own children's future at stake if someone like Osama bin Laden achieves his goal. I can't let him win.
And that's the thing. I think the relationship between what we call the West with the Muslim world is a lot more nuanced than people give it credit for. I mean, the very first country to recognize the United States as an independent nation was a Muslim country, Morocco, and they've been an ally with us, almost literally from day one. And of course, there's the very pernicious relationship between the West and Saudi Arabia.
This is true, but I don't want to get in the weeds about the good Muslims, because I really don't like Muslim culture at all. Even the good Muslims are bad people, in my opinion.
I mean,
just from a cultural perspective, the way they treat women, the way they treat children, the way, especially the way they treat women, the way they cover women, the way they genitally mutilate women. They still have open. I mean, was Morocco selling slaves in open slave markets and mutilating female genitals at the same time they were waving the U.S. flag? I mean, fuck them. I don't care if they waved our flag.
I'm pretty sure they didn't. Morocco has been a pretty international country for the most part. If you go to the bigger, I've actually been to Morocco. If you go to Casablanca or to what's that place called? I can't remember the name of the other cities. Like I said, I've had too much to drink, but yeah, they're basically just, big cities. Occasionally, a lot of the women there don't even wear headscarves.
Well, that's good. I mean, there are some Eastern or Middle Eastern countries, and Saudi Arabia is one of those, that they don't really follow strict Muslim traditions. They're more like you're saying.
Saudi Arabia is actually very strict with its traditions. It's ridiculous. Or were you saying that they do? I'm sorry, did I mishear you?
No, I was using them as an example of this is my cultural ignorance, because I despise Muslim culture so much. I don't even bother to differentiate between the different countries. I'm a bigot. I'm a big old ignorant bigot.
Yeah, and I did. There's definitely like a nuance to the history of it. Like most Muslim countries, for the longest time, were pretty. I guess what you. I don't know. I guess you would call modern and liberal. Around the beginning of like I think it was probably a mix of communism and intervention from uh, like I said, quote unquote, the West that kind of helped push the Muslim Brotherhood to try to take power, which pushed them into these retrograde kind of attitudes.
Well, assalamu alaikum, my brother. I don't know what else to say about your apology tour for the Muslim world here.
I mean, I'm not really apologizing for it. I just think there's more nuance than people
I
give.
know. I'm just being an ass.
Yeah, I know, and
I
like,
don't know if they're capable of nuance, to be honest. The way they act.
And you can also like point to other things like when Saudi Arabia was before it was Saudi Arabia. When it was, there were territorial disputes between everyone. Like Britain, even though they knew that the House of Saud were a bunch of murderous psychopaths, they still threw their support behind them because the House of Saud was pro-Britain.
Like I said, I don't know what else to say other than praise be to Allah.
Anyway,
is this really
that's
what I know is that this is Jeremy's show.
There.
This is Jeremy's show.
What about it?
No, it's mine. I
Jeremy's
declare
show. You guys are running roughshod all over Jeremy's show.
No, I let him go for this. I wanted to hear it, but is this really happening right now?
What happening? Are you so high you don't know if this is real?
Yeah, it's kind of foggy. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's real enough. What is real?
Yeah. So here's Iran.
Is this a dream?
Iran used to be beautiful and free, and now it's like a garbage wasteland of like hate. Look at it.
It's still like somewhat more liberal than a lot of other countries, like I said, Saudi Arabia, but and it's not even really an Arab country; it's Persian. But there's definitely like that problem with it.
The 1949 Muslim Islamic Revolution, ruined them.
Yeah, I don't like Islam either. I think it was something concocted to justify a pan-Arabic empire.
What, pan-Herdic? What?
Pan-Arabic empire, like a way to create an Arab empire all across the Middle East and Northern Africa.
Well, Eli tapped out, but it's good to know he's back and watching us. I want to play a game.
God.
I want to see.
I've already got my knives ready.
I want to see how long you guys can last.
I don't have much more in me. I did a lot of exercise early this morning and threw a bunch of.
You guys can drop off whenever you like, but I want to keep going and be the last one. I want to see. I want to.
Always the last one.
No, to be honest, though, I think that I extend it too long, to your guys' disadvantage. So, if that's the case, you can go to bed if you want.
What kind of exercise you doing, Kevin?
Oh, I walked a bunch of the park today.
You walked a bunch.
Walked a bunch.
Yeah,
at like 7 a.m. and then I drew a bunch of ink pages, which is also pretty physically taxing. And then I worked all night, so I'm pretty beat up. I've been up since like 6 a.m.
Yeah,
you've been exercising today too, Jeremy.
Jeremy drifted off again. I also like to do this program called DDP Yoga from this professional wrestler named Diamond Dallas Page. He put together a calisthenics and yoga program that's pretty energy intensive. It's a lot of like planks and push-ups, along with you like plank into a yoga position and then hold it, and then push up into a yoga position and hold it. And it's a lot of
What's the DDP stand for?
Diamond Dallas Page.
Wasn't he the Devil's Rejects dude?
Yeah, he's in the Devil's Rejects.
Okay.
But isn't it some kind of like slow motion exercising or something like that?
What do you call that when you engage your muscles? It's got a term, isometric
Calisthenics.
isometric calisthenics. So
Yeah.
if you raise your hands up above your head, you're not just raising your hands above your head. You're like engaging your muscles and creating your own tension against the movement. So you're actually pushing against the muscles as you raise your arms into the air, and you end up, your muscles end up shaking from being so being so engaged as you're doing it. And each of the exercises, you're supposed to like flex your glutes and tighten up your calf muscles and tighten your arms and your abdominal muscles and everything as you're moving from yoga position to yoga position. And it's pretty intense. I mean, I'll do a 45-minute session and just be completely soaked in sweat when I finish because it's so intense.
Jeremy, do you tense your muscles up daily?
He's gone.
He's gone.
Yeah, that would be fun.
He said, "I want to be the last one here. Good night."
It would be pretty funny if he fell asleep.
I think he nodded
Look
off.
what I'm about to do.
No, dude, sorry about that. No, I'm not Daniel Gonzalez. No, I don't fall asleep on the show. I'm at least that professional, but
did that guy really fall asleep on your show?
Twice. In fact, during Gabino Iglesias' interview, because we heard there was this interference while I was talking to Gabino, and I found out later that it was him snoring. Fucking goofball.
Jeremy, do you remember our first interaction privately?
Yeah.
Our first interactions privately was me coming to you and being like, "Bro,
why does that guy?" Yeah.
I was like, "Bro, you need your own fucking show. Like that guy runs your like you're like this like soft like you're the phone call. He's like running. He's got like his cell phone on speakerphone that's got you like piped into his mic, so you sound like shit. And you're the only one asking the authors questions and like engaging the authors, and you're the only one that had read the author's work. And he's just like sitting there doing nothing.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
He was the live mic on the show. I was like, Jeremy, you got to get away from this dude and get your own show going or something, because you're the one that's actually you're asking these authors like the kind of questions that I like. You're engaging these authors I like into conversations that are interesting. This other dude isn't doing shit. That's how Jeremy and I became friends.
Daniel Gonzalez, yeah, it's Surreal Grotesque. He used to he used to tell me I was an asset at one time. But and he went from calling me an asset to calling me crazy and telling me I need to get out of the South, which you know about anyway. Fucking faggot.
You are pretty. You are pretty crazy, but that's
when people say stuff like that, it is kind of irritating, right? You know what I mean? Like they don't know anything, you know.
Like people tell me you're crazy, like bitch, I know.
Well, like somebody said, "Oh, you live in Iowa, get out of there."
There's nothing going on in Washington State that makes him any better than me. He had to get he had to go get surgery to have his stomach tucked or some shit, and he was always whining about his health and everything. And it's just he didn't seem to have the passion for his own creation. I had more passion for his creation than he did. I couldn't even get him to help me work on the second anthology. It's like he dropped it into my lap to do on my own, and I got lost, man.
Any idea what he's doing now?
Probably sucking dick somewhere.
So were you ever friends?
And here's the thing: Daniel used to tell me how they wrote him off to be part of the Portland scene. Some of his buddies, like Larimore Black or whatever, that wrote him off to go be like in the Portland scene, and they told him, you're a danger to my career associating with you or something. So he already knows what it's like to be an outsider, and then he turns on me because he finds out I voted for Trump. He's one of them that I'm talking about now. He's not in Bizarro, but still, he's one of those.
Chandler Morrison did the same thing, like with the whole freaking thing with his Bizarro performance. It's like, other than getting onto them for being all sensory, he immediately started attacking like the right wing. He's like, I'm trying to make fun of the right wing guys. Like, did y'all get that vibe?
I mean that was pretty apparent from the beginning that he's, he's not exactly, left or right wing.
It's really pathetic that it's not the fact that he simulated that with a baby doll, but a black baby doll. So a white one would have been okay. That alone makes them fucking clown shoe wearing fools.
Yeah, the thing is, like, when people are saying that, it was like, what the fuck are you people talking about? What is going on here?
Yeah.
What is this? Am I fantasizing this? I was like that. How Jeremy is now. Am I taking crazy pills?
You think that Jeremy takes crazy pills?
I mean, not literally, but they have the same effect.
Kinda, yeah. Kinda, yeah.
So what are you drinking with your crazy pills, Jeremy?
Very old Barton.
Very old Barton.
Yep.
Is that the name? Is that the brand, or is it just like old? It's been sitting around your house.
Brand.
Okay. All right.
Wait, what is Barton? I'm not familiar with that.
Very old Barton. It's whiskey.
No, I've never had that brand.
Yeah,
I've never had it either. I'm going to look for it though next time I go to the liquor store.
Oh
with
man,
with my mask on and my gloves on and my.
it tastes hideous, but yeah, it does.
I mean,
does the thing. Yeah.
I mean, the shittiest whiskey I ever tasted was a Hawkeye whiskey. That is like shit. It is like shit.
I've never had that either.
I like that.
You don't want to.
Stuff, and Ben tells me he hates it.
Guys,
What?
I feel like we have not done something that was supposed to be done on this show. I feel like we missed something, and I don't quite know how to wrap up because I'm having such a good time. But like, I don't know what did I need to talk about that hasn't been covered tonight? I don't know.
I don't know. I spent the past few days binge watching Cowboy Bebop.
Yeah,
you did mention
that's
that.
sad.
Why?
Why? It's a good show. It's really good.
That's terrible.
You don't like
You're
anime?
wrong.
I don't like anime. It's terrible.
You are just objectively wrong, and I
didn't
never
like
need to listen to
Batman
your
the
opinion on anything ever again.
Don't like the Batman the Animated Series either.
That's right. That's
What
right.
about X-Men? What about X-Men?
That's all I do all day now anymore is just tell Zach on Messenger all the things I don't like.
What about X-Men?
Including the gays.
No, I do like the game.
What about
He's the gays.
What
I
about
mean-
X-Men?
I like X-Men, but not necessarily the cartoon. But I
Not the
like
cartoon?
X-Men. I haven't seen the cartoon, so I can't really say. But I like X-Men comics, like the Claremont days and all that. It was good.
You can't say you like the movies though; they're horrible.
I like them all right. They're decent. What I've seen. I mean, they're like not good, but they're entertaining.
You like cape shit.
Like what?
Movies
Cape
of
shit.
what?
Cape shit?
That's what people call who don't like superhero movies call superhero movies.
That's literally what superhero
Oh
movies
yeah,
are.
I like cape shit. Yeah.
That is the literal definition of superhero movies. It's cape shit for simple.
Yeah, I do like cape shit. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I hate freaking superheroes. I don't know why.
You hate superheroes? Yeah,
Because it's for simps.
that hate
It's
it,
literally
too.
like you're a weak nothing nobody. Instead of fixing your life, how about we show you these fantasy stories about perfect.
They're not perfect though.
super-
They have their own personal struggles.
Sure, a couple of them.
Well, most of them that are actually
I mean, you could say that.
viable do have personal struggles, right? That's why Superman kind of sucks, and nobody can ever get that right.
Yeah.
I mean, you could say that about anything with like I guess strong central characters. And I mean strong in like the more literal sense, not strong as in well written.
Hey, anybody read Earth Abides? I've been hearing about this apocalypse fiction.
Yeah, I mean, I've been hearing about it forever too, but I've never read it.
I finally dug into it a little bit. I think it may have been written in 1949 or something, but I mean, it's real old, and it's supposed to be this fountain of wisdom. If you read it, I don't know, but
Yeah, I have not read it. You haven't read it yet either?
I'm working through it. It's on my list.
Is it pretty dry?
It's not bad. It's from a completely different mindset, a different world, a different time.
So is it like something that these literary masochists would like to read, Ben and Zach?
Let's see.
By George R. Stewart.
Yeah, it is. Honestly, though, I don't know. I can't figure out anyone's tastes on here anymore. It's so specific.
Well, I know what these guys. I know what Ben and Zach's tastes are.
Yeah, I know Ben's taste.
They like it if it's highfalutin. They like it.
Ben's taste.
Highfalutin.
Ben's tastes tend to veer towards the radicalized left lately, and Zach's is like everything's a waste of time. And Strange doesn't read anymore, I guess, right?
He's on a 60s, 70s sci-fi kick.
Oh, that well, okay, yeah.
Two
Okay.
Philip K. Dick novels, a Kurt Vonnegut novel, and now I'm reading Neuromancer.
Okay,
all
so
this
you're
month.
working your way through the sci-fi catalog, the canon.
And I'm reading Perpetual War for Perpetual Peace by Gore Vidal, and I'm reading the Illustrated Bible.
Okay.
I don't read anymore.
Well, the ones that I'm reading for the most part now are Roxy by Chris Lesko, The Orphan Palace by Joe Pulver, who died recently, Awake in the Nightland by John C. Wright, because someone called him a racist. So immediately I have to give him my money to spite them. Human Nikki, I Am Not in Your Dream. It's a novelization of a really fucked up video game. And Titty Kitties by Garvin Giltanan.
I actually quite like that.
What's his face has been promoting the hell out of that on Facebook. This guy named Ben.
Yeah, I actually have a blurb on that. I think it's a really good book.
I'm also reading a biography about Richard Browdigan called Downstream from Trout Fishing in America, because Browdigan is awesome. We can agree on that, right?
Yeah, I've read one movie. That was good. I like that.
And finally, Nero, Emperor in Revolt, because I love Roman emperors, especially the mean ones.
I don't care anything. I'm reading a lot of good stuff.
But I mean, I like the Roman Empire, though, especially the mean ones, you know. But no, I don't know, man. You just got this real, what's the word? Reductive thing. You got this. You got this reductive thing going on. Like everything's a waste of time. That isn't like highbrow, high-minded spirituality kind of stuff. I don't know, man. It's just.
I mean, one thing I read this week that I really enjoyed was
it's not an insult, Zach. It's not an insult. Yeah.
One thing I read earlier this week was that I really enjoyed. It was called "The Young Girl's Handbook for Manners," which is this. It was by this French author from like Victorian times. He was like a best-selling author in his time, but he also wrote like a ton of like really filthy erotic work that was published after he died. And like Young Girl's Handbook of Manners is like it's written as if it's like a handbook of manners, but it's actually a bunch of filthy jokes. It's things like, if you see a stain on a woman's dress, don't ask her if it's cum. When you're out with your father, don't announce "here's the cuckold." This is like, if you drink your father's beer, don't piss in it. Things like that. It's really funny.
So when was that published?
Speaking of beer, I think
it was original. It was like written like back in Victorian times, but it wasn't published until like afterwards.
Wait, Zach had something. What?
Zach said he's going to get a beer. I think is what he said.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah.
Zach, I'm sorry that I'm making you uncomfortable, man. I know I am. We gotta work through it, man. You know.
I don't think Zach cares. I think you're just high.
Yeah. Has anybody here ever read anything by Jimmy Pudge?
Yes, as a matter of fact, yeah.
I just read a book by him. It was pretty decent. It was like a short story collection called Natural Causes. He just released, I think.
Jimmy,
never read anything.
around? Did he just release something? He was around a long time ago. I haven't seen anything out of him in years.
Jimmy Pudge is hilarious.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
I think that he got in somebody like, I think the same thing happened to him that happened to your John. Was it John Mallon that supposedly he got fired because they caught wind of his fiction? John what? Bruni? So I think the same thing happened to Jimmy at one point. I don't know. I wonder if he'd come on, man.
Yeah, he might.
I've got a guest request.
Okay.
You should get Kevin Sorbo on to talk about COVID.
Are you serious?
Kevin Sorbo is on a fucking tear about this thing being bullshit.
Really?
Oh, really?
And the economy being shut down. And Kevin Sorbo is a big conservative.
Oh, I know.
He's a huge conservative Christian.
I loved
Hercules. Hammering. He is hammering this thing. So I don't know if he would come on or not, but he'd be a great guest to come in and talk about the cultural implications of COVID.
Yeah, I don't know if Hercules is going to come on here.
More likely to come.
You'd be surprised. He's very humble these days. He does not get work. He's been completely blacklisted from Hollywood.
I tried to email Todd McFarlane to see if he could come on to talk about his new Kickstarter, and I'd never heard back.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised.
I think you're way more likely to hear back from Kevin Sorbo than Tom.
What about Sam Keith? Well, I bet Sam Keith would talk to us.
Sam Keith doesn't do interviews.
Why not?
He's a fucking recluse. He's more reclusive than Edward Lee.
I bet we could get him.
I bet we could get him. No, I'm not telling you not to get him. Get him if you can. But
so the Jimmy Pudge, that was good. That was Jimmy Pudge. And I also read a book called The Murders of Molly Southbourne. Have you ever heard of that?
Uh-uh.
It's like a science fiction novel about this little girl, and any time that she bleeds, it creates a instant clone of her that grows out of the ground. And then eventually the girls are, the girl that grows up that's a little, clone or whatever, they're okay for a little bit, like maybe 24-hour period, but then eventually they try to kill her. So, her parents. What's that?
Sounds like Tomy, the manga.
Yeah, the Junji Ito manga.
Yeah.
Okay. That does sound like a Junji Ito type of thing. Yeah. So.
Yeah, he has a whole series called Tomy where this girl gets herself killed by the boys that are infatuated with her, and they always chop her up, and then the pieces turn into more Tomys, and all the Tomys usually. Well, he takes it in a million different directions with the stories because they're all short stories, but oftentimes the Tomys become jealous of each other and try to kill each other as well.
That's interesting. Maybe this individual ripped that off, but it was a pretty good novella. It's it's about this girl and her parents teach her how to deal with the fact that anytime she bleeds, that a clone pops out that she's going to have to kill, and her father trains her on how to dismember the corpses and dispose of them, and of course she's got a problem, her menstrual cycle every month. she's got to deal with it or whatnot. It's a pretty good book. It was a very good novella. That's a person named Tade Thompson. So I think it's a British author who'd written that. It's
Molly
very good.
what?
What's that?
Molly what?
Southbourne, like Bourne.
Yeah.
Southbourne is one word. And then I also read The Pale White by Chad Lutsky. Has anybody read that?
No,
I'm very hesitant to read more Chad Lutsky. I don't know why.
Skullface Boy is perfect. It ends perfect just at the right time and gives you enough to know that it's.
Yeah, that's an excellent book. Yeah, that's an excellent book. So, are you Zach? You say you don't like it?
I've only read Starting the Sheet, so I probably need to read Skullface Boy or something. But he just seems like an author who's taking these very kind of like sappy, sentimental things and just writing like completely for those things. And like all these people that are into coming of age and everything just kind of gush over it. And seeing all the freaking posh reviewers just saying, "Oh my God, this book ripped my heart out." And it's all these.
It does, though. It does. Zach, do you not like books? I don't understand.
Zach, I think he doesn't like humanity. He read that. He read that. What is it called? Conspiracy Against the Human Race, and he was like, "That reflects my worldview."
Like he's taken just all these freaking sentimental, sappy things. Like it's emotion manipulation.
Well, that's all that art is, right? I mean, as far as storytelling goes.
There's nothing wrong with that. I mean,
you're right.
I mean, if it's obvious, you're saying it's just obvious, right? He's cheating, he's doing the easy grabs.
I know if I kill.
No, he does it with skill, though. That's the thing.
I mean, that's what he's saying. I'm not saying I agree with you. I think he's skillful in what he's doing.
I think that maybe he's so that he won't be.
I think that Ben is just cynical.
Me?
Not Ben. I'm sorry, Zach. Zach is, Ben, you're
I was gonna say.
but Zach is
Well,
too.
yeah. I mean, I was gonna say this is like. So what you're saying is basically he's writing porn, except he's trying to make you cry instead of come.
Exactly. That's perfect, Ben. Thank you. I'm gonna freaking pay you $10 for that.
Apparently,
I expect it in my PayPal by tomorrow.
Okay, yeah, you'll get it. Ben apparently described exactly my problem with Chad Lutsky. Now, I don't mind sentimentality. I freaking love.
Well, I mean, I don't think it's genuinely sentimental, though, right? I mean,
there's nothing. What's wrong with sentimental?
I don't mind sentimental. I'm saying it's basically what Ben said. It's just kind of porn, but for coming of age and crying. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not porn.
It's so small. Like he writes these really tiny books, and it's you go through these emotional motions, and it's just freaking,
emotional emotions.
No,
emotional motions is what he said.
Yeah.
I think you're so picky, man, that you'll just never be satisfied. It's like,
no, I've been satisfied multiple times.
I don't know, man. I can't recommend books to you because you get so like specific that I don't even know what you're talking about sometimes.
Maybe it's just to have better taste than you. I mean, I've cried.
Hey,
Shots fired.
Shade.
I think that's what he's trying to say. I mean, these guys do read some highfalutin stuff.
I'm trying to.
No,
But they do actually read it, though. It's unlike a lot of people who just buy it and put it on their shelves and make it, and when people come over, they're impressed, right? I think these guys actually genuinely do read it.
Oh,
right?
That's true.
Yeah, Strange wanted to see some of the pictures on shelves for some reason.
yeah, you sent me some pictures of like you were so zoomed up on the actual shelf of the, you're showing me books in line next to each other, but you were so zoomed in that I couldn't even see the top and the bottom of the individual shelves.
Dude,
I was like, bro, step back, let me see the bookshelf. I want to see this bookshelf from top to bottom. You're like, my camera doesn't work like that.
It doesn't.
I don't know what that even means, Jeremy. You can
He doesn't
take
have
a
a
picture.
He doesn't have a smartphone.
No,
I don't need a smartphone to take a picture from across the room.
You can't see what they are if I do that. You can't even see what my books are if I do that.
I don't know. It doesn't.
But
make
pale
sense.
white's pretty good. Anyhow.
Yeah. I mentioned earlier that I'm reading. I mentioned earlier that I'm reading Mike Klein's Lonely Men Club, which is about a time traveling Zodiac killer.
That is a horrible picture.
See what I mean? It's like, what are you showing me? It's like a fat girl taking a picture of just her face and her mouth, like not even her chin, because she's got a double chin.
I don't need to share that story.
What'd you say?
Never mind.
No, I want to hear it now.
No.
Gregory, it is a bad picture.
It's not a story I need to share.
And all I said, look at this picture, and I was like, back up, let me see the shelf. He's like, my camera doesn't work like that. What do you mean? Back up and
I'm guessing because
you won't be able to see if I back up all the way. You won't be able to.
I don't know what that means.
He's trying to say that his camera is a potato, so if he goes back anymore, you're not going to be able to see what's actually on the shelf.
Yes.
Now I've noticed something. This is like the dang Jeremy pick on Zach show. He's saying like,
I mean, I don't know where you're coming from with all this stuff, man. It's like
I think you're taking what I say and blowing it out of proportion. Like,
I mean,
kids, do not fight, or I'll turn the car around.
Well, it's like saying that I don't like Chad Lutzke.
Now you're picking.
I don't like.
I don't understand, man. I mean, it's like. I don't know if I could recommend things to you because it's like
I've read your recommendations before.
You scrutinize things in a weird way that I don't understand.
Give me
it's called having different personalities.
So Zach, are you rethinking the idea of having Jeremy move in with you and your future girlfriend, and when you guys get a place?
Wait, what?
Are you rethinking?
That was a freaking joke that you said. that was a joke that you came up with.
Shelves. There's my shelves. You happy?
Jeremy, would you move in with Zach?
These are cool pictures, but this is like a fat girl taking a picture of her face. I don't
get a camera that isn't. Get a camera that isn't a potato.
I don't use smartphones. Hey, so
you don't need a smartphone. Just get a camera that actually works.
I agree. Or fuck Eraserhead, but
fuck Eraserhead.
You guys have seen that this one's kind of making waves, right? Anyway, even though fuck Eraserhead, it's still kind of making waves. Don't fuck with the coloreds by Andre.
Yeah, that was
a cool dude.
Huh?
Yeah, I really
check that out.
You're going to get us kicked off YouTube.
I know that. This is definitely going to be adults only after I upload it. So.
But I read "Don't Bleed with the Coloreds" in the Orange Starter Kit, and I really like that a lot.
How did they come up with that cover?
I don't know.
That's kind of edgy, like they used to be, but they'll never get it back with their attitude. But that's almost the way they used to be. Yeah,
I mean that is from Deadite.
Andre Duza. I mean, he's the original Deadite author. He hasn't changed. They've changed.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There was
he's
another one
still,
he wrote about clowns that was awesome.
yeah. It was Technicolor Terrorist. That was really good.
That was insane, man.
Yeah, didn't Thomas Monteleone write a name blurb for that one?
I don't know. I'd have to check, but
Zach,
yeah,
Zach,
Deuce is really good.
Zach, I'm sorry, man.
I know. I don't care.
I guess we just don't see eye to eye on books, man. I don't know, but I mean,
He's saying you don't even know how to read right, Zach.
no.
He's coming back at you.
This is the highlight of my week. Trust me, every week it's the highlight of my week. I look forward to talking to you guys for hours like this. But I don't know how Zach dissects things and comes to these conclusions. I don't know if he's using some like philosophical method or what, but I don't understand where it comes from. Like,
you mean not liking Chad Lutsky?
Well, yeah, man. I feel like it's picking a little bit because it's like it's not that you don't have to like Chad Lutsky, but I feel like it's a little bit over scrutinizing to say that he manipulates emotions, like that's a bad thing. Like an author is supposed to tug at your heartstrings a little bit and make you.
No, but you don't do it in like it's got to be in an organic way. If you're telling an organic story,
Yeah, he's claiming that it's crude, that he's cheating, right? That he's using cheap tricks to manipulate your emotions. That's what he's saying.
Yeah,
I just don't agree with that, right? I don't agree with the assessment.
Skullface Boy let things happen. Skullface Boy was organic. I'm telling you, the guy's got some good chops. I mean,
have you read any Andrew Deuce, Zach?
No, I've been aware of him for a while.
Yeah, I definitely recommend Technicolor Terrorist or Don't Bleep with the Colors. Those are both really good.
How can we make this right, brother?
I'm not mad.
I know you're gonna.
You're probably actually gonna make him mad if you basically keep asking him if he's mad.
I think this is how you make it right. You guys do a buddy read of Gravity's Rainbow.
I'm trying to.
Good idea.
Because he is a valued member of this show and a friend, and I don't want him to come away thinking like, feeling like he was like drained of all enjoyment or something. You know what I mean?
Zach, read Church Mouse.
That'll make things right. Yes.
Yeah.
Like about the spoiler thing. When I said that the Roaches Have No King has a scene with roach rape, that's not a spoiler. That's saying what the book contains, like a hint of things to come. So I'm trying to figure out which one.
Glad you pulled that as an example. That's a good one.
Well, I mean, it's a roach on woman rape. It was like very creative, but
yeah.
Well, I don't think I said that was a spoiler.
Well, I'm trying to figure out which ones I said were spoilers to you.
The only things that count as spoilers in my mind are literal spoilers. Like, say, there's an important event that happens that you don't know it's going to happen, and it changes the course of the story.
Talking about a character's girlfriend being murdered, literally describing the ending of a book.
Zach.
Clearly spoilers.
No,
Zach.
You're about to tell me it ain't spoiler. What is it?
You can't go that
far. No, Norman Bates was his mother.
Shut up.
He like Cash tapped out, man. I don't know how to wrap this up. I'm having a good time, but I know that some people have to get back to their normal lives soon.
I'm about to take you guys into my bedroom. I need to lay down.
I don't have a normal life.
I'm exhausted. We're going to the bedroom.
What did you say, Gregor?
I don't have a normal life.
None of us do. We're here.
I wonder about you, Gregor. I wonder what your normal life is like. I've never even seen a picture of you. I don't even know what you look like.
Yeah.
I look like just a really handsome guy.
Nobody knows
What's
anything about Gregor Zane. He's the wind.
Do you have long hair?
No, I used to though. No, I don't wear glasses.
I think all of us has probably had long hair at some point.
You got a 6-pack?
How big's your dick?
No.
Yeah.
I got a keg.
He what?
I got a keg.
Circumcised or uncircumcised?
Attaboy.
Bill Gates loves you for that.
Who the fuck asked Bill Gates for anything? That fucking
He wants your
I like
foreskin.
Gregor's comment earlier that everybody like universally saw him as a scumbag until 5 minutes ago, where suddenly he's this philanthropist and hero.
Right. Yeah, I just don't get it. I mean, and obviously the guy's a creep. I mean, have you seen these clips where like people are saying the economy is going to be, destroyed for the next 10 years, and he's just cracking up, like he can't even like stop himself from giggling. Have you seen that?
He made friends with Jeffrey Epstein after Epstein's first arrest.
Yeah.
Seriously?
Yeah. He was like, "Oh, dude, we got something in common. I'm gonna go check that guy out."
Did you guys know Cuomo was caught faking the whole down in the basement, sick with the
coronavirus? Yeah, I saw that.
Fucking fake, and he even said he sees no value in his work in what he does. He said that while he was locked away in his fake basement therapy.
I don't think he ever even had it.
No, I don't think he ever even fucking had it.
No, I don't think so.
Fucking
Philip Lopresti has just been going off on Chris Como on Facebook.
Attaboy, Phil.
Has he?
Philip probably doesn't like me anymore, but still.
He's been going on.
We should try to bring him on.
You think he would?
Maybe. I don't know.
I don't have social media. Now, Phil, I do have an old episode where Philip came on, and when he was with Dynatalks full time, I guess. But
his voice was a lot deeper than I thought it would be.
Wait, who is he going off on?
Chris Cuomo. He's the governor of New York, and Phil lives in New York.
Yeah.
Well, Chris Cuomo is not the governor; he's a CNN dude.
After I had that whole thing on Facebook, he commented on one thing, but he never dropped me. So I think a lot of them probably dropped me, but he didn't. Still, actually likes my posts every now and then. So he's cool.
Yeah, Philip Lopresti is definitely not like one of those politically correct types.
Okay. Chris Cuomo and CNN stage a fake coronavirus resurrection.
Okay, yeah, I got Cuomo confused with someone else. So my bad.
Well, yeah, I mean, Andrew Cuomo,
the governor of New York.
Brother is the governor.
Yeah. Okay, that's what I got confused with. He's going off on the governor, not on Chris Cuomo.
This is the Fredo, though, not the governor. Yeah, they call him Fredo. Yeah, he likes that.
Yeah.
Andrew Cuomo is
called Bada Bean.
I mean, I don't think the guy even had it because, I mean, if he did have it, and what is he doing running around with his kids and his wife and endangering them, right? You know what I mean? So I don't think he even had it.
Got to get them clicks.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it's all about. It's just a big reality show thing. Yeah, that guy's a scumbag, and that Brian Stelter guy is the
guy with no neck. Fucking no.
Yeah.
Fucking.
Yeah. That guy is a goblin.
Yeah, all of them suck. They're all terrible. Pizzagate is real. Literally everybody in Hollywood, Wall Street, Washington D.C., and the Vatican are all rapists and pedophiles.
You know what, Ben? You're talking sense finally.
I'm only maybe half kidding.
Yeah, I mean, those the people that are on that particular network, like the major heavy hitters, are just really such terrible humans. I mean, that Don Lemon guy is just a disgusting person.
It's just like I'm too brave. I'm basically what's the name of it? What were the name of the guys that broke Watergate? Woodward and Bernstein. Yeah. I'm Woodward and Bernstein. Look at me. No, you're not. You're a faggot.
Did you hear about how he was like, getting his Fermunda cheese and sticking it in some dude's face at a bar? Have you heard that story?
It wouldn't surprise me. I wasn't surprised if he's mean to waiters and doesn't tip.
Yeah, like he was trying to get he was harassing some dude at a bar that was a bartender, putting his Fermunda cheese stink under the dude's nose, saying, "You like this or you like," he was trying to determine which way he swung, right?
What?
Yeah,
I'm not exactly in the gay community, but I'm pretty sure that's not like a normal way for them to flirt.
What do you mean? Hold on a second. Take a step back. You're not exactly in the gay community. What's that mean?
Let's not go into that at this point.
Okay, all right.
Ben just came out on the show.
Yeah, he did. That's pretty cool.
It's all right.
There's nothing
I'll
wrong
suck
with
your
that.
dick, bro. I'll suck your dick.
Yeah, because Kevin lied about. He was like, "Oh, I'm on the God side. I was on the God side of the thing."
Yeah.
And then he was like, "Oh, I got my dick pierced." What do you
didn't
mean?
think that freaking story would end with you like just saying, "Yep, I actually walked away from there with freaking like 12 dick piercings." We're like hopping it up.
So what?
Weird. No, you came away being just like them.
Started the story. They had these fucking weirdos on the other side of the store, and then I went and got my dick pierced, just like.
Well, I mean, no matter how much metal you put in your dick, at least you're not Chris Cuomo.
Yeah, he's like,
It's true. I'll never be as
hung out on
gay
the
as
God side. Everything he told after that was on the other side. Like, I only hung out on the God side. Then everything else he said on that story was the other side, right?
Whatever. You could suck off everyone in the state of every male over the age of 18 in the state of New York, and you still wouldn't be as gay as Chris Cuomo.
That's true.
Yeah, that guy is a scumbag.
I was saying smiley face killer.
He's a smiley face killer.
Nah, the targets of the smiley face killer are too old for him.
Oh yeah, maybe so. But you should call up William and tell him about that, Zach.
I think I will.
You should. You should.
Oh.
Yeah, William. He was tired of you on that show.
We actually kept talking for a little bit after it.
Yeah, he did, but he kept on. You could tell him, like, it was obviously it was the audio only, but you could tell he kept on looking at his watch.
That's what I'm saying.
I didn't really get that.
I don't like.
I didn't get that. I thought they were having a great conversation.
What's that?
There's something I don't like about the guy. He's too like he reminds me of like a snake. He's real.
Ask him back on the show there.
Monotone and like.
I think it's really
he doesn't seem like he has like human emotion. It's like,
dude, he's cool. He's cool as fuck. I've listened to hours and hours and hours.
I don't think he is cool. No,
I've listened to many hours of him talking on other people's shows and stuff, and he knows his shit. He's very well versed.
Jeremy says that he reminds him of a snake, and he's got no human emotions.
Yeah.
He's an investigative journalist. He's really good at his job.
Well, I think that's.
I don't know that he is. I don't know that he is. I don't trust him.
I think you're saying he's a reptilian shapeshifter.
I think the reason you don't like him is because he touches on a nerve with you.
Yeah, he has opinions you don't like, just like Zach.
Yeah, because you don't understand the what is that Alfred plea?
Yeah,
the Alfred guilty plea. Bring it back up. Bring it back up the wiki, Jeremy, where it says the Alfred guilty plea.
Jesus, I delved into that actually.
Did you hear on that show with Zach when Zach was interviewed on the show?
It's just like
Zach brings it up and said, "Can you tell my buddy Jeremy what's up with the Alfred plea?" And then that guy's like, "All your buddy has to do is just Google search it 3 seconds. He can see what it says."
That was awesome.
I mean, see what I mean? He's a little cunt. I mean,
well, Jeremy, I told you the same thing. You've brought it up on the show before, and just you glide right over the fact that it says it's a guilty plea at the very, very beginning of the week.
If it were an out and out guilty plea, then they wouldn't be able to go free.
Would they not? Because that's what it is. That's exactly what it is.
They didn't go for it. Was a plea bargain.
Plea because they don't go back to prison, do they?
It was a plea bargain.
Plea doesn't mean you go to jail. It's a plea bargain. The whole plea is that they get to go home, but the case is closed.
It's not an open case. It's doing it. They say,
Jeremy, it's not an open case. The case is closed. The guilty party have been charged. They spent 20 years and got 10 years probation. That is
fine, but I don't agree.
What do you mean you don't agree? The case is closed. The case is closed. You don't agree that the case is closed?
Jeremy does not agree.
You don't agree that the case is closed?
I mean,
the case is closed.
I mean, okay, so I think the way it was coming from, William kind of treated it like, well, it's a guilty plea, so that's a smoking gun. But what Jeremy is saying is that, yeah, it was a guilty plea, but they're saying that they only said that like to get off.
Sure.
They're not getting off.
But Jeremy doesn't acknowledge that they are guilty of murder.
No, I don't know that.
20 years.
Yeah,
they spent 20 years in prison as a
they're guilty in the eyes of the state.
Right, and the case is closed. No one's looking for the murderers of those 3 boys because by law, on paper, the guilty parties are the West Memphis 3,
Right.
and they're still on probation for it.
Right. They're just saying that the evidence was so overwhelming that they admit that there's no way they're going to get off, but they want to tell the world that they're innocent, right? They're saying, yeah, we get it looks bad, right? And we're going to go to jail, but we still maintain that we're innocent. That's all it is, right?
It's not a guilty plea. It's a kind of guilty plea. It's not
okay. Well, then I'll agree with you. It's a kind of guilty plea. Yeah.
It's not a kind of innocent plea. It's not a kind of not guilty. There's no kind of not guilty.
Well, they're not saying they did it. They're saying
They don't have to say they did it.
Yeah, they're not saying they didn't. No,
it's not exactly
saying that their evidence is going to convince the jury. We understand that, even though we maintain that we're not guilty.
But we're going to write our names on this piece of paper that say we're guilty.
Right.
We're going to serve time served plus 10 years probation for the murder of 3 boys. Here's my signature, and now as a consequence, because it's a plea bargain, the state will now let me go after I spent 20 years in jail.
I think
20
the only
years
thing
and 10 probation.
I think the only thing I don't understand is the fact that it's distinct from a guilty plea. I kind of assume that even if you did plead guilty, you were plenty free to like publicly tell people, no, I didn't actually do it. I just said that because
that part of it is that's a technicality. The reality is that it lets them out of jail. It lets them out of jail. They got to go home. That's the plea. The plea is, I'll say I'm guilty if you let me go home. And the state says
that's just how plea bargains in general work.
Right. It's a plea bargain. It's a guilty plea bargain is all it is.
So how do you disagree with that? I don't get it.
Because I've known people who are in the system, in trouble with the law, and they have no choice but to plead no contest, even if they are innocent, because the system like rigs it so much against it, stacks so much that they have no choice but to plead no contest. They don't have the funds to fight it and prove their innocence. That's the nature of the system. It's overwhelming. And
the system is flawed and it's bad, and innocent people go to jail for things they didn't do. This is exactly the opposite of that, where they had so many millions of dollars of Peter Jackson's money that they were able to influence the state enough to let them go home. The only reason they are out of jail is because Peter Jackson is a multi hundreds of $1 million millionaire. So the only reason they went home. They went home because of millions of dollars, not because they weren't guilty.
Hang on, I'm reading.
I think that we should have Ramsey back on here and just talk about this only.
He does. He'll talk about it for hours. I've listened to hours and hours and hours.
No, he tapped out around like 2 hours. He doesn't have stamina.
No, and when last time Zach, asked him to come on when we were talking about Hollywood occultism, he just flat said no.
I'm telling you, the guy's disingenuous. He's very.
I don't think he's disingenuous.
No, I'm telling you, there's something sinister about him.
He's like
William Ramsey is a double agent who's talking about Hollywood occultism because he is a
controlled opposition. He's controlled opposition. William Ramsey controlled opposition.
He's a Satanist that hunts Satanists.
Here's from an attorney.
He's like Dexter.
An Alfred plea is a guilty plea, yes, of a defendant. Shut up. I'm sorry. Who proclaims he is innocent of the crime and admits that the prosecution has enough evidence to prove that he is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. That does not mean admitting crime. Does not mean admitting guilt.
You don't have to.
It is.
Well, they do in that they sign their name to a guilty plea.
That's what I said.
They still maintain their innocence, though.
Like I was saying, it really doesn't matter what you say. Like to the state, you can.
This is coming from an attorney, not me.
But you're proving us right with that attorney.
No, I'm not.
I mean, that's exactly what I said earlier, though.
I don't really see where the disagreement is.
Yeah.
It is entered when an accused, together with his attorney, has made the calculated decision to plead guilty because the evidence against him is so strong that it will likely lead to conviction.
Yeah, that's it.
In a guilty plea of a lesser crime, some states see the Alfred plea invoked frequently, such as Louisiana, Michigan. Don't care.
They didn't plead to a lesser crime. They pled guilty to capital murder of 3 boys. That case is closed. No one's looking for the killers of the 3 boys. The state did a press conference directly after they were released where they were asked, are you going to open the case back up and look for the killers? And the state said, no, we're confident that we already prosecuted the killers of these boys, and they just walked free. because of Peter Jackson's money.
I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to speculate whether they're innocent or not, but yeah, I will agree that there's definitely definitely fucked everything up. It always does. I mean, like, look what happened with Jeffrey Epstein with his first arrest.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I mean,
Peter Jackson held him out there too.
Probably.
I mean, like all Hollywood elites are pedophiles, so probably, yeah.
The Alford plea is often controversial because it is neither a full admission of innocence nor guilt. It can serve to present one last-ditch option to avoid trial or a damning sentence for those who are indeed guilty, but can also be the one way out for those who maintain their innocence but have overwhelming evidence against them.
The point is, like, at the end of the day, the only thing that matters is that no one's looking for the killers.
I don't know where you come to the conclusion that that's all that matters, though.
That no one's looking for the killers of the kids. That the case isn't open. That's the end result of any discussion of this case is that no one's looking for the killers of those boys, and that the West Memphis Three signed their names to guilty pleas.
Yeah, Jeremy, what about Bojangles? What about Bojangles?
They bought investigation from beginning to end anyway,
and that's definitely an issue, assuming that they actually didn't do it.
How did this get brought back up? Because
I don't remember. Oh, William, somebody said we should.
You did with your little shot at me on the show.
yeah.
Wait, no, that was on that show.
Now, by the way, all of this is not. This is just strictly on show. When we leave here, hopefully this doesn't carry over to our real lives, because I'm still having a good time, even if I seem a little jumpy. You know what I mean?
This is Jeremy's Alford plea.
Okay.
You've taken too many pills.
So, but you still stand by the fact that William Ramsey is a reptilian shapeshifter, controlled opposition snake. Is that correct?
I'm looking into it.
I'm sure he's out.
He lives in LA. That's all the evidence you need.
That is true.
Well, I talked to him about that on the show, and he seemed
that's
I don't live up there with those people. I live down there with these other people that aren't so bad, is what he said.
Yeah. Everybody in LA is bad. All of them.
Except Ann Sturgeon. I mean, going to come back.
That's true. She's okay, but she was kind of forced to move out there.
She's a reptilian too, though.
Man, I don't
think she'd deny that.
I mean, she's a good reptilian. There's like a couple of them.
I would love for Ann to come back. Seriously, she was great.
Yeah, I did invite her back.
At our boy.
Huh?
I said, Zach, they're throwing shade at our boy.
How so?
William Ramsey.
I'm talking about Ann.
I don't have an opinion either way. I kind of get the feeling the guy didn't like me, so but that's just whatever.
Exactly. I got that feeling too. He's very arrogant. He's very arrogant and sure.
I got that impression too.
Well, I'll say this for it. I'll say this for his arrogance. Pride comes before the fall. So
it's a lot of shade. Zach, what do you think about all this?
I think we need to get William back in here to give Jeremy a debate.
No, he won't do it. He won't do it.
Give Jeremy an ass whooping.
He won't come in here and do this in an uncomfortable light. He won't do it. He'll think
because the thing I said to him, he said he liked the challenge. He will definitely debate you. Trust me.
I mean,
I don't do structured debates. That's not real life. Structured debates are a fantasy land. I don't do that straw man shit. You're straw manning me, and you're conflating this. I don't do that.
Jeremy's the king of the straw man. That's why he doesn't like it.
No, but agreements are chaos. They are not organized in any way to your benefit or disadvantage.
If I can't build you up in a completely unrealistic manner and tear you down, I don't want to talk at all.
No,
it's not a real discussion if at some point I don't threaten to come over there and slap you with the same hand I jack off with.
That's right.
Okay, Jeremy, answer this one question for me. Would you let him come back on to debate you if he would agree to do it? Not debate. Let's not even say it. Let's just say talk or argue.
Me?
Yes.
To argue, sure, but not debate, not a structured, formal debate. That pussy shit, no.
I mean, no, we can't do a structured, formal debate. Well, like what? Are you going to have me fucking...
No, I'm talking like
my drunk ass try to moderate it?
A kill stream, Jeremy versus William Ramsey.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
maybe we can try to get Ethan Ralph on here and see how long we can take
Oh,
it
man, that would be
before he
awesome.
says the N word.
I would mark out if we got Ethan Ralph on here. I'm serious.
Maybe then we not do that. Maybe, we one alcoholic is enough.
I like the kill stream, dude. Ethan Ralph, I dig it. Yeah, he's made some bad decisions in his life. But I would mark out if he came on. He's cool. I like him. Yeah.
What does that mean? Mark out.
Okay, it's a wrestling term for say a wrestler when it's carried over from wrestling. People use it in regular language now if they're familiar with wrestling. Mark out is when you get really excited for someone doing something or winning in the ring or telling somebody off or maybe just returning from an injury. It's called marking out. It's when it's like the crowd goes, yeah,
the crowd is the wrestling fan is a mark. The mark is a condescending term. Is meant a
it
mark
means sucker.
A con man. Yeah, it means sucker.
Oh, it's like fanboying, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so
it's simping for the wrestlers.
Simping for the wrestlers, right?
What are you and William Ramsey going to fight about?
Everything.
I think you should make him disprove your allegation that he is a reptilian.
Let's just
reptilian.
You said that he's non-human and he's like a snake.
Yeah, let's make him get on the webcam and demonstrate that he can't pull his face off.
We got to make him blink.
Guys, I had an idea, and I don't know if you'll go for it or not, but I don't know. What if we all read short fiction on here sometime? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm down for that.
I'll do it.
With the understanding that we each own our own shit, and not to be redistributed or something. You know what I mean?
No, I'm going to read your stuff.
I don't care if people redistribute it.
I'm going to read open lines on here.
Well, I mean, I appreciate that, but I almost don't consider open lines.
I've hacked into your computer and I have all of your Jason Sinclair stories.
Oh, dude, send those to me.
I'll just come on here and read all of those.
Why'd you have to bring up open lines and remind me of that non-ending? My book belongs in the bad ending club.
Why don't you just take it out of print if you don't like it that much?
Yeah.
I don't know how anymore. It's like I don't even have control.
Oh, that's
you can't log into that account?
No, I can, but I don't know how to. I get lost.
Google it.
You click bookshelf, bro.
Button. You say unpublished book.
Yeah, click bookshelf. Click unpublished book.
Do I go to the item on Amazon or whatever, or what?
No, go to kdp.amazon.com.
Yeah.
I type it in, and I'm not even in the results. I'm probably down at 1,000 or something.
You shouldn't even be on Amazon. That's not where you're supposed to be. kdp.amazon.com.
Yeah, dude. What have you been drinking?
Yeah, live stream yourself unpublishing open lines here.
What does that mean, KDP? What is that?
You've been smoking formaldehyde?
Did you publish? Maybe he published that back when it was still CreateSpace. So
doesn't matter. It's everything was transferred over to Kindle.
Yeah, it's all on KDP.
Yeah, so maybe you just don't understand it because you haven't done the new layout that they have.
How do I take it out?
Just log into kdp.amazon.com with your Amazon login.
Yeah, share your screen and we'll walk you through it.
All these 5-star reviews from people who didn't mean it.
You're still on Amazon, dude.
That's all right.
He's just looking at it because
he's just staring at it on Amazon. I just don't know how to get rid of this.
Even if it's long enough for me to buy it because I want to read
it. All these five.
Read it now. Buy it now before he takes it down.
5-star reviews. They don't mean it. They didn't mean it. I appreciate it.
They didn't mean it.
Let's see which happens faster. I buy it or you take it down. I'm doing that right now. I'm doing it.
Where do I take it down at?
kdp.amazon.com.
I want to get it.
We've only told him 10 times now.
kdp.com?
kdp.amazon.com.
I think Jeremy's a reptilian.
Okay, what am I doing now?
Log in.
Log
your
in.
Amazon account.
Oh. Yeah, with your Amazon account.
I've got it right here.
CreateSpace has moved to Kindle Direct Publishing.
There's a big yellow login button on the right side.
I see the unpublished thing, but should I try to promote it one last time? I don't know.
Oh, here now he doesn't want to do it.
I don't want to do it. What else you got published out there? That's the only thing, isn't it?
Short stories in the Fireside Popsicle collection. That's
No, but I mean under your account, right?
yeah. And I think that's one of the only short stories I'm actually proud of is The Street Artist in
Yeah,
Fireside.
but it's,
You lose, I
you
bought
that
it.
yourself, right?
Ben bought it.
You lose.
Ben bought Open Lines, bro.
Speaking of short fiction, Gregor, you read one of my short stories this week.
I did. I read Popcorn Planet.
That's a good one.
What'd you think of that?
I thought it was pretty good. I don't really care about Orville Redenbacher.
I don't either. Could you tell?
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying, like, the pop culture reference stuff isn't like my favorite thing in the world. But I did, and I like the popcorn monster. I like the convoluted, headache-inducing time travel type stuff.
That was that's pretty much it. That's like the star of the show is the ridiculous time travel bullshit that I.
That's what I wanted. That's what I wondered about the most with that story is that they said that they restarted the universe several times, and it kind of reminded me of this thing going on in my own head with the Arbiters and the Vanities.
Yeah.
Hey, Gregor, when are you going to read Hospitalized Factory of Pain?
You mean Pain Factory goes to the hospital?
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm talking about, but that's okay.
I don't know. It's out of print, isn't it?
What did you say, Jeremy?
I said Strange has no idea what I'm talking about, but it's okay.
But it's out of print.
What's out of print?
I sent you a Moby, I think.
Have you sent me a Moby?
I think I did.
I don't think you did.
Jeremy, what are you talking about with the restarting the
If you
universe?
send me a Moby, I'll read it.
They said in that story, Popcorn, they restarted the universe several times. Right? Yeah, that was interesting. I kind of carry my own outback in my own head, and it has to do with resetting the universe over and over. So
why?
Because it helps me.
Because
what does
everything
resetting the universe help you with? Is what I'm.
Because everything sucks, and we need to hit the reset button.
It enriches my imagination.
But what if it plays out exactly the same way every time, no matter how many times you reset it?
That's okay. Some of it changes.
It's like a too many.
How do you decide what changes?
They try to change one thing, and then it makes these other things go bad, and then they have to go back and say, well, let's change that, and then it makes
the butterfly effect. Those movies are really cool. Underappreciated Ashton Kutcher movies.
Right. It's like it was bigger than him, that idea. And the fact that his dad could do that stuff too, only with what was it, a camera or something?
Something.
Yeah.
Well, I get it. You were mad at me for asking Gregor a question because you were asking Kevin a question.
Oh, I'm not mad at you.
Yeah.
You're mad at him.
No.
Yeah, you're mad at me.
No, I want to put this behind us, to be honest, but
I want to ask Zach and Gregor, since both of you have read the Violent Bitch Hitomi story, would you be interested in more stories with that character?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I told you I did one time, didn't I?
Yeah, because I have like a idea for like a whole series of stories with them.
Yeah, I was thinking when I was reading it, this doesn't fit in this collection, but this would be better as its own thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I have a bunch of ideas.
I think I see a pattern developing where it's like I'm unintentionally bullying Zach, and I feel bad about it.
Yeah, you should.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that Zach isn't too much of a pussy to bring it up, though. He just very confrontational. I think that's a very masculine quality, and it's lacking in a lot of contemporary men, especially young men your age. Going ahead and if you feel that there's some unspoken social thing going on, and you feel that you need to resolve it, just confronting it head on is the absolute best, quickest way to squash it and get it behind you.
But I'm
Zach,
you,
I've got Hospitalized Factory of Pain. You did send it to me in a Moby format. I got it.
Oh, I actually just sent it to you again.
But I'm saying is that I don't know what your criteria is for a good story anymore, because it's like you scrutinize things in a really weird way, man. You do. I don't understand. I want to understand it, but I don't know, man. Sometimes it makes me feel like, am I wasting my time because he's tearing this apart like this? I don't know. And maybe that's something in me, but
Oh, it's definitely something in you, Jeremy. You project your opinion onto other people. Like Zach can have any opinion he wants to on fiction, and it doesn't affect your enjoyment of the fiction. But you
it
act
does.
like it does.
No, it actually does. But
You act like it does.
It
but
actually
doesn't.
does, yeah.
That's something in you. That's insecurity in your own opinion. Has nothing to do with Zach.
I mean, we're on a book. We're in a show that talks about books, and it's like
And so Zach gets an opinion on those books, any opinion that he wants.
Of course he does, but it feels like he wants to tear them down.
He gets to do that if he wants to. That's his prerogative.
Oh yeah, but I mean, I can go against it though. So
you're telling him he's reading books wrong.
It's not like he comes on here and says.
You told me that first last.
Well, now you're telling him that. How does it feel?
It's not like he comes on here and says.
How it feels because I did it to you.
It's not like he comes on here and says, "Jeremy, everything you like is shit like my pee-pee."
The only thing, I don't really tear anything apart, and I don't even dislike Chad Lutzke that much. I've only read one book.
But I'm saying,
with the exception of Legati,
on a completely objective level, I don't understand what is a good book to you. What does it have to have?
there is no objective measure of a good book.
Well, I'm asking Zach, what does he think?
I would just give Ben's answer because there's not really a checklist. The only thing I can say is it a good organic piece of art that actually kind of moves me in some way? That's my only criteria.
But you said emotional manipulation is bad.
Yeah, but
no, he said that cheap shots is bad, right? Like cheap tricks.
Just he's saying like bathos is bad, pathos is good.
I have no idea how to wrap this up. I don't know how to wrap it up. I forgot.
Bathos
bathos is basically false pathos.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
I mean,
does anybody need to tap out? Because I'm sorry if I'm holding you here.
I'm literally in bed right now.
Okay.
I had this weird thing happen where I'd had a couple drinks earlier in the day that were like super strong and actually kind of like got me pretty buzzed, and it lasted for freaking hours. And I've been like almost in a freaking hangover since then. And it's lasted throughout this entire show until I had that one beer, and it's like it completely lifted away from my mind, and I feel perfect now.
Hair of the dog that bit you.
Hair of the dog, bro.
Yeah.
Hair of the dog, bro.
I always thought that was a thing that like was supposed to not work because like
it works.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, alcoholics drink away hangovers all the time.
Yep. It's true. Jeremy does it.
It's your first step towards alcoholism, Zach.
Yeah.
What? Jeremy does what?
Or you
Heroin?
No, you drink away your hangovers every day.
I mean, you could always make one of those like prairie oysters.
But I do like oysters.
A prairie oyster is like a raw egg, Worcestershire sauce, and Bloody Mary mix, I think. I can't remember off the top of my head.
That sounds
awful.
That sounds like it's a shock to the system.
Yeah, it's supposed to cure a hangover. I've never tried it, but I mean that's something to consider.
Yeah.
Supposedly, Pedialyte cures hangovers.
Yeah, when I was in EMT school, they used to talk about doing saline IVs to cure hangovers. It was a really good method. Jump in your ambulance and run an IV on yourself and run an entire bag of saline through you, and your hangover would go away.
Yeah, that probably worked.
I mean, my cure for hangovers is I just sit and suffer because I deserve it.
That's about how I go as well. Yeah.
Be honest, that's the first time I've actually drunk in like a long time.
Drunk what?
Drunk anything in like a little while.
Oh, okay.
We should like try some sort of like little experiments on this show, like to fully take advantage of this platform. You know what I mean? Like
we can call the segment, but can you fuck it?
You ever read that book Medea, where Harlan Ellison and a bunch of other sci-fi authors get together and build and like world build?
Like Medea Halloween or Medea's Halloween?
I can't remember his fucking name, but are they trying to like write different settings for that Medea character? Like where else can we put this fat black guy in drag?
That's what you're talking about, Jeremy?
Oh, here. I'll tell you.
And now I'm trying to imagine what the fuck a Medea movie written by Harlan Ellison would look like.
Medea, Harlan's World. Let's see who all.
I've not heard of that.
There it is. I mean, what do you want? I mean,
It looks like a poem there or something.
I don't know.
It looked like a list of the table of contents.
Oh, is that what it was? Okay.
Jack Williams, Larry Niven, Frederick Pohl, Hal Clement, Thomas M. Dish, Frank Herbert, Paul Anderson, Kate William, Theodore Sturgeon, Robert Silverberg, and Ellison himself all wrote stories about this imaginary world they built.
Go back to that dude's review. It's hilarious.
Why?
There was a really weird fact that I didn't know until like years later is Thomas Ditch. Not only is he's from Des Moines, Iowa, and he wrote The Brave Little Toaster.
Yeah. Yeah, have you read anything by him, Zach and Ben? Because you guys would like him. He's pretty highfalutin.
Nah, I've never read it.
I've read, I think it's called 443, which is less science fiction and more like it has science fiction elements, but it's more about like the everyday lives of poor people.
Yeah.
I have read one Harlan Ellison story. It was in this vampire anthology, and I'm forgetting what the anthology was.
Yeah, Harlan Ellison's pretty good. You should read some of his stuff. Thomas Dish, The Genocides is a really good book, and so is what is it called? Camp Concentration. Those two books are good.
I recommended I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream to you the other day. That's a wicked fucking story.
Yeah, that's good. Yes.
Yeah, that's a really great story. It's like it's just like you almost wonder if he was like on a meth binge or something when he wrote it because he's just so fucking dark and angry. But what's funny is like when I go to the library to try to check out, well, the library's not open right now, but whenever I try to go to like check out Thomas Ditch books, like they have like one that's available to check out, and they have the rest of them in like this archive area that you can't check out.
Oh yeah, because is that where his stuff is stored or something? His literary.
I don't know if his like papers and stuff are there, but it does have copies of all of his books, including like The Brave Little Toaster.
Huh. Yeah, I mean, I like what I've read by him. He also wrote something like, is it the Mailman or something? It's like The Mailman. I can't remember what it's called though.
He apparently wrote like a medical thriller later in his life. I can't remember what that was called.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I've not read that. I've read a few of his things, and I liked what I've read. Except for 334, I couldn't get through that one.
334, yeah. I did enjoy that. It did read more like a, I don't know, like a Selby kind of beatnik novel than it did a science fiction novel, but I enjoyed it.
Yeah. Yeah, The Genocides is really a good science fiction book. It's really crazy. It makes you feel horrible.
Yeah, because we were kind of talking about cyberpunk. Like before cyberpunk came about, there was that new wave movement. Thomas Ditch was part of that. Harlan Ellison, Norman Spinrad,
Robert Silverberg, probably.
Yeah, I think he was. Ursula K. Le Guin was a big part of that. Samuel Delaney. They were. I mean, one of the big differences between them and cyberpunk is they were a lot more, I guess, hippie-ish. They were a lot more experimental, I think.
Right.
And then that kind of it faded away for a little bit, but it eventually gave way to cyberpunk.
I mean, maybe, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how close they are, but yeah.
I think it was just kind of a case of like science fiction evolving from like pulp stories to more serious kind of stories. New Wave was kind of like the middle ground of that before it went into cyberpunk, which like really went in full force away from the whole utopia thing and from the like whole like there's still aspects of it, but it kind of moved it away from just being like just like pulp adventure stories to being, I guess, a little more socially I don't want to say conscious, but socially observant.
Yeah, I mean, Philip K. Dick wasn't really pulp adventure stories. I mean, he was writing in the 60s and 70s.
Yeah, Philip K. Dick was kind of his own thing, even though he kind of fell into the new wave. category.
Silverberg's not really like that either.
That was a pretty fascinating documentary about him. The Gospel According to Philip K. Dick.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah.
He was disappointed that the FBI wasn't really monitoring him. I think I heard
he wasn't doing something right.
He thought he was more important to them, that they were checking him out, and it turns out they really weren't. Well, or maybe they wanted him to think that,
Probably wasn't pro-communist enough. I don't think he probably wasn't a communist. I don't know what he was.
He was definitely a left winger. I don't know how.
Yeah,
but he wasn't a communist. I don't think.
He was probably a left wingish, but he seems pretty esoteric in his beliefs.
Right. This is a really weird timeline we're in, where there used to be dog-headed men running around on some island. I mean, where did that even?
What do you mean used to be?
It was called the Island of Your Mom.
No, haven't you heard about? I told you about the dog-headed men earlier.
Yeah, but they're still around. There's no used to be about it.
Yeah, that's why Gregor Zane doesn't show his face, because he's one of them.
that could be it. You never know.
Do you have no pictures of yourself on social media at all?
That is correct.
Jesus.
It's probably a smart thing to do.
There's one of the dog-headed men with the blimmy.
There's Gregor right there. You have is your face on your chest?
Yes. Ben,
is my face on my chest?
Ben, remember earlier I brought up the blimmy?
Yes.
Yeah.
There they are, associating with the dog-headed men. You understand? It's significant.
It's a conspiracy.
Yeah, they're real, dude.
Yeah, both of them are real.
You need to search for dog-headed men photographs, and you'll find modern photographs of these dudes on the red carpet and stuff.
It's like the best time ever.
And you'd find like blemmies like that. They'd have their shirt, they'd have like no head and their shirts open, like Mexican guys with their faces exposed on their chest.
Yeah.
You're saying St. Christopher was one of them. Where did this come from? It's like this was just wedged into history out of nowhere, and like real people who are mature and physicians in Greece and shit are writing about this back then in BC times about dog-headed men. Could they have really existed? I don't understand this.
I think they still exist. I bet you could probably find a picture of one of them hanging out with Epstein.
Well, I showed you that book I got about allegedly you can raise them to do your bidding, which I'm not going to, but that's some weird shit.
That was what was on Epstein's island behind in that big shrine looking thing. It was a bunch of dog-headed men.
Most likely.
Where are all the dog-headed women?
Yeah, that's true.
The dog's heads have no time for holes.
There are no dog-headed women. They come after your women.
Made me spit it. Yeah, drink. You make me spit it.
Yeah, the dog-headed men are just all gay.
Everywhere, man. Everywhere.
That's actual footage of Gregor Zane working on the Hanover Block series.
Hell yeah. No,
that's one thing that's kind of gotten worse lately. Is Angry Video Game Nerd.
I thought it was
polished out, kind of, didn't he?
I mean, I thought his newer ones were okay. The one he did with the fuck, I'm blanking on his name. The guy who shouts a lot.
Oh God,
Jeremy Maddox.
No, Gilbert Gottfried. Yeah, the one he did with Gilbert. Yeah, that one was not good.
Can't believe he made me spit on my drink.
That guy annoyed me so much.
Yeah, it didn't. Gilbert Gottfried's just not good at like improvising.
Gilbert Gottfried would have been a perfect
fucking funny on podcasts. When he his latest one on Artie Lang's new podcast is so fucking funny. Artie Lang gets him doing racist jokes, and it is so fucking funny.
I do remember listening to him on Penn Jillette's radio show. It was ridiculous. It had them singing over and over. Floyd the Barber had a stroke. E-I-E-I-O.
Have you ever heard them bust his balls on Howard Stern for calling in not using that voice?
For what?
He called in not using the Gilbert Gottfried voice. It's Gilbert.
Oh, not doing this.
Yeah, he called in. He was like, "Hey, Gary, it's Gilbert." And I was just confirming.
Wait, that's not his real voice. That's not just how he sounds.
They played a little message he left for Gary to confirm his appearance. He's like, "Hey, Gary, it's Gilbert, and I'm just saying." They fucked with him for years. He would come on the show, and they would just blast him with that to start with.
My mind is blown. I was convinced that's just how he sounded all the time.
No, that's his shtick. It's like Bobcat Goldthwait doesn't really sound like.
I hate Bobcat Goldthwait with a passion. Like, I cannot stand that dude. He's not funny. I don't get why people like him. It's just the most annoying act ever. Like, I can't think of a more annoying act, to be honest.
Oh, what, you got a problem with my act?
I don't know. Maybe Chip Chipperson. He's pretty annoying.
Yeah. Why is that? Why do people think that's funny?
I've not heard of that.
Jim Norton in general annoys me. Jim Norton annoys the fuck out of me.
Carrot Top annoys me. I saw him live in Vegas. It's freaking horrible.
Carrot Top?
He's barely a comedian.
Yeah. He got mad at me, though, because I tried to get alcohol from him when he was giving out, like, he would give the crowd shots of whiskey.
Why did he think you were underage? Or were you actually underage?
I was underage, and he figured it out. He got mad at me.
You should have just taken it anyway.
Yeah.
It's like, it's just like, how the fuck did Carrot Top get popular enough that he actually had his own movie? That's just beyond me.
He had a movie?
Yeah, chairman of the board. It is fucking garbage.
It's because it was a very booming economy. Success was a lot easier to achieve than it is today.
I mean, Mike Nelson from MST3K, he said it was one of the worst movies he'd ever seen. And that's really fucking tells you something.
Mike Nelson's cool. He does a podcast with Doug TenNapel and Ethan Nicole, the guy that does the Babylon Bee and Axe Cop, the cartoon and comic book. They do a podcast together called Audio Mullet.
I actually didn't know that, but I think I don't know if he's written more than one, but I actually have Mike Nelson's novel Death Rat.
Are you aware that he's a real hardcore conservative Christian?
I know that he's a Republican. I don't know if he's a
hardcore. Yeah, he's a hardcore conservative Christian. Him and Doug and Ethan do a Christian. That's the Audio Mullet is a Christian-based podcast.
Well, yeah, I know that doesn't have anything to do with that. He doesn't even associate with. I know that Christians.
And I know that Bill Corbett's on the opposite end. He's a regular guest on Chapo Trap House.
I thought you were going to say he's a regular guy.
I mean, they're all regular guys, to be honest with. I mean, that was the appeal of MST3K.
MST3K is shitbox.
You're wrong. I never listen to Gregor's opinion on anything. He is just objectively wrong about everything.
No, I don't like that shit.
Kind of a curmudgeon about.
Hey, Ben, I feel that way about Zach sometimes.
Gregor, you do seem to be kind of a curmudgeon about pop culture. You don't like anime. You don't like Mystery Science Theater. What do you like?
I'm with Gregor on all that.
Well, they did the subjectively wrong, and we should never listen to you again. Jeremy is completely right.
I like books, but good books
are for nerds.
I've got to read everything or die trying.
I like some movies.
Guess how many I'm up to on my Kindle?
3,000.
You're over 3,000.
600,666.
Well, hang on, I'm about to tell you. 3,030.
Jeremy, I don't want to burst your Kindle parade here.
Yeah.
No, I was thinking about this.
You're going to though. Yeah.
I was thinking about it. Well, I'm trying to be gentle about it.
Take my joy away. Yeah, I know.
Jeff Bezos is a degenerate lizard man.
Yeah,
Jeremy, you openly brag that you don't buy these books.
I do buy them.
But you say you don't buy them, that you just pirate them.
No, I said that about Cursed Films and Dark Side of the Ring.
But you do buy these books.
Most of them, yes.
I was going to say, if you're just going to book pirate sites and transferring the Mobi file from a website to your Kindle, I mean, are you really doing anything other than archiving all the free books on the internet?
Actually, yeah. Is that just your Kindle library, or is that including
I'm not
like
going
the?
to turn this into an ethical question.
It's not an ethical question. It's not a question of ethics. It's a question of, are you just transferring a free link on the internet out, into your Kindle? That doesn't seem to be like saying like I have 3,000 books on my Kindle. It's like, well, there's 100 million free books on the internet, and all you're doing is dragging the link onto your Kindle. But if you're actually buying them, then that is a collection of legitimate fiction that you own.
Well, not necessarily. I haven't listened.
No, it's legitimate.
That stuff might not be out there, right? Like, if somebody's hosting a file on a server sometime today, it might not be there in 3 years. So it might be of value for him to actually copy it down.
Why do I have to justify everything that I do?
I didn't say you had to justify it. I was saying.
Oh God, I'm having seizures.
This has been like the single bitchiest Quiet Place episode we've ever had.
Gregor makes a good point that it doesn't necessarily, like, the fiction that's free out there on the internet, whether it's free by choice or pirated, it's not necessarily going to be there tomorrow. That's true. And taking it off of the internet today, putting on your Kindle may ensure that you have something that isn't freely available a year from now. So that is a valid point.
All I care about is I got it. That's all I care.
But when you say you got it, I could easily say, like, I have access to every book that's on the internet for free too. Just because I haven't put it on my Kindle doesn't mean I don't have access to it.
Send some to me then. I mean,
but if you're paying for the vast majority of it, then that's your library. Like, you paid for it, so that is something.
I still firmly believe you can't have a library that's not physical.
It's my library either way. I don't know what this is really about.
But the internet is your library. Is my point. It's out there. It's already free. You can read any book you want to if you're not paying for them. If you're paying for them, then this is a purchased library. It's like a collection of anything. That is your collection.
There are some rare ones out there that I did have to download, like off archive.org or something. But yeah, I'd say 85% of them are bought. Yeah.
Well, that is impressive. That is a collection of you have curated a collection of a library of fiction.
And I'm telling you, I'm going to read them all before I die.
I hope that you do. And it wasn't an attempt to throw shade, but my entire point was that if you were just running around the web downloading Moby links, it's like, well, that's what the web is. Like, we all have access to all of the free fiction in the world on the internet, but that's not a curated collection. You have a curated collection of 3,000.
I'm pretty proud of this. Yeah, man. I've got like at least for every subject, I've got at least one example of it in here. This is something special that, in the event that anything ever happened, I would probably leave it to somebody. So, I mean, that's how impressive it is to me. I'm proud of it. So,
yeah, well, you should.
I don't pirate books, Jeremy.
Okay. Well,
an author even offered to send me a Moby copy of an anthology he was in, and I was like, you didn't publish the anthology yourself, so I don't want you to send it to me.
Well, like you said, if it's no longer available, it's out of print, or
well, that's what I asked him. I was like, "Is it out of print or something?" He was like, "No."
What was that fucking douchebag who used to hang out in Bizarro Fiction? His name was Jason something. He was a real shitbag and a shit starter. Jeremy, you know who I'm talking about?
Jason.
What the fuck was his last name?
What did he write anything?
He got all buddy with Don Noble and shit. Jason Wayne Allen. He used to hit me up in DMs and try to give me Deadite and Eraserhead Mobies that he somehow stole on the internet. I was like, no, dude, don't give me that fucking shit. I buy that shit. Like, my collection of Deadite and Eraserhead is like purchased. Like, I'm proud of that collection.
Yeah, I either get my stuff from the library, like digital library, or legitimate.
See, I've gotten a lot
library or buy it.
I've gotten a lot of historical from archive.org.
Like Gutenberg stuff. I get the Project Gutenberg. Yeah.
Exactly, yeah.
What were you gonna say, Ben?
I was gonna say last time I checked, Jason Wayne Allen was homeless.
Oh, well, there you go.
Well, hopefully he gets help.
He's one of those douchebags that he always used to claim to be a writer, but he very rarely wrote anything.
That's true.
I mean,
he was up in everybody's fucking business in the writing community, but he didn't really write very much.
That's true.
I mean, I've read 2 of his books. I can't pronounce it.
He has 2 books?
Yeah, one was a full-length novel called Ithic in the Afterglow or something like that, which is like a tribute to Lovecraft and Robert Chambers. And I also had chapbook from Dynatox Ministries called Rockgut County Blues, which is like a kind of I think it's autobiographical. I'm not sure.
So what are you saying about him? You were talking shit about him a minute ago there, Kevin. What are you saying about him?
Oh, he's just a douchebag. He was always in the middle of everybody's fucking drama in the writing community, and I think I remember him having that Dynatox book.
Well, he should come on the show then.
And I remember, didn't he have a big falling out with Jordan Crawl after that? Jordan Crawl published him.
He had a falling out with that artist dude, Dave something, that took him in and let him live with him.
There you go.
He even stabbed that guy in the back. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, he had a big falling out with with Jordan Crawl and with Philip Lopresti. They both do not like him anymore.
That guy's a textbook example of someone who is like permanently changed by the system, due to their own choices. And it's like they're recidivists. They can't help but go back to old habits that get them in trouble, So, I mean, it's better to keep your nose clean and just not get into trouble. That way, you can keep doing what you want with your life.
Right.
Yep.
So when is this new Jason Sinclair coming into my inbox?
I don't know what are you looking for? What are you looking for?
His dick is in his hand in anticipation.
I'm looking for Jason Sinclair.
Uh-huh.
Whatever you write, that's Jason. Yeah, Jason Sinclair.
He needs it. It's the only way he can come.
I want to know how we fix this situation with Zach, because I know he's going to be in my inbox, later this week, saying, being apprehensive, and I hate that, but I do feel like my reading habits and my way of doing things has been under attack recently, though. I can't help that.
I'm going to be apprehensive. I'm kind of confused about that.
Apprehensive about what?
Well, like you were in my DMs, a little bit ago, saying just don't let it, ruin our friendship. And of course, I'm not going to. I promise that. But I just want to know how we fix this situation before it gets, worse or something. Because, I mean, we admit it's awkward, So what do we do here? I mean,
if you could maybe buy me.
You're really muffled right now. You're muffled, man. Can I?
Yeah, I can't understand. Yeah, I can't hear you at all now. Just talking back.
I'm serious. You were muffled. Are you like?
Yeah, you really were.
Are you close to the mic? I just want to hear what you're trying to say.
Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah.
And something's up with your mic.
Yeah.
Wait a second.
Bummer.
What about now?
Kinda.
I think I know what it is. I need to.
Okay. Yeah, your voice is fading, but okay,
Yeah.
I can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he
This
said.
is all Jeremy's doing. This is Jeremy's passive aggressive behavior.
I think he said if you buy him a
What passive aggressive
banana
behavior?
split.
Jeremy confronted Zach and then sabotaged his mic,
Yeah.
so he couldn't talk.
Okay,
Yeah,
what about now?
Yeah.
that's better.
That's better. Yeah.
Okay, I had to move.
How are we going to end this, boys? Are we going to keep going, try to outlast each other, or what? I don't know what we're doing anymore.
You said you were going to outlast all of us. Zach, go ahead. You respond to Jeremy's question there.
To be honest, I don't think like anything's wrong. Like there's no
Really?
nothing. Yeah.
Okay.
You can buy me 50 books though. I'll be good with that.
Yeah. You should
He wants
buy
you to
him
buy him off. He wants you to bribe him with books.
I got 2 stimulus checks, man. I don't know what to do. I mean, it's like, did the Treasury make a mistake? Did they vote for a second one or what?
I haven't gotten a second one.
You got 2?
Yeah.
Huh.
I don't know what's
So was one addressed to Jason Sinclair?
Give one to me and everything will be good.
Gave myself a migraine questioning it like for several days. I barely even ate. I was so distraught about it. And then finally I said, you know what? This is
What's the problem that you fucking can't sleep because you got $24,000?
because
Yeah.
Treasury.
Oh no! If you're worried about having too much money, just give it to me.
If
Buy a
the
fucking car, Jeremy. Buy a fucking...
if the Treasury or IRS catches it and says, hey, this was an accident,
So pay them back $5 a month for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
Well,
go buy.
Why
a
don't you
fucking
just tell them
car.
that you're on drugs? And you
$2,500
didn't
for a
understand
good
it.
down
You just
payment on a nice.
oh, I did. I believe me. I'm like I said, I'm up to 3,030. So
you deposited it all?
I'm telling you, I've never been more serious in my life. I'm going to read every one of them before I leave this earth. Not every book ever written, but every one that I own. It's a challenge, but I'm going to do it.
I've got about 200 I haven't read, and it pisses me off because I keep buying more. I want to just every time I have 2 weeks of paid vacation this year, and all I want to do is sit in my fucking chair and read these fucking books.
Right on. Yes.
Well, do it. And start
the thing
doing
is
the books.
When I finish a project, I always immediately start the next project. Like I already know when Cockhammer Lives is finished, I have another board game I'm going to create. That'll be another 3 or 4 months, and then I have another comic book script ready to go right after that. Like I work too much to Jeremy reads too much to write. I work too much to read. Enough. I mean, I read plenty of books, but I'll never get through all the books I own that I haven't read because I just don't have enough time.
It sounded like he was saying something about you there, Jeremy.
I would like to draw a comparison now to to some fantasy, like icons of fantasy, like popular films, and draw an analogy to Zach and his current method of scrutinizing or whatever.
He just keeps picking. He says, I want to make it. How do I fix it now? Fuck you.
Okay. Everybody here's seen both Never-Ending Story and Willy Wonka, right?
Yes.
Willy Wonka, not Never-Ending Story.
You never seen Never-Ending Story?
No.
You know the things.
He's only 22.
You know those statues in Never-Ending Story that Atreyu has to pass by and get approval, or they'll
those
like
big titty oracles.
That'll zap Atreyu if they judge him unworthy, right?
Yeah,
that's what I feel like Zach is right now. But on this show is supposed to be like Willy Wonka's factory, only with books.
Willy Wonka's factory is a horror show. It kills all those kids.
Right. It's great, but
it's just like how we die every night at the end of the show.
Yeah, it's supposed to be like joyous, like a celebration of books, and I feel more like I'm passing those statues in Never-Ending Story sometimes with his weird Kantian.
Wait a second,
Jimmy, are you saying that people can only like books?
His weird
only like books on this show. Is that what you're saying? You can't have a negative.
His weird Kantian deconstruction.
I love
Kant wasn't a deconstructionist.
He's the Kantian deconstructionist out of the 5 of us. Who cares?
Kant was not a deconstructionist. He's just it's like a century before deconstruction.
Whatever.
Wait, when? These are like false accusations because there are only a couple.
Objection.
All right. There are only a couple books that I've like picked apart. Like I don't do that frequently. Like if I can remember correctly, the only.
So what if you do?
What book have you read that you hated the most? Your least favorite book you've read?
I'm gonna reach out to Chad.
Very, very easy to answer that.
I'm gonna reach out to Chad Lutsky right now.
It's called.
Ryder doesn't like anything either.
Yes, I do.
What was it called?
My Year of Meats by. I can't remember the author's name. I just remember
My Year of Meat.
Yeah.
Never heard of that.
My Year of Meat. What kind of book is
by
that?
Ruth. It's a very, very like lefty literary fiction novel that just wasn't like it was just bad, like all the way around. It's horrible.
I mean, my least favorite book of all time is Son of Rosemary by Year 11. That book is shit.
I almost want to say Psycho House by Robert Bloch because, as you all know, I'm like a freaking psycho fanatic. It just pains me to know that the creator of one of my favorite franchises is the one who is the worst handling it. Like everyone else who has handled that franchise has done it better than the dude who created it, and it's just weird. And it all culminates with Psycho House, which is like the third book or the last book that he wrote in the trilogy. and it's just so freaking bad and not psycho-ish at all. And even the second one's not. And those rank up there highly just because it's like, as a freaking fan, I'm just let down by how awful they are.
I think my least favorite book is Ready Player One.
Least favorite? What?
Least favorite, yeah.
What?
I couldn't even get through it. It was terrible. Yeah.
It was amazing.
That's another book I won't read just because I read some of a couple of those authors' poems, and they gave me literal cancer that I died from.
I loved Ready Player One, man. And I'm talking about before it was a movie and it was all popular and trendy. I'm saying
I hated it before it was a movie.
I loved that book. You don't play video games, do you?
I read a section. I read a sample from it, and it's just like, what the fuck is this? He's just like naming a bunch of 80s shit.
Yeah, it's like, remember this, remember that.
That's what the trailer of the movie looked like. That's all I've seen. Yeah. I've just not been interested in it.
I did not like it at all. It was terrible. I couldn't even get. I got maybe a third of it, I think, and then I had to just throw it away.
Yeah. I read another section which was like, and you guys know I'm an atheist, but he just goes off on this weird rant about how God doesn't exist, and it's just like, what the fuck is this? This is like he's like a 13-year-old who just found out Santa Claus doesn't exist.
But yeah, Ready Player One,
and bad.
Ready Player One, like, you don't play video games, do you? Because if you don't, you're probably not going to appreciate it too much.
I mean, I play video games, but I also, like books that are good.
Yeah, but Ready Player One was good. I don't understand.
I haven't read the whole thing, just the samples I've read from it. It's just like, I'm not reading this.
Gregor, what did you not like about it? I don't understand.
I generally am not a big fan of pop culture references and fiction, or
not a lot of them, yeah.
And that's pretty much all it is a collection of it. And then it was just like, it was. I mean, the trivia, 80s trivia off little contest they have early on in the book where these dudes are giving each other fist bumps because they're saying some shitty ass freaking 80s trivia to each other and topping each other. It was just the worst thing I think I've ever read ever. Right. I mean, it was just so cringy and just terrible.
I don't get it.
It's kind of weird to consider, like, we're going through like the whole, like, maybe we're on the tail end of it, but we're going through the whole 80s nostalgia now. But this book, when does it take place? It's like in 2060 or something like that.
Something like that. Yeah, it doesn't make any damn sense. Yeah,
they probably have like nostalgia for what's going on right now.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. It's idiotic. I mean, the whole thing is just crap. Yeah.
I don't get it.
I haven't read the whole thing.
Maybe
it gets better.
I don't get it.
I've heard his second novel, Ernest Cline, that's his name. I've heard his second novel is even worse.
Yeah, I've heard that as well. Yeah.
You sure it's not just because it's popular that you guys don't like it?
I'm absolutely.
I'll let you know if I.
I hate it on the fact that
I like Cape shit or whatever it's called, right? So it's popular.
Yeah, he has nerd in his bio. Does that not just piss you all off?
I mean, he's like the stereotype of like the whole nerd culture thing, and it's just like, it's fucking sucks. If you want to really like, just if you really hate yourself, go find his poem about like women or whatever. It is just fucking awful. In fact, any of his poems are shit.
I don't want to read that. I don't want to read that. Sounds. I know exactly what it is.
They are shit on a dick.
Do you guys not like John Dies at the End either?
No, I like that.
Okay, that's good.
I like the
like what?
John Dies
at the End.
I haven't read that yet.
John doesn't die at the end. I'm sorry, but I don't care if that's a spoiler, but he doesn't die. I was waiting the whole time for the punchline, and it never came.
But yeah, I like it. I like House of Leaves, and that's popular.
Is there a third book?
What the hell did I just read? I think is what it's called.
Yeah, I think it's. Yeah,
that one's
that's the third one.
I think that's the best one, maybe. Like the first.
The second one's called "This Book Is Full of Spiders" or something like that.
Yeah, that was
Seriously,
pretty.
Dude, don't touch it.
Yeah, that wasn't they got a good title, but the book itself wasn't that great. Like the first, like the prologue of that book was great, but then the rest of the book was kind of mediocre. And then the first book, third of it was fantastic, and then it kind of like just fell off a cliff after there, and kind of just had a plateau and never really got up to the heights of the earlier piece. But overall, I like the John Dies at the End. But the third book was the most mature, had a decent structure. They seemed to maintain the humor throughout. Beast is somewhat inventive throughout, and so the third book's the best, I think, overall. So you haven't read that one yet?
No, but I want to now. I didn't know it was out.
Yeah, and I know you've talked about that. Your least favorite book, Jeremy, is that
Well-Dressed Wound.
Yeah, the Well-Dressed Wound, the experimental book.
Yeah,
I could say probably my least favorite horror novel of all time is Bloody Valentine by Stephen George. And he's like one of the few Zebra authors who gets talked up a lot. So I'm like, yeah, I've got to check him out because maybe he's actually good. And it was just one of the worst things I've ever read for one reason. It plays the whole freaking book. It tries to be like this mystery type thing, but the mystery is solved literally at the very beginning of the book, and you know the truth. And the whole freaking 400 pages is the people trying to like figure out if it's just bad. It's one of the worst.
Who's it by?
Stephen George.
Okay.
And it's one of the coolest ideas for a book ever, of like these people in a college back when criminal profiling was becoming a thing. And so they created a profile for a killer. And then the killer, like it kind of created like a Tulpa type thing where they bred, or I guess thought the killer into existence. And so for the whole book, they're trying to figure out if that's what happened or if there's a copycat using their very specific modus operandi. But the thing is, from the very beginning, because it explains it in explicitly supernatural terms, that this is happening. And it's horrible.
Kevin, what's your least favorite book?
I've been trying to think about that, and I'm not sure because I usually, if I'm really hating a book, I won't finish it. Like, I read a bunch of the Anne Rice Vampire Chronicles, and when I got to, and I liked a lot of them. Like, I thought Vampire Lestat was even better than Interview with the Vampire, and Queen of the Damned was pretty cool. Body Thief was kind of weird, and I was kind of getting to the point where I thought she had like lost the script, like lost her way in the Vampire Chronicles. But then I tried to read Memnoch the Devil, and I thought it was so terrible that I quit after maybe 4 or 5 chapters. So if I don't like a book, I'll just give up on it. So to ask me what is the worst book I've ever finished, that's a hard question to answer.
Yeah, what do you think?
The Stand might be mine that I actually finished. I couldn't. Yeah, that was a very disappointing book.
I've got it, but I haven't read it.
Yeah, I haven't read that one yet either. What book do you think you abandoned the fastest?
Oh, I abandoned books pretty quickly.
Yeah, I've abandoned a lot of books really fast. Like the first page,
Speaking of Anne Rice's Vampire Chronicles, I got a peek at the new one, and Prince Lestat in the Realms of Atlantis. It is fucking bizarre. There's like these angel bird people that like watch over humanity for thousands of years, and I didn't understand what I read, man. A little bit I did read of it. She's got these angel bird people in it or whatever, and Lestat's aware of them or so. I don't know. It was over my head, to be honest, but I don't know where she's coming from now.
I heard they actually made a musical of Lestat, and it's actually like one of the biggest flops on Broadway of all time.
Wow.
I think if I remember correctly, Elton John did the music.
Have you guys read the Vampire Lestat, the second in the?
I've only read the first one, and it freaking blew me away. Like when I read it, because I went in expecting because it was just this popular thing. I thought it was going to be just a throwaway book, but like I ended up just seriously getting invested in it.
I still think Church Mouse is the best vampire series ever, but
I haven't read any.
You get on to me.
Surge is the main.
Freaking Gregor over here, who doesn't like your favorite vampire book, he gets a dang pass.
No, I don't get a pass.
Yeah.
maybe he does.
None of you are exempt from contempt.
Maybe he does because he's older. I don't know. Or
I was saying that earlier, that Gregor doesn't like anything. He's a curmudgeon, and Jeremy doesn't freak out on him like he does for Zach not sharing exactly his opinion.
Well, no, it's not about sharing opinion. It's like feeling like, well, he just deconstructed everything that I care about in this story, and it's like it leaves it meaningless. Like, how can I talk about it from then on?
Wait, when have I done that? Like, give me an example.
But yeah,
It
you
doesn't
can't
matter.
offer any examples of it. You accuse him of this like really specific thing, and then offer no examples of it when he questions you.
It doesn't matter. Let's just chill. Why not?
Listen to no, you keep bringing it up.
Because
You're the asshole that keeps nibbling at him.
Because he keeps scrutinizing stuff in a way I don't.
What?
You're not scrutinizing right, Zach.
It's cool. It's cool.
It's not cool. Be specific.
It is. Cool.
I haven't read any of Anne Rice's books yet. I do have a copy of her book, The Claiming of Sleeping Beauty, though.
The reason I don't want to carry on.
Yeah, I've tried to read that.
I'm worried Zach will say maybe I should be on the show next week or something and feel discouraged, and I don't want him to feel that way.
Well, if he feel that way, that he's a grown man, he can feel that way.
Kevin, that's not the question. That's not the issue.
I feel like you're stealing his agency from him.
Dude, you know what? You sound like such a faggot when you say that. You sound like Garrett. Agency.
I'm not sucking his dick. I'm just telling you.
Dude, agency. That's a Garrett word. What are you, Nick? You going to keep an eye on me?
I do keep an eye on you.
Agency's been stolen.
What do you see? What do you see?
I don't see enough of your books.
What do you mean?
You've got a shitty camera. I can't see your book.
Sorry.
Your camera's a potato.
Yeah.
Buy one that isn't a. Use that Trump box to buy a camera that doesn't suck.
I've still got a flip phone, man. What do you want from me? I mean,
I say get a camera. You don't need to get a smartphone. Just get a better camera.
Well, I don't use the cameras enough anyway for it to matter though. You know?
You can use them to take creep shots of women.
No, I really don't. I used to.
Okay, Jeremy just admitted on here that he takes creep shots.
He used to.
No.
I've taken shots before. Yes, I'm not.
Oh boy. Here we
what
go.
The fuck?
Here we go. It's all over.
Stealth patch shots of women. Yeah.
Oh boy.
So what?
Oh boy.
Check out the shot that I got with that shitty phone.
What?
Check this out. I got.
This isn't a creep shot.
Jeremy, I can see the fucking tree 30 feet away, and you're telling me I can't see your bookshelf from across the room?
Right, because of the print being so different on it.
Also, I'm guessing
you're like self-conscious of your bookshelf.
Look at the hummingbird. I caught the hummingbird in mid-flight. It's beautiful. It's right.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. I want to pet it.
Yeah. So what are you drawing, Kevin?
Pages for Cockhammer Lives.
Okay.
Would you say that this is something that was more for fans of Cockhammer, or is it a sequel? Is it
it's a direct sequel to Cockhammer? So,
okay.
If you haven't watched that film, this exists as a standalone story, coming completely separate from Cockhammer, but you will gain much more enjoyment out of this comic if you watch the movie first.
It was a fun movie.
Yeah, I haven't watched any of your movies yet. How would you pitch Cockhammer?
How would I pitch Cockhammer? It's hard to like. It's almost like asking what is the. It's like asking someone to pitch an episode of like a specific episode of a TV show. Like I consider the Strangeville universe, the Hack Movie cinematic universe, the novels and the comic books, all to be part of a giant Strangeville universe, and they are like the consequences of what happens in one movie carry on to the next. Like Cockhammer itself is a direct sequel to the film Stiff Jobs. So pitching it as a standalone film is a little tricky. It definitely works as a standalone film, but to pitch it, I would say it's a hardcore horror comedy. Well, I kind of describe my movies as a butthole comedy. Like you will hear more references to assholes in Cockhammer than you will any other film. Like I would say that the pitch.
That's the pitch right there.
Yeah, the pitch for Cockhammer would be like a modern.
They say butthole a lot. Sold.
Yeah, my filmmaking style is I'm a modern day John Waters. I'm going to shock you into laughing yourself to death with my films. And the actual, the plot of Cockhammer is that a snuff porn filmmaker with delusions of demonic grandeur kidnaps a pair of nymphos on their way to buy dildos to fuck their boyfriends in the ass with. And everything goes wrong for everyone. From the boyfriends to the girls to Cockhammer to Wolfram and Wingate, his bodyguards. The whole thing is a batshit crazy, super convoluted plot that all ties together in a kind of an Elmore Leonard sort of way, where it's like all these different crazy plot points converging together into one insane conclusion.
You've seen these movies, haven't you, Zach?
Yeah, I've seen 3 of them.
Have you seen Cockhammer?
Yeah, I've seen Cockhammer, Dead Shit, and Nixon Hogan Smoke Christmas.
But you have not seen Stiff Jobs.
No.
Okay.
Stiff Jobs has some of the craziest fucking shit I've ever filmed. There's a scene in Stiff Jobs where a bunch of bums rape a guy in a park, and I play one of the bum rapists. And there was a moment in the bum rape scene where I literally told the guys, like, we got to stop. They're like, what's going on? I was like, I don't know if I can do this. Like, I don't know if I can film this scene. And they're like, what are you talking? Because I'm the director. I'm the leader. I'm the guy who wrote this thing. I cast all these people. I made my special effects guy make 6 fake dicks that we could hit this fucking guy with while we're raping him. And then I'm the guy saying, like, gosh, I just don't know if we can do this. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? I was like, I really think this is like too far. Like, we've gone too far with this bum rape scene. And they're like, well, what are we going to do? I was like, nah, fuck it. Let's just finish it. We'll see what happens. And it's one of the funniest scenes in any of my movies. Stiff Jobs is a fucking crazy movie.
What is a stiff job?
Well, the movie is about 2 hitmen. These guys, Wolfram and Wingate, drawing a picture.
But what is a stiff job?
So what a stiff job is so Stiff Jobs follows these 2 hitmen, and they refer to their job as stiff jobs because a stiff is a dead body. So they do stiff jobs. They create dead bodies. Here's the bum rape. Yeah, here's the bum rape scene right here. This is me and some of the crew watching the bum rape scene from.
I better unmute it, right? Or
no, I think we watched it with no sound.
Okay. Even on their side.
Day and night for weeks trying to get our ticks off mute. Well, the time has come. We're going to have a trial run.
Is the audio out of sync?
Maybe a little bit. Just play it. It doesn't matter. Give a shit.
Pictures of porn stars with some super high bomb. Say you're going to cut it when running on the goddamn porn set. Just one problem. We ain't got no money to hire a hooker. And even if we did, not even the poorest I know is going to be down to 5, 6, 7 over bucks. Bum coming all over her broken ass face.
Bum coming.
Gonna have to be right.
Gonna have to be right.
All right, that's enough.
It's gonna have to be right.
It only gets worse. It only gets worse from there. It does.
Was that you or past you saying that's enough?
Oh, that was way beforehand. I mean, we use a taser to throw that guy on the. Well, you don't even see the guy.
Oh man, Gregor left. Gregor
had enough.
Yeah, the FBI decided to cut him off.
We triggered him with the bum rape.
Yeah, he's hashtag triggered.
Of
Poor Gregor.
I'm worried this thing we got is about to fall apart, and I don't want it to.
Why?
What are you talking about?
I don't know, man. I just
See, I told you I could.
It's because you're on pills.
Yeah.
no, it's not
Yeah,
that.
for fucking
I've done
cool.
that for over 10 years.
I don't think it is.
You're just paranoid.
Yeah, your pill
It's a
usage.
good thing. It's a good thing, so it can't last. That's the thing.
Oh my god, that's a horrible worldview, dude.
It's
What a terrible way to think.
I mean, nothing good lasts.
That's the deal.
Oh, shut up.
Gregor just up and
This
left.
is
He
what-
had enough. He's had enough of me.
Shut up.
That's not. That's not what happened. His internet cut out.
Yeah.
I'm never going to leave the show. It seems like you think I will. I won't.
Yeah, you're gonna push him off the show because you're so fucking paranoid.
No, I'm telling him don't. I'm telling him to stay.
Yeah, you're telling him to stay, but your actions are speaking a completely different language. To him.
Well, I mean, I feel sometimes like I don't want to get into it. 'Cause I'm
See?
trying to, well, yeah, because sometimes I feel like I'm being preached to.
Maybe you need fucking preach
I
to
don't.
sometimes.
No, I don't.
What am I preaching to?
I got away from the heathens. So
Maybe you are the fucking heathens.
that's harsh, man.
I'm just fucking with you because you brought it up.
Wait, how am I preaching to you?
Who cares if he is? Like, why is that the bad thing?
Don't worry about it, brother. Don't worry about it. It's nothing.
So I'm not.
Huh?
I said I'm not.
Is Gregor in the back room?
Is he? No.
No, I can't see in the back room.
I hope I didn't scare him, like chase him off or something. Jesus.
His internet probably cut out.
Or he decided he had enough. Yeah.
Oh my
I've been trying to wrap up. I've been trying to wrap up for 30 minutes, but I don't know how, man. It's like when you get into a certain groove, you know what I mean?
Okay, well, why don't we just end on Zachary hates the gays? Okay, goodbye.
No. But no, I don't really get what you're being paranoid about. Let's get into that, and then that could be like the ending thing.
I don't know that I can because it's so late and I'm you know so foggy. There he is. Okay, thank God. Okay, hey buddy.
Hey.
Okay, so explain.
I was worried that you had enough and decided to just.
No, I clicked the damn X on accident.
Same thing I did.
While you
Jeremy,
were
you need to add the fucking book The Secret to your 30,000 books and read it, because the kind of your attitude is what's you will whatever you focus on, you will gravitate towards you. And if you focus on paranoia and fear and thoughts that your friends won't like you because I'm having such a good time, things won't last. These types of thoughts will create that. But if you have positive thoughts that my friendships get stronger and stronger every week with my friends, the more we talk and the our bonds only get, this will be a lifelong bond that we'll look back on 30 years from now and be like, remember when we used to do that epic 8-hour-long show together? That created a brotherhood that can never be destroyed. If you have that attitude, that's what you'll be drawing to yourself.
But being positive alone does not guarantee what you're talking about.
You know what does guarantee? A negative bullshit attitude.
I used to be the most dependable friend, to all my buddies, and what happens? We arranged something for me to go over and hang out with him with a friend for a while. I get there and he's not even home, and I just talked to him 20 minutes before. The point is, being positive and being,
Well, the one thing I gotta say to that is
it doesn't guarantee this.
Nothing in life is a guarantee, but you're trying to create as much opportunity as possible for yourself, and saying, well, that doesn't guarantee. Happy thoughts don't guarantee happiness. It certainly gets you started on the road, and it's certainly gonna lead to happiness a lot faster than having a bullshit negative crybaby attitude.
It's not crybaby.
Wait, are you saying you think I'm going to leave the show, or are you saying like...
Or are you just mad that I was an hour late?
No, it's no.
The thing I'm confused about is
I don't like people telling me how to live my life and telling me how to, do stuff. I don't appreciate that.
Like read your books wrong.
Yeah, that was really said. That was actually said, and I still have a problem with it. Yeah,
But you tell Zach he reviews things wrong. I mean, that's
No,
extremely hypocritical.
No, he doesn't review. I've never said that. He doesn't review. So why would I say that?
Well, I never said that you read books wrong.
No, that's what Kevin said.
Yeah.
What? So then why are you mad at me?
Because of your weird deconstruction of like people who are really talented. I don't understand.
Jesus,
he says that you dislike things wrong.
Hypocritical? On one hand, you're saying that you don't like being told how you read books, but on the other hand, you're saying you don't like the opinion he has about books. How is that not extremely hypocritical?
He's saying that Zach, he doesn't like the way Zach dislikes books. He's saying he dislikes books wrong.
Extremely hypocritical.
Oh, we're never going to resolve this.
But there can be a resolve because there's.
Yeah, I know. If I lay down like a bitch, of course, but I'm not going to.
Just plead the Alfred plea, dude.
Oh God.
I'm innocent of these charges, but I acknowledge that I am guilty, even though I didn't do it. I did it. I did it, even though I didn't do it. That makes total sense, man. It makes total sense.
Now, what exactly is your fear? Are you afraid that I'm leaving the show? That's what I don't get.
It's more of a preemptive thing to make sure that it doesn't happen.
Okay, but that is the fear that I would leave the show.
That you would feel discouraged and say, man, I'm just messing up the show, or man, I feel like, it's not working out anymore. Yeah, it's more of a preemptive thing to put it out there before you think of it.
No, I'm the one who's I'm the loyal person. I'm always loyal to people.
Okay, good. So you're like a border collie.
Yeah. No, I've actually described myself like that. People
He's exactly like a border collie, yeah.
How much longer can we do this, guys? I don't know what to do.
I think you should start yelling at Zach for doing something wrong.
I don't want to yell at Zach. I don't want to yell at Zach. I want it to be amicable, but it's like I feel like I can't talk.
I have been yelled at quite a bit this episode.
I'm sorry, man. I don't know how to talk books with you anymore because you're in this weird stage that I don't understand.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Ben instigates a lot of this stuff, try to pitch you guys against each other.
Have anything to do
Yeah,
with
that's true. I do that because I just like a good cockfight.
I don't want Zach to leave this thinking, man, that was a rough show or so. I want him to leave it exalted like I always am.
I'm just trying to eventually push this so it's a literal cockfight where you're just jousting with your dicks.
We call that dick chicken in my town.
Does this count as blood sports?
What's that?
Does this count as internet blood sports?
I'm not seeing any blood. I need real blood.
I think it's internet nerd angst, maybe.
I like that.
That might be it.
Just a bunch of friends hanging out.
You're laying down in your bed yelling. It must be weird.
Seriously,
I'm not laying down anymore. I moved back to the kitchen.
I am actually excited about getting back to work on that story after we get off here, or when that finishes uploading later.
The Jason Sinclair stuff.
No, not Jason Sinclair. Esper, about the robot.
The titty crawler.
Yeah.
Titty crawler.
The robot middle singer that the guy.
Oh,
saved.
okay.
He doesn't know she's a robot yet. I'm really excited about that one, man. I can just feel this 80s synth pop vibe to it, even though it's probably set in the modern day or the future or something. I can feel this kind of 80s synth wave tinge to it. Whoa, it's so funny.
It's just something I was looking at Facebook, and it's U.S. President Andrew Jackson had a pet African parrot named Polly, who he taught to swear. It had to be removed from his funeral when it refused to stop being loud and profusely profane.
Profusely profane, I like that.
How many of you guys can name all the presidents in order?
There was Lizard Man and Lizard Man and
there was a pedophile. There was a Satanist.
At certain times, I'm able to remember them all. Sometimes I trip up, but let's see.
Who's the sixth one?
George Washington, John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, James Monroe, John Quincy Adams, Andrew Jackson, Martin Van Buren, William Henry Harrison, John Tyler, James Polk. Huh?
I mean, that's not impressive when you can just be looking at a screen.
I'm not though. How do I prove that I'm not?
Share
You can't prove that you're not unless you're going
Then-
to show your face.
I swear I'm not. I don't have a webcam, and I don't like to use them, but I swear I'm not looking at anything.
Well, I don't
figured
believe
you're
it.
Well, sorry.
The webcams is how Mark Zuckerberg and Bill Gates watches you masturbate.
Right.
It is true.
How did that happen to poor DSP, man? If they're not watching, if they didn't trip it up, like, let's see this guy, you know.
Are you drawing a pussy, Kevin?
Yes.
You're gonna get us booted.
It's a drawing.
Yeah, but the people who run YouTube are all faggots, and they're pussies.
Ben's integrated a lot. He's not afraid to use the no words anymore.
Yeah, he probably would have never said faggot before he started hanging out with us.
I say it all the time.
We're gonna have you saying
And
the
I
N-word
don't-
before it's over with.
The what?
The N-word before it's over with.
What I really
I have a soundproof chamber that I go to scream the N-word when I need to.
what I really appreciate is that you let that info out that Garrett did the same thing to him that he did to me about you. You know, keep an eye on him. Don't let him do this. You know, Garrett's not learned a damn thing. That's funny. That shit is funny. And I
Was
appreciate
that recently? When did that happen?
I appreciate Ben coming out with that on Bazong. He said Garrett came to him and said, "Don't let him do anything, you know, crazy or something."
When was this? What year was this?
I can't remember if I said it on Bazong, but I did. I have said it publicly that he came out not long after he pissed on Tiffany Scandal's book, and it was just like, "Hey, can you keep an eye on him?" And yeah, I thought that was kind of dumb.
Yeah, that was what, 2018? Did you piss on that book in 2018?
You are defined by when you pissed on that book.
You know, I do feel bad about the.
Now, you did post that picture of that pissed on book on Facebook, didn't you?
Yeah, like I said, I'm not proud of
I'm
that.
pretty sure I saw that.
I'm proud of that.
But
I'm
Strange
proud
is
of
right
it.
that Strange is right that she probably
Yeah,
doesn't deserve an apology. You know,
Strange printed that out and framed it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't care if you pissed on one of my books.
I would never piss on a Hanover Block book.
Well, you might piss on Six Dead Spots.
I will never piss on a book again. You know what I will piss on? I might piss on one of those like face
Your grave.
face masks.
Jeremy will piss on your grave.
I want to buy a box of face masks and burn them in protest of all this.
Why would you?
bullshit. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to see if I can do it and not get arrested.
While you're dancing on
they're gonna
TikTok
arrest-
video.
I'll bet somebody in the next few months burns a mask or a box of masks and they go to jail. Even if there's no precedent for it, you know, they will still go all, you know, ghetto cop on him.
You should do it.
I mean, I'm sure someone will try to arrest them, but I don't really know what they could get to stick.
That's what I'm saying. They would do it just as instinct. They would arrest him and try to hold him on something as like instinctually, you know, like not even thinking, just straightforward, you know, autopilot arrest. So
Ben, do those people still talk to you? Garrett Cook and them?
Yeah, I was actually in one of. I'm actually in one of Garrett Cook's novella writing workshops now.
Man, why, man? He's
I needed
just
some-
going to tell you. He's just
I
going to
needed-
tell you that the painting comes to life or some shit, and it doesn't.
I
was
just
going
needed
to say, are
some
you
motive.
finding any use to in it?
I found some use. Yeah, it's helped me get started on the book that I was having trouble getting started.
When I was in his workshop, he had this thing where, like, you stare at a picture for a long time and it's supposed to come to life or some shit. I didn't have the heart to tell him, dude, this isn't working. Oh, God, so bad. But, you know, speaking of the coronavirus, it's funny that there's finally a disease that the left doesn't want. Even Bugchasers don't want the coronavirus. They're okay with people not telling their partners that they're HIV positive in California and make it a law that says they don't have to. But they're snitching on anyone who is connected to anyone with coronavirus. That is the biggest hypocrisy ever. Fucking pricks.
Yeah, I mean, like I just don't know about the whole thing.
So this novella writing workshop you're in, is it like a virtual thing?
Yeah, it's through a Facebook group.
Yes.
But does he do any video lecturing?
No.
He just like writes
I
Facebook
did.
posts.
I did.
Yeah.
When I had a writing workshop, I did video lectures,
I saw
hour-long
some of
video
that.
lectures once a week.
I saw some of those.
Yeah, it's all just virtual and writing on Facebook.
Do you have to pay them?
Yeah. I can't remember how much it was. It was like $50 or something
I was
like
not going to ask you how much you paid them, but you should ask them to give you a refund.
that. Why?
I don't know, because Jeremy doesn't like you doing that workshop, I think.
Well, Jeremy's not going to come after me, and
No.
Garrett hasn't said anything, so.
But dude, I do.
You might come after you. Came after me.
I do think that Garrett is mostly bluffs his way through all that stuff. I don't think he's as talented as he's been made out to be. I think a lot of people take his editing workshops out of pity for him because he's practically a beggar with that shit.
Oh yeah, he begs for that money.
It's pathetic. It really is, man. He could be a Walmart greeter and be more valuable than he is right now. I hate to say it, but he's a talented writer. I swear, he really is a talented writer. He's not the best, but
he's a pretentious fuck.
He is.
I don't know. I really liked his haunted house book. What was that called? The God of Hungry Walls. I thought that was really good.
It was pretty intense. Yeah, what I remember of it, but
I've not read anything by him, and I don't really know anything about him other than
I don't
what
know why
Jeremy says.
He thinks that it's some badge of honor that he can throw in some random Spanish or Latin at the end of a sentence, where there's no need for a different language. It's just show off, it's showy, the whole thing. He did write a good story for Surreal Grotesque with Nair Lathotep, the Lovecraftian messenger or whatever, like contending with all these other cosmic forces. That was interesting. He has written some good stuff, but
yeah, my story, Last Gig on Planet Earth, is a way better story with Nero Hotep.
That was awesome too. Yes, definitely. But I don't know. Are we ready to wrap? I know Gregor's probably about to drop, and Strange, you're already. Well, you were.
Yeah. He's drawing the hands coming out of buttholes. He's
hard on it. Jeremy, put this on the big screen for Ben.
How?
So I can masturbate to it.
How do I put it on the big screen?
Double click me.
Really? No, it says remove from stream if I do that.
No, not okay. Well, when you hover over it, or if you click it once, it'll allow you to make me full screen. There you go.
Okay.
There you go. Look at this little work of art right here.
Wow.
That belongs in the Louvre.
This is a culmination of 20 years of work in the entertainment industry, gang.
That actually is beautiful. I do note the occult symbolism in the, in the shape of the buttocks. I can see the occult symbolism. Yeah.
This is one of my favorite shots in the entire comic.
The goddess of fertility. Yeah.
This is demonic. Windgate is coming out of her butt, using her as a meat portal to crawl out of hell through her asshole. And when he gets out of the other side, he's like, God damn it, I came through the asshole again. Now my hat's going to smell like butt for the rest of the day.
That's pretty funny.
Dude, they were talking on Dark Side of the Ring. I don't know if you caught the latest episode with David Schultz, Strange.
I started watching it today.
They were talking about the guy who trained David Schultz.
Yeah.
He would take a big old shit and he would rub it under his armpit. And the first thing he would do is get his opponent in a headlock. Yeah. And after 5 minutes of that, they would smell and they would get rubbed up against it. And they would say, I'll do whatever you want for the rest of the match. That's disgusting, man. That is degenerate and immoral.
That's literally fighting dirty.
I mean, that's disgusting. That's that carny mentality in like the old school pro wrestlers. They're really weird, man. They do all the hazing rituals with each other and all kinds of weird stuff.
Well, you're saying it's weird, but the whole point was that once you go through that, if you're willing to go through that hell for them, then you won't ever break kayfabe. The whole idea was that if they bounced out the week early. They bounced out the week early because the whole point was that you had to. You can take me off of the full screen.
Oh, okay.
You just click me once again. If they could break those weak guys early, then there would be no danger in them breaking kayfabe and exposing the business.
I still think there's a bit of madness to the whole thing, man. That they maybe they take it too seriously. I don't know.
Yeah, they're crazy carnies.
Yeah. Guys, is that a wrap? I mean, I feel like almost like I've wasted your time a little bit. I don't know. You guys?
I mean, you didn't, but if there's nothing else to talk about, I think we can wrap it up.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. I mean, don't get me wrong. I always enjoy it, but sometimes I worry that I've wasted you guys' time.
I had fun.
Okay.
Yeah, this is
fun.
I sell more books being on this show on Sundays than I've sold in months. Well, probably in at least a year because I haven't been pushing my fiction at all. But being
is anybody experiencing like a windfall of book success other than Strange from this? I'm curious.
No.
Well, not.
I don't know.
They're out of print now, Zach, or whatever. But Ben, no.
I don't know. I mean, I got a pretty good, a relatively good royalty for the Complete Idiots Guide a couple days ago.
Oh, that's awesome. Gregor, what about you? Or maybe you don't like to discuss it. I don't know.
I don't know that I could attribute it to this. I mean, I did have somebody that approached me that listened to the show, asked me to blurb a book. So I'm supposed to be getting some kind of a book sent to me to blurb. But I'm not going to say who it is in case the book's horrible. I don't want to blurb it. But I don't think that's going to be the case.
They can go to your house and kill you.
I think I know who it is, but it's okay. Yeah. So.
Yeah. What's that, Zach?
So maybe they just want to get your address so they can go to your house and kill you.
No, it's just he's sending a Moby to my email address. I'm not giving him my physical home address. Besides, I got a P.O. box.
Yeah,
can I have your
worried about that because
can I have your P.O. box so I can send you a mail bomb?
We can. Well, yeah, that's fine. I give you my home address because usually what I do is just give my grandma's address. So if somebody does want to come kill me, they'll just kill my grandma. No, I'm just kidding. I'm crap. My grandma's dead.
Oh God! Can you imagine though? I mean,
I was doing the dang math. They'd have to be freaking old
to rub that in your armpit and then get somebody in that for like 5 minutes.
Yeah,
like they're right up against. Oh my God, man!
I mean, that's supposedly like a trick to try not to get raped in jail is to like smear shit behind your ears or something.
Damn, life is savage, man.
Yeah.
I mean, if you just want to not get raped in jail, just to kill the first person you see.
That's what I would say. Just be the baddest motherfucker in there. You don't have to worry about getting fucked.
Yeah, I'd have trouble doing that though.
Who else?
Yeah, or just fuck someone before they fuck you.
Who all has been to jail actually in here?
I've never been.
I spent one night in jail.
I know Ben has, but Strange of you?
No, I've never spent a night.
Gregor, Gregor, really? You haven't? That kind of surprises me. Not even once.
No, I almost got arrested once, but they let me go.
Oh.
I got a ticket once.
Okay, well that doesn't count. All right, so we're all good boys except for Ben. Right.
I want to disagree with Gregor. By the way, I thought that cop and FBI agent video was hilarious. It's a slow burn. It's a long burn, but it's fucking funny. I mean, if you hate cops, it's really fun to watch.
They're really aggressive in it. That's what's great about it.
Yeah, they just be both being.
That's like I said, they're cattier than drag queens.
Yeah, you said it was a heel versus heel, but it's more like playing Scorpion on Mortal Kombat versus Scorpion. It's like it's so fucking funny to watch them.
I mean, it's just amazing that whatever issue there was could not be resolved without 8 different public servants.
It's called the legal system.
That's
it's amazing.
He's like, I need medical assistance right now. He's going to sue.
He was totally milking it. He was milking it.
Yeah, because he's going to sue the fuck out of him. He's got
a He's wearing like that thick jacket in the Florida heat.
Yeah, why is he even wearing that?
Yeah, that is odd. No wonder.
Why didn't he arrest the guy like immediately? Like, okay, I'm the FBI agent that's fucking investigating you. You can't arrest me. I'm arresting you. Why did he allow himself to get put in handcuffs to get put in the back of a cop car in the first place?
He doesn't want to get shot, he said.
Oh man, they were all just being douchebags.
That's true. Yeah. That I would definitely like to see how that plays out.
It was all fake.
Okay. It's all staged, right? Everything's staged.
Yep.
This is staged.
This whole show's been staged.
This is staged. I'm a CIA asset.
We read off an 8-hour script.
I'm a CIA asset. That's right. That's right. I wrote the script. Yeah, I control all of you. You are my characters.
Yeah. I don't actually exist. There is no Ben Arzate.
Right. Yes, there has never been.
Well, I think we're gonna table it there, guys.
You're gonna table it,
Zach. What's it gonna be? What you want? 10 push-ups? You want me to read a certain chapter in the Bible? How do we fix this, man?
Just give me that dang second stimulus check and I'll be good.
No deal there, man. I'm sorry.
$50 is what he said was his price.
That was their mistake, and they know where to reach me if they want to correct it. But no. my bank account is fat right now. My bank account is fat, and I want to keep it that way.
Zach, tell him to buy The Secret and read it, and that is his punishment.
You don't need to buy The Secret.
Oh, wait a minute. Zach has to free it, though. Zach has to free it.
Wait, what?
I mean, you can do your penance for him when Zach stops hating the gays.
Don't hate the gays. Now, what did you say? Get the what?
You hate the gays.
The book, The Secret. It teaches you how to use positive energy and positive thoughts to help yourself out in your life.
Next, you'll say you're your own god, like the New Age folks.
No, I don't believe that to be true at all. But I think that The Secret can help you have a better attitude about life.
Okay.
Secret is satanic.
Somebody said the same thing about
it. It probably is. Like I don't necessarily agree with the people that wrote it or the exact philosophy behind it, but it will be helpful to someone as far in the pit of despair as you. I think that something like that can help you get to the rim of it at least.
Yeah, somebody as wretched as you, Jeremy, it might help.
When you said that,
or maybe you should just read The Wretched of the Earth instead.
What you don't understand is I'm happy down here. That's the thing. Yeah. It's not complete abject misery.
When you say down here, what do you mean by
take pleasure in your own suffering all day long, but you're still suffering?
Like fire, like a Zen firebrand. That's
what's down here mean. I'm confused.
Huh?
I told him he was in a pit.
Yeah. But I like it down here. That's the thing. I don't.
Yeah, you can take pleasure in your own suffering. That's called.
It's not suffering though.
That's called sadism, or that's called
suffering. How is it suffering?
I mean, we know he's a masochist. He wants, fat booty bitches to sit on his face.
That's not true.
Well, no,
I'm good. I require nothing.
It is true. It is true.
I think you should demand the $50, Zach.
No, I require nothing.
You.
I think you should tell him a verse of the Bible he needs to read.
I'll do it. I mean,
Jeremy needs to start acting right.
I have not preached to him. That's the thing.
Start reading the Bible, Jeremy.
I mean, you did, recite that one first Bible verse about stoning gay people a lot, so maybe you should stop doing that.
I said nothing about stoning gay people. Tell me what this movie this is from.
All right, I'm going to give you a little example. I heard that 350 of you white folks committed suicide by jumping off of the Golden Gate Bridge, and out of the 350, there was only 2 that was niggas. And one of them was pushed.
Did you catch that?
Catch what?
One more time.
And one of them was pushed off of the Golden Gate Bridge, and out of the 350, there was only 2 that was niggas. And one of them was pushed.
Okay.
What was that from?
So nobody knows, huh?
No.
Coonskin.
Yeah, I don't watch those KKK movies there, Jeremy.
Oh, it's a Ralph Bashki movie.
Yeah.
Ralph Bakshi is awesome. Wizards.
Oh,
yeah.
Wizards is classic, man.
Fire and Ice is fucking fantastic.
Fire and Ice.
That's
Fritz
where
the
he took the Frank Frazetta style and rotoscoped that.
For real.
Yeah, rotoscope shitty.
It's cool.
Is it rotoscope? Is that rotoscope? I thought
You are wrong about everything, Gregor.
No, rotoscope is shitty.
Fritz the Cat is
Wrong.
awesome too.
Who did the Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit?
I like the Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit movie by Bakshi. Yeah, that's good.
Well, there you go.
What about Fritz the Cat? Anybody
I like Fritz the Cat. Yeah.
I actually haven't seen the movie yet, though. I've read some of the Robert Crumb comics.
I've got a big Robert Crumb collection in there. He's really cool. There's actually, if you go back and listen to 1990s interviews with Robert Crumb, he's super critical of liberal culture. Like he's a big liberal contrarian. Like he hates hippies and he hates the whole feminized male aspect of liberalism. And then because it was okay to do that. It was like edgy to do that in the 90s, but then. I follow him on Instagram today, and he's got Trump derangement syndrome as bad as anybody. And I just think that's fun. I think it's funny that he was super critical of liberal culture until the left demands the left demands the knee from entertainers now.
Yeah, the Crumb movie is pretty good.
Did you like Wizards, Gregor? Did you like
What's
Wizards?
that?
Did you like Wizards?
I'm not 100% sure that I saw it.
Oh, dude, that's cool. That's a movie to check out.
You mean when you say the Crumb movie? You mean that documentary about him?
Yeah, that was pretty decent.
There was a documentary about Bakshi?
Crumb.
No, Crumb.
Wasn't like there was like a film festival or something that it was entered into, and one of the judges was so offended by it they refused to allow it?
Maybe so.
Ring a bell? Does that ring a bell?
I mean, yeah, I know what you're talking about as far as
okay.
what the movie Wizards is, but I don't think I've seen it though.
It's pretty cool, man.
Yeah. Let's get out of here, guys. We did have fun, right? Everybody leaving it here and going about their lives. They're not going to take anything negative out of this, right?
I mean, Zach's mad, but that's no big deal, really.
No, it is.
Zach is always mad because gay people exist.
This is last week was pick on Jeremy. This was pick on Zach show by far.
I know, but it's like 10 times more.
Huh? What?
No, Jeremy, I'm not mad about anything.
Okay. You sure?
Right.
Yes. Are you mad at me about anything?
No. No, I do wish I could discuss books with you more. It feels like
can discuss books with me.
It feels like there's a wall up now. I don't understand it.
I know we're wanting to get out of here, but this is the observation I've made. You won't attempt to discuss books with me. You'll just tell me that you can't discuss books with me.
I can't discuss books with you because of your weird sudden analytical change or whatever. It's like used to be I would say, dude,
you started doing that instead of discussing a book with me.
It used to be, dude, you got to check this out, and now it's weird. It's like he's nihilist or he's this or he's that.
I don't do that. It's a lie.
It's the same as that guy who said you can't read John C. Wright because he's a racist.
I don't do that.
Okay.
So that video game, Peasant, what's it called? Peasant something?
Yeah, what about?
What's it called?
Oh, I got a game over, remember?
What's it called, though?
Peasant's Quest. I was trying to play
Peasant's Quest. Is there a multiplayer mode of that?
No.
Yeah, we got to play that together.
I'm thinking that maybe you and Zach should play that together.
Oh.
Maybe those little dudes can hold hands and go off into the wilderness together.
Zach wouldn't like that.
It's totally platonic, like
I already fucked up my scenario for Peasant's Quest because I forgot to get the soda for one of the wizards or whatever.
But you and I can discuss books, Jeremy, just easily.
I feel like, well, first off, there's the spoiler thing that really threw me for a loop. I don't like that
courtesy.
I don't like being.
But Kevin's the one you should be mad at about that.
I don't like being restrained by something like that, telling me like I can only talk about books this one way. I've never let a spoiler prevent me from seeing something for myself. In fact, usually I've forgotten what the spoiler was by the time I start watching. So it's I don't look at spoilers the way you guys do. I want to share.
That is a selfish attitude with no empathy.
No, it isn't. Not with
it doesn't matter how it makes
on this.
It matters
Not
how
with,
other people
not with
feel.
something leisurely like
It
this.
matters how it makes other people feel. Not
Kevin
how
just called you a psychopath.
I don't care. I don't care. It's I want to share the essence
the
of the
fact that you don't care is the problem.
Right, I don't care. I want to
That's
share
the
the essence.
problem.
If I don't communicate the essence of the book, then I don't feel I've done my job. I have to communicate the absolute essence of the book.
Yeah,
And
and my
sometimes
challenge to you is to communicate the essence of the book without spoiling key points in the book
I don't accept. I don't
or
accept.
the ending.
I don't accept.
And that
I
makes
don't accept. If I talk about the Roaches Have No King book and I say there's a roach on woman rape in it,
that is not a spoiler, Jeremy.
I know it's not. That's something to tantalize a reader. That's what I do.
That's not a spoiler. You didn't say who they raped. You didn't say when it happened. You didn't say the consequences of it. That's a spoiler.
I say things that tantalize people that should tantalize people to want to read it. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you can do that without spoiling. That wasn't a spoiler.
That is not a spoiler, Jeremy.
Jeremy, you're free to spoil. I'm with you. You should talk about books any way you want to.
Yeah.
These guys are trying to tread on your free speech rights.
I'm trying to tell you, you don't even know.
They're trying to be a bunch of Karens.
I'm saying you don't even know what spoilers are.
I think they're trying to tread on you, buddy.
The first book of Beaver. If I can't communicate the fact that when he goes out to explore, because he's the only human left, and the beavers follow him loyally even into the salt water, and it touched me in a way that most books never get to me like that. I have to communicate that in that way, whether it's a spoiler or not.
Is it the end of the fucking book?
Yeah,
it's near the end.
Is it the entire? Is it what everything builds up to? Have you ruined the entire struggle and point?
No,
character arc. If no, then it's not a spoiler. I don't.
He never specified which one.
I don't know. That's kind of on the edge of the spoiler.
You never specified what I spoiled to begin with, so I don't know what.
We give you examples. You don't listen. You yell.
No, I brought up the Roaches Have No King.
Dumbledore dies in book 6.
I don't read Harry Potter.
That's a spoiler.
I don't read Harry Potter. I never said
that's a spoiler.
I never said that.
Saying a major character that you wouldn't believe would die in the series comes to a dramatic end in book 6. That's not a spoiler.
I don't read Harry Potter.
That's 2 ways of telling you Dumbledore died. It doesn't matter if you read Harry Potter. It's an example.
I don't.
One is a spoiler, one is not. We both described, and I described the same conclusion. 2 different ways. One that doesn't spoil the death for you. One that it just tells you that it happens. That a death happens to a major character. That's not
okay. Let's make this recreational for a second. Okay. Game of Thrones. Now you tell me through both of these examples which one is and isn't. Okay. Somebody loses their head in Game of Thrones.
No, you could be way more specific than that.
For it to count as a spoiler.
No, for it to not count as a spoiler, you can still be way more specific than that.
I can say that Ned Stark loses his head, and that's not a spoiler?
That's the spoiler. If you say a major character you would never dream loses their head in the first season, you got to check it out. It's not a spoiler.
Okay.
Saying, Ned Stark dies. I just got to say it. Ned Stark dies. That is a spoiler. You've ruined that moment for whoever you just barked at.
So the roach rape and the Roaches Have No King, that's not a spoiler?
No.
If you are very specific about it,
I don't know.
You're not being specific about it. You're being general about it.
I've not read the book. I don't know if it's a spoiler or not, really.
When I tell people to watch the movie, the Roger Corman film Galaxy of Terror, I say you got to see the maggot rape. That's not a spoiler.
Wait a minute, is that real? Is there a maggot rape?
There's a giant maggot not only that rapes a woman, but it's a giant maggot that was created by James Cameron, who later went on to direct Aliens and Terminator 2, The Abyss, and Avatar. He created a giant raping maggot monster for Galaxy of Terror.
That does sound pretty awesome.
And it's not a spoiler. You don't know who it happens to. You don't know when it happens to.
Okay, so we've established that roach rape is not spoiler. territory.
Depending on how you.
Yeah, I haven't read the story.
I told you, roach on woman rape. That's all I said. So does that count or not?
That is
That is
not.
not a spoiler.
Okay. First book of Beaver. The main character as the only human left, and I mean that's established like immediately, so it's not. I don't think that's a spoiler.
Premise. It's not a spoiler. It's a premise.
Okay, he goes off to explore to see, the areas, that are beyond him. The beavers go with him, following him, in the water, and they follow him all the way into the salt water. They're so dedicated. It seriously touched my heart in a way that most books don't. He even slaps the water to signal for them to go back, turn back, and they don't. It touched me. Is that a spoiler?
I think you're treading on spoiler territory because you don't have to be that specific.
That's fucking lame. No,
you don't have to be that specific.
You can't strip me. You
can
can't strip me of my essence. You can't strip it of the essence that I want to communicate it with. I can't believe you think that's spoiler territory.
I mean, admitting that
saying something that really got to me. I mean, it's right there.
We established a long time ago that you don't care what you spoil.
You're right, but I'm trying to be open-minded here. But you're telling me I can't talk about the greatest scene in the book.
Nobody's telling you be an asshole. We're just telling you you're an asshole.
Okay, then I'm an asshole.
That's fine. That's the end of it.
I'm an asshole. I'm an asshole. I'm an asshole. I'm an asshole. Hey, S-S-H-O-L-E. I'm an asshole. Fucking asshole. Hey, S-S-H-O-L-E.
So get past it. Quit carrying it around like it's a fucking albatross. You're an asshole with spoilers. End of the story. You're the one that keeps bringing it up like we're supposed to apologize to you. I'm not going to apologize for your behavior.
I don't feel that it warrants this kind of reaction. I mean, what the hell?
You're evoking the reaction.
Where did that come from? Okay, so I know this is a spoiler.
Don't spoil Strand books, dude.
Owen kills his girlfriend. We've established that that's a spoiler.
Spoil more shitty beaver fiction. Don't spoil Jeff Strand stuff.
It's not shitty.
Isn't there more beaver books?
No.
That was the first beaver book. Where's book 2?
Yeah, where's book 2?
Owen kills the girlfriend, and that's a spoiler, right?
Yeah, you don't have to be that fucking specific. You can say a major character gets killed, and it really affected me. But anyway, we've established you don't care anyway, so let's get past it.
No, because now I want to learn. I want to learn what you think about it.
You don't want to learn. You don't want to learn.
No, I don't really, but I'm...
You're lying about that.
Right.
You just want more power for your cross to carry around. You think
right, I'm pretending to be open-minded, but...
Right, exactly.
I can't tell if this is hostile or like just chill. I can't tell.
I mean, I've been telling you for years that no matter what we talk about, I'm still your friend at the end of the day.
Okay. What about Zach?
Years I've been telling you.
What about Zach?
What about Zach? What do you think about this?
That is the same. I'm a very loyal person.
So you're saying you won't read the first book of Beaver now because I conveyed a really touching scene in it about animal loyalty, huh?
Yes.
Yeah, the only thing you spoiled with your recounting of that is your masculinity.
So you guys want me to lock myself up?
Wait.
You sound exactly like that woman that Jordan Peterson was interviewed by. So what you're saying is, and then you put ridiculous words in his mouth. No, stop it.
So you guys want me to withdraw even further in myself?
Okay, here's the thing about the Beaver thing.
No, we want you to get over
what you're saying is that the story builds up to this point where he's like, I guess, going into the water and they're not leaving him. But that's a very specific point near the end. Like, why do you have to talk about that?
I told you because it seriously got to me.
Yeah, but that means it ain't going to get to us.
Hey, if you let a little spoiler stop you from enjoying something, then that's a problem with you guys.
It's not a thing that can you can let. It's just
that I raped you.
Like you're forcing it to not enjoy it.
I have never let a spoiler prevent me from reading something. Why is there Benny Hill music playing? What are we even doing now? So, hey, Strange.
Yo.
Serious question. Strange.
Yo.
Did we talk about Joe Pulver passing? Did you ever read anything?
You didn't. I wasn't included in that. I'd never read any Joe, but I interacted with him a lot during the early years of Strange House Books with Willem Pugmire and Joe and all that whole Lovecraftian scene before it went SJW and ate itself. Those were really cool dudes. Joe Pulver was a fascinating guy. They were all really eclectic dudes that hung out in that genre. And I know he's been in poor health for years, and so was Willem. So it was no surprise to me that he passed, because I think he had some really, really bad health problems a couple of years back, and he was pretty much unable to do anything.
But have you read anything by him, really?
No, I know he was really. I think, didn't he do a King in Yellow anthology?
Yeah.
Or an ongoing series of books about the King in Yellow. So I was familiar with all that, but I never read any of it.
But overall, would you say he was a decent fella?
I mean, I'm pretty sure he fell into the SJW lynch mob along with the rest of them, but whatever. He was cool until he wasn't, which is the same thing I can say about everybody.
Yeah.
They were cool till they weren't.
Okay, now let's take a look at the artist. So this guy is Vincent's like guardian. He has to keep him miserable, so he keeps producing quality art. Is that a spoiler?
That's the premise, Jeremy. You know
that's the premise. You know that.
No, I really don't know where the lines are, because I'm really shocked that you think the beaver scene is a spoiler. I'm really shocked about that, because that's something
it's like
we haven't read the book. We have no idea if it's a spoiler or not.
Don't make me play the Benny Hill music again.
Because that's the essence of the book, and you're telling me I can't talk about it. I don't appreciate that.
No, we're not telling you can't talk about it. We're telling you you're an asshole if you talk about it.
You're not going to read it anyway, so what does it matter?
We might.
No, you're not.
I'm not going to read a dumb beaver book.
Not dumb.
He's going to get mad until it's not dumb.
No, it's probably pretty good, I
I'm
guess.
going to read it now.
I'm not going to read it, though, but, maybe it's good.
This guy is a racist. Don't read John C. Wright. He's a racist.
We didn't.
Fucking somebody named Yorgos. Who the fuck calls himself Yorgos?
He replied to you?
Maybe he's Greek.
Did he ever respond to that?
No, not. It doesn't look like it. No, he would have been here if he had, right. If he had any self-respect.
Yeah,
he probably actually lives in Greece, and it's like 4 o'clock in the morning over there.
It's 3 o'clock in the morning here.
Yeah,
it's 2 a.m. here. Yeah,
it is 3 a.m. Yeah, this is they say this is the devil's hour.
It is.
Uh-oh.
Have we ever gone this long before, guys?
I think so.
We went a little over the 8 hours that we did last time.
Should we be like embarrassed that we went this long, or did we have fun?
Yeah, I think so.
You think we should be embarrassed?
We should be embarrassed and ashamed.
We should be embarrassed by the existence of this show.
I don't think so. I think that this is something special.
It is, Jeremy. There's no reason to look down on it or insult it. Okay. Don't insult the show. The show's great.
Yep, insult me.
I'm sorry, Zach, for the conflict or whatever. It's just I feel like I'm being barricaded in how I can talk about books, and I don't like that. That's all. I mean,
just do whatever the fuck you want.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying.
Yeah, but I mean, I want
you want a specific response from your friends, and we're not going to blow the smoke up your ass if we don't know how to do it. So you need to lay out the parameters of how we're allowed to talk to you before the show starts, if that's how you want to be talked to. Otherwise, say whatever the fuck you want, but you're going to get 4 different opinions from 4 different personalities.
Okay, well, I'm ready for that. But no, the only thing, and the one and only thing, as far as parameters, is that if I ever do have to mute anybody, please don't take it personally. I am not suppressing your free speech. I'm simply delaying it so I can get a word in. If I ever have to do that, and I
it's your show. You can do it anytime you want.
Yeah, it's your show, man.
I don't want
and
to.
The only guys that try to control you are Zach and Kevin.
No,
I'm just kidding, Gregor. I'm just kidding, Greg. I muted him for a second, but I'm just kidding. Okay, but no, that's the only reason that I would ever do that. I'm going to try not to I don't want to abuse that. I mean, I don't even see myself as the de facto host anymore. I feel like this is a joint effort. Everybody takes, some degree of pride in, and I
You
appreciate
should
it.
pass the baton to Zach.
If I ever did leave this show and like hand it off to somebody, I think maybe Ben would be my second,
Of course.
because I think he's been here the longest out of as far as this face of the show, this version of the show. But I don't plan on doing that. Thank God I didn't hand it over to Pedro Proenza or whatever.
Well, you wouldn't give it. You wouldn't hand it over to the man who hosted the original Quiet Place on his website.
What are you talking about?
Wasn't that Kevin Strange?
I'm getting no love here for my hard work.
Strange did host it on his website for a while. Yeah,
Yeah,
For a while.
and it. I feel bad about it because people, for some reason, would constantly confuse us for each other, and I think he feels it dirtied his brand. Which
Fuck no.
Okay,
you can listen to those episodes on my website.
No, I know, but
they're also on my website.
Remember, you said, and this is not anything standoffish, really. I'm just saying, you said they keep mistaking me for you or you for me.
They did.
Why do they do that though? It's
they were attacking my
name.
Because they're stupid.
I mean, maybe they're stupid because like I got congratulated for releasing Beetle Brain, and I'm like, dude, can you not?
I would get dragged for episodes of The Quiet Place. I hosted them, and they thought I was the host.
Why is it so complicated when podcast networks are a thing now? I don't people understand.
People are stupid. I never took that personally, Jeremy, and you know that. I've told you that a million times.
Well, I thought that was part of the reason why we stopped doing it on the website is because it was dirtying your brand.
I told you over and over again that what's happening right now, a live YouTube show, was the best way to do your show.
And you were right. You were right. Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, you were right. And if you had never said for me to pick up a microphone again, I probably still wouldn't be doing this. So I'm appreciative of that too.
Yeah, you just be feeding birds.
I don't care what anybody says. That was a great shot. I'm proud of that one. But are we finally ready to end, man? It's like I'm having a good time, but I realize that all good things must come to an end.
Yeah, I should probably go to bed.
Yeah, I think it's about that time.
You sound so like hoarse. Why are you hoarse?
He just got too close to the mic.
I got too close to the mic.
He sucked too many dicks over the course of the
Yeah.
He's had a profession of gay men.
3 too many.
All right, I'm closing. All right, so we ready?
Yes.
I'm ready to go.
Forgiven, Jeremy.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate you, and try not to take anything personally. We can always work it out. So.
All right, see ya, Space Cowboy.
Yeah.
one who rose is a motherfucking monster!